or like from town or whatever. I couldn't find anything.
Yeah,
but,
good luck with that.
but
They're
everybody saw it. Everyone that was there, everyone was like talking about like after it like sort of flew away and flew past like the tree line, and then everyone was sort of just like looked at each other and like people started talking about it. And this one guy was like, "Yeah, man, I think that was just a bunch of drones." I'm like, "Dude, no way. That was."
I was
like,
about to say that was my first question. That was question one. Were you tripping? No judgment, or not even tripping? Just
Probably. Like, I'm
yeah.
pretty sure it was, but it wasn't like an isolated thing. Like I was
I
hallucinating.
understand. Yeah.
Like everybody saw it. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like
Yeah.
there was at least 50 people standing around me that saw it. And then there was like a bunch of different like I heard like the next day like people in like the tent next to us and shit like talking about it, and they were like, "Yo, did you guys see that UFO last night?" Like blah blah blah. And like people were talking about it like the whole next day. Like it was this whole big talk
Yeah.
around the whole fest, and like people were like, if people hadn't seen it or heard about it, like they heard about it the following day because everybody was talking. So like it wasn't like it was just me that was like it wasn't a hallucination. Like
Yeah. No,
everybody.
I believe it. I believe it for sure. Like I just was asking, honestly.
But if like I think I was tripping, and I think that just made it so much cooler. But I was
For
in like,
sure, you probably saw it better.
yeah, like to think of like I mean seeing something like that while you're tripping, like at like because that like there was like me and like four friends that were standing there, and my friend Ashley looked at it. She's like, "Did you guys just see that?" And we're like, "Yeah." And like I look at my friend Mike. I'm like, "Mike, you saw that?" And he was like, "Yeah, yeah, I definitely saw that." I'm like, we were both like, so, and I don't know, man. There was this dude that was like that was talking about, and he was like, I think that was just like a bunch of drones, and I was like, dude, no way, that was out in friggin' outer space. Like that
Were
was
you
in the atmosphere. That was way out in outer space. It was way too far away for it to just be drones.
within like 250 miles of a coast?
Um, Probably. Like, I mean, I'm not exactly sure if it was like I might have been a little bit more inland.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Or excuse me. Excuse me. Never mind. Okay. Okay. Yeah, you're right. The reason I said that, the reason I remember the night that I saw, I mean, I've seen things, but this was without a doubt, no question. I know what I saw that night. Not only that, I
Hey,
know I was sober.
check, you guys should check out the picture I just posted in the chat. I took that picture a few years ago.
In the bubble chat?
Yeah, in the
What?
Discord.
Yeah, I mean, if I'm being honest, that just looks like a projected light to me. So let me say this real quick. So those three red lights, I didn't see them take off like go supersonic speed, but I can tell you this: they weren't making any noise. They were right over my head. It wasn't anything far away. I didn't see them go like supersonic speed or whatever at like light speed taking off. However, whenever they created that triangle, they did, maybe I'm wrong, but that would have had to have been like the equivalent of, let's just call it UFO. Now to add on to that, it was a couple years after that that the US was looking into either like Iran or Iraq for nuclear weapons, and there was this like undercover video of basically, now this is just the video I saw like back in 2018. It was like an undercover it was like a video and it got deleted. Man, I record everything and I didn't record that. But it was over like Iraq or Iran or somewhere, and it was relatively close to the ground, and it was shooting a red light into the ground. And the reason it was shooting a red light allegedly was because it was trying to determine if there was uranium right there, because if there was uranium right there, then it was an underground bunker used to make nuclear weapons. Now, the fact that I actually saw that video, and that a couple years after I saw the three red lights, and that video had the same exact thing that I saw, I don't think, yeah, I mean, unidentifiable flying object, sure, but man-made, no doubt in my mind, because I saw that video. Not only that, it was December 31st going to January 1st, and they were heading towards the coast. So I think that basically it was some kind of a perimeter that our government was setting up in case there was like a New Year's attack or something.
Well,
I mean,
if you
Or
identify
it's just
it,
aliens wanting to go to the beach.
could be.
if you're able to identify it, then it's no longer a UFO.
That's correct. That's why they started calling them UAPs. That's why they don't call it the greenhouse gas effect. That's why they don't call it global warming, and now it's climate change. It's because the globe's not getting warmer, the climate's changing.
But the U stands for unidentified. Like even in UAP, it's unidentified aerial phenomena. But like, which it doesn't even have to be an object. It could be something weird that's in the sky that they don't know what's happening in the sky.
Yeah, it could be a plane. It could be a Boeing 747.
But I mean, well, I'm saying like the UAPs, like that's not even strictly just for objects. You know what I mean? Like whereas like the UFO, that's like an object that's flying that you cannot identify, that you don't know what it is.
Yeah.
But but I mean, like, yeah, these things that I saw, man, they were like, I can't even explain it. Like there was it's nothing that we have can do that. I'll just say that. Like what I saw them do, nothing that we have can do that. And there was like a couple other things that I saw that was like one time I saw like, you know, in broad daylight. I don't know if it was like a light or an orb or a saucer or whatever. I didn't get a good enough look at it. I just saw an object flying in the sky, and it moved, like it started moving first kind of slowly, and then it just started moving really fast and zipped, because I had pointed up and I was like, yo, look at that. And it just zipped away like really fast. Like I could see it as it was zipping away. But as I was trying to point it out to the people I was with, they couldn't see it. And I'm like pointing at it as it's leaving like our line of sight basically, and like they didn't see it. They couldn't see it like moving, but like I definitely saw it. And that the type of speed that it was displaying, like the speed capabilities it was displaying, like we don't have anything that I know of that's capable of that has that shape.
To me, I feel like I can again, okay, this is just me. That doesn't mean I'm right. I know that, I acknowledge that, or whatever, just kind of where I'm at. I think that developing the technology to have a, let's just call it flying saucer, and I'm not saying it could travel at the speed of light, but I do think that actually the kind of like the technology to build a craft that can hover and go side to side and move at the speed of energy. I mean, to me, it just makes logical sense. It doesn't actually seem that hard. I'm not like an engineer or anything. I'm not saying that it wouldn't be hard. I'm just saying that if I had 200 years and all the resources in the world, could I figure it out? Yeah, I'd I'd put all my money on it, kind of deal. Because really, all you would need is a casing. Like it's like the whole whenever you hold like the bicycle tire and on like a rod, and then you spin the tire, and then now the tire kind of essentially levitates itself. I mean, basically, if you built that same principle within a shell, then everything inside the shell would be moving. It wouldn't look like the shell was moving. It wouldn't spin, and you would essentially be able to hover. And then, based off the magnetic field, you should be able to impact the electrons the way that you need to be able to change direction one way or the other. I don't know. It doesn't seem like a far-fetched concept to me personally. Of course, I grew up like nothing but History Channel and UFOs and stuff, and then stuff since then. So maybe that's just because of that. But I don't know. To me, it just doesn't seem far fetched. I feel like if they're if there's technology on the face of this planet that exists that was not built by us at Area 51 or China or Bob or whoever's in Antarctica or anything like that, the only other explanation I really would have for it personally would be that people live like underground. These lost civilizations live underground. um I mean, that's they're like all these pyramids that line up with each other. um all of the like caves underneath them have been blocked off and you can't go into them. So it's like, why? And it's like the Aztecs, for example. Like, we don't know what happened to the Aztecs. They were here, or maybe it was the Mayans. They were here and they were gone, and there's no historical record of them leaving. But the same area that they were in was near Montezuma, I believe, which is right where that pyramid is, and that whole thing that looks exactly like a computer chip CPU. And if you go down into those pyramids, the caves underneath them are blocked off. I mean, it's kind of like Antarctica. It's just one of those things that people like us aren't allowed to actually even learn about.
Like, you're not allowed to go there. You're not allowed to know. Like,
Exactly. But so why aren't we allowed to know? So what if um the uh aliens were of this world and not of another planet? I mean, it's just as crazy to think that aliens from another planet, uh like if as far-fetched as it may seem that aliens from another planet come here, it would also be just as far-fetched. To me, I don't know how it wouldn't be equivalent. It'd be just
yeah,
as far-fetched if the aliens actually were from here.
yeah.
Like,
Like, I think it could be either one. Either they came here a long, long time ago and stayed, and like there's just been different species and stuff that stopped by or whatever. But or like different things in that gene pool with different species, whatever. But there's like, I think that like I think there's also a possibility that they always were here. That this is where they originated. That we're the new species to the planet. We're like a type of
yeah,
animal
that's kind
that
of,
just
yeah,
would be existing on the planet, and they sort of like they might have pushed us in our evolution because we have parts of our brain that like other animals don't have.
right.
That are active and activated. Like that's what makes us capable of doing things that animals don't.
Based off what we can see from a telescope, I mean, it literally is more logical to believe that, um, or to be the opinion, have the opinion of that, if aliens did exist, they came from here. Like you were saying, like it could be that they were before here, or they were before like our species or whatever. My thing is though, is that the pyramids in Egypt, for example, have been they were actually covered in limestone, and a lot of that limestone has eroded away, which takes an immense amount of reckoning to happen, which means that it would require something like the flood. And historically, everyone agrees that the flood happened. um I mean, 99.9% or whatever. So therefore, if we know that the limestone was there and it would take an incredible force to remove the amount of limestone that's been removed from the pyramids, then therefore the pyramids existed before the flood, which would have been, from a biblical standpoint, where basically all the knowledge, the it's kind of like the tree of good and evil, and all that stuff, and biblically,
So
it's like that's why you wipe it out so you can kind of start over. But if those pyramids existed back then and those caves were under there, hypothetically speaking, hypothetically or theoretically, I don't even know. I mean, what's to say that there were people underground in these pyramids, basically, in these caves, whenever the flood came, and it was seal proof, and they still held that knowledge? I mean, I mean, to me,
Yeah.
like
And they
being
brought
from another planet is the equivalent of what I just said. I mean, it's all the same, like just nobody knows. So I mean,
yeah, then they brought it back out after and like re-sparked everything.
I don't think they ever showed back up here on land and sun. I think they're still down there.
Unless they never left.
Come to find out, that's who Natasha, but yeah, that guy, and he created Bitcoin. The underground people.
Yeah, I need to go to bed. Because I started seeing what you were talking about. I was like, I need to go to bed.
Oh no, dude. You start thinking about it, all of a sudden it's like, all right, well,
Oh, no, dude,
why did
for
nobody
sure.
why did
I
nobody
do.
throw that at us?
Yeah, I do believe that, like, that the universe lives by certain laws which allows life to form. And therefore, we might not be the smartest guy in the room.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. I mean, that's why it's just kind of like, I don't know, I didn't really like get that necessarily from anywhere. I'm sure somebody's kind of put it together in the same thing, but I just kind of like taken a bunch of stuff and been like, well, if it's if we can't find a planet out there as far as we can see with telescopes, then it'd be crazy to think that like aliens and UFOs are real. Okay, well, let's still assume that that's a possibility. Well, then what are the other possibilities that seem too crazy to be real? And then I've just tried to apply real logic, like as far as the limestone on the pyramids, the caves under the pyramids, all that kind of stuff. And I don't, to me, something of that nature would make more logical sense than, from outer space. I don't really think one way or the other. It's just like, you know.
I realized I've been in so many communities, Telegram and Discord. This is always part of the discussion in all trading communities. It's like you talk all day about trading, and then the last topic of the day is always we go back to aliens.
Oh yeah.
Every community that I've been in, it's always the same discussion.
Have you ever heard
That's-
somebody say that they don't believe in aliens?
My grandma.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't think there's like aliens or whatever from other planets.
Yeah, my grandma. She's super religious. She's like from so her grandparents are from the Balkans, like the Spanish families. So like
Mhm.
for her, everything starts and begins with God.
Yeah, in the beginning there was God,
Yeah.
In the beginning, right. Yeah, that makes sense. Well, yeah, I mean,
But
to me, if that's what they
hey,
believe, then like that's kind of what they should
of
believe in general.
course, just have to like respect it. If that's what you know makes them happy
Yeah.
and allows them to sleep at night, then
Oh yeah,
c'est
I
la
can
vie.
understand. Like that's the thing. Like I think so outside the box. Anytime anybody like says something just outside the box, inside the box, like I can understand really like every point of view because I don't really have any point of view that like holds firm with anything.
Mm.
And it's always changing. Like I don't really like feel a certain way about things. It's just kind of like I accept and I'm comfortable knowing that we don't know. Here's what I do know. I know that they lie to us all the time. So I don't believe
Oh,
anything.
for sure, for sure.
That's pretty much where and since I don't believe anything, I do try to like think about things in a okay, of the things we know, what do we know? And how can
You
those things be applied to the
know,
things that we don't know?
you know nothing, Jon Snow.
Nothing what?
You know nothing, Jon Snow. You don't know that saying.
Nothing Johns know?
Jon Snow.
Nothing Jon Snow?
You, you know nothing, Jon Snow. It's from Game of Thrones. It's like a famous line. Anyways,
I know nothing. How's that?
it is. It's part
Yeah,
of
I mean, it's almost impossible to figure out, like, okay, what do we know for sure? Because there is like so much lying, like there's so much that's kept behind the veil, and there's so much extra like misinformation out there that even if you find something that by all means could absolutely be true, it's in the same waters that are muddied by so much like misinformation. So there's
Exactly.
even like misinformation that's intentionally put out there on the internet on the same topic just to confuse people so that they don't know which one is actually real and authentic. Nobody knows what the real story is or like, what the, most credible thing to believe. So I think when it comes down to it, it's like if you're gonna believe in something, like you kind of have to use like reason and logic. And if there's certain facts that we do know, which there is, like, for instance, ancient artifacts that have been dug up and things that would like we can discover about ancient history, like through the power of deduction and like hieroglyphics, whatever. And there's, I mean, the pyramids themselves, like you were talking about the limestone, all that thing, it used to be encased entirely in limestone.
Right.
So that shit was there before this big epic flood and the Sphinx too, then that
Which
means those,
everybody agrees with. So that's basically two factual things, correct?
but that means that those things, like, I don't know how people don't put two and two together and say like, okay, then that means the pyramids are way, way, way freaking older than just 5,000 years old. They
No, it
must
They are.
doesn't.
be,
They're way, way older than 5,000.
yeah, like
They
they are extremely ancient. They could be 50,000 years old, 100,000 years old. We don't even know. But that's the thing, is that like they have to be able, like, people, science, they hide things. They stop science
Yeah,
from progressing because they hide things that
exactly.
otherwise would have been an incredible discovery
And then
and
they,
could have changed the entire world. But they don't want to have to rewrite history. They don't want to have to explain all this crazy stuff that's happening that they found.
oh,
But
I would,
they're dulling science down. Like they're halting the progress of science and evolution by doing what they're doing.
yeah, no, that's
And
exactly what they're doing. It's intentional. It's intentional. There's no other way. I mean, I don't know how it could be any other way. It's intentional. I mean, you know, we went, well, anyway, but
as far as your theory goes, I think it makes just as much sense, if not more sense, that a civilization like lived on Earth, rose, prospered, became like extremely advanced, had extremely advanced technology, had extremely advanced understanding of like the laws of physics or whatever, like maybe something that we
yeah,
can't even really comprehend.
right. That's
Like,
exactly how they would have built the pyramids, though, and moved those blocks.
yeah, because it's like, how the hell did they do it? They must have known something that we didn't
Frequency.
know.
Exactly. Yeah.
So if they had that long to figure it out, then how long have people really been walking around on planet Earth? And yeah, there has been cataclysms that wiped out most of life on Earth. That's happened like several times. So it's like, how many times did we actually advance to the point where we were doing stuff like building pyramids and like potentially harnessing energy from this like global power grid? Like, you know what I mean? That's like, it's all
Yeah.
just harnessing energy from the Earth. Like people have said, like the ancients, they had like a much more holistic way of going about things. But it's like, I think it's just as I think it makes just as much sense, if not more sense, that these things being there and the technology, like anything that doesn't really make sense, that can't be explained by like, oh, these are just primitive people building primitive structures and writing in a primitive language, like anything that can't be explained, it really would make all of that stuff, all of the problems that we have that we can explain about ancient society, it would make all of it make sense if people were to accept the idea of, oh, there was an advanced civilization here. Now, whether that was extraterrestrial or whether it was just people that progressed here, that like a human race that like actually progressed and like lived, like, got really advanced and evolved to a point where they were doing stuff that was super advanced, like beyond our capabilities. then how long ago
Like build the
was that?
pyramids?
Yeah, and I mean they could have. There is a way that like there's a ton of like caves around the planet, like really deep caves that go into bigger, longer, deeper caves and caverns. There's a whole thing called the honeycomb theory, which is sort of like I don't know if you ever heard of the hollow Earth theory, but it's kind of a bit of like an offshoot of that. Exactly like the hollow Earth theory. It's called the honeycomb Earth, and it's the idea that like these caverns are so huge and big that like people could essentially live inside of the earth, as long as they had like sustenance, like as long as they had food and water or whatever
Yeah.
they need to survive, they could live under there. So I could definitely see your point, like where it comes to like, okay, people in a human society lived on Earth, advanced to the point where they're like, you know, let's say 100,000 years ahead of us or something, or like maybe it's a million years or whatever. Like
We might not be able to even comprehend it. I think that that's probably the case.
well, because they were so advanced, they knew that like a cataclysm and a disaster was happening, and like probably a small percentage of the population could have hid underground or whatever in some of these caverns or whatever in the hollow earth or in mountains, whatever, in caves, whatever it is, and they were sheltered somehow from the cataclysm. And then they came out, and so there was a really small percentage of the original population that still remembered what their science and teachings was like.
Yep.
When society started to like when the earth started to repopulate with humankind,
Correct.
these few people that were left, they started to try to teach those guys, hey, look, we used to have this crazy technology, we don't anymore because it got wrecked, but like here's math, here's science, this is how it works, and like this is the universe, and like these are planets and stuff like this, like so like how the hell did these ancient people know as much, like pretty much as much about astronomy as we do, when they didn't even have telescopes or nothing like that. So it's like there must have been someone that told them. Now whether that was someone like an advanced civilization that was more advanced than just your primitive like Neanderthal man, whatever, they
Yeah.
they
Like
either
yeah,
came
kind of
from
like
another planet.
Atlantis
No,
type
Yeah,
people.
here,
they,
if you want
they
simple
either
logic,
came from another planet and they taught us, or it was people that existed here beforehand. They survived the cataclysm, and then when they came back out and the Earth became repopulated, they taught people. And like, but there was probably so few of them left to teach people that the knowledge got lost in the sauce. You know what I mean? Because people were
Okay,
like, "Oh,
they've done that, but here's the deal: they've done the math, right? And they've said that if you take a man and a woman, and so if you take a man and a woman and that's it, and you repopulate the earth based off today's number, how long does that take? It takes about 4,500 years, which goes back to exactly when the flood would have been.
oh no, the flood was 11,000 years ago. It's called the
So
Younger
so
Dryas.
so well that's all opinion, to be fair.
No,
I'm
no,
just
it's not
saying based
the
it, it
the
it's without a
meteor.
doubt, it's not factual. There's no
It's
historical record of what year was written down. There's no hieroglyph
there
of
no,
the
it's not. It doesn't have to be written down in Greenland. Okay, so when
they
you dig underground,
stuff
you have
geology
layers,
and stuff."
right, on the earth, and in order for you to know what happened on that year, you look at the components of the soil at that year. So 11,500 years ago was the Younger Dryas period. A meteor hit Greenland. If you actually look at the Sahara Desert from space, you know how the beach is when the water comes in and comes out, it creates these little dunes on the sand. The dunes that you're seeing on the Sahara Desert is actually the wash from that flood, from that great flood. So if you go to Greenland where the meteor hit, you'll see at the soil layer of 11,500 years ago, you'll see both diamonds, and you have to look for certain elements, and that
right?
element tells you a major cataclysm has occurred.
Correct.
And 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 if you think about it, you can't have like hunter gatherers just out of nowhere come out of a cave and go like, "Oh, let's build pyramids." No, no, no. The pyramids were already there way before
No,
that.
they would have right, they would have built it before they went into caves. But yeah,
Yeah,
no,
so
I
it's
understand what you're saying. Different point.
yeah,
Sorry, my bad. I
after the
understand.
ice age. Yeah, so after the ice age, like after the ice age, they just continued civilization. And but here's the thing: How many pyramids? Okay, I'm from Asia, so I know the truth about this. How many pyramids are there in the world?
I have no idea.
Dude, they're everywhere.
Like,
Basically, the world was actually interconnected. Everybody
Yeah,
spoke
I
together.
mean, I don't know what the number is. I would have said a lot.
Um,
I don't know the
in
number though.
China alone, there's 20 pyramids. Pyramids that look like Giza. Okay. In
Okay.
Indonesia, there's a couple. In Japan, there's a couple. And one of the pyramids in Japan is actually underwater. And there's a couple in the Caribbean. There's so many in Amazon because they took LiDAR and they went over the Amazon, and now they're seeing that the
Yeah,
Amazon used to
yeah,
be
yeah, yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Right,
So,
exactly.
so the form of the pyramid and the function of the pyramid was already intact way beyond 5,000 years ago. And now they found Göbekli Tepe in Turkey. You know about that? The oldest mega structure ever found. So like
Okay.
the
That's
Hawaiians,
actually that piques an interest right there here in Turkey.
yeah. So the Göbekli Tepe. So historians try to keep certain engineers away from the pyramids so they can date them, right? And Göbekli Tepe, uh, so they call them neo archaeologists. Like they're the new form archaeologists. They're trying to prove that there was actually intelligent, advanced civilization before the Younger Dryas period. And then when they took the radar across the Sahara and into Turkey, into this desert part of Turkey, they found temples, like mega structure temples. And when they dated the carbon and the other things that are in that temple, it dates back 12,000 years ago.
Carbon dated?
Yep. So
Okay.
they took organic material. Yeah, they took a bunch of different materials, and just 3 months ago, approved by the scientific journal. So they did the same thing with the pyramids. They finally were allowed to do lidar on the pyramids.
Correct,
There are
exactly.
there are structures that are that go. That's why they could never figure out what the pyramid was for until they did the lidar
Unless they
system.
use their brain.
No, they actually did the lidar system on the pyramids. Now
Yeah,
they
I
found
know, I know. And the LiDAR
mega.
system the
Yeah,
LiDAR
they
system actually kind of showed everything that I thought prior without
yeah
anyone or anything,
yeah.
any kind of news ever come
It's
out
starting
because
to feel
it
like
just
the
kind of seemed
pyramid might be a
obvious.
power structure before.
Do
Because
what?
like now, like there's 6 beams that go 200
Correct.
feet ground, like
Correct.
and they're perfectly like aligned to each. It's pretty cool.
Yeah.
So
I don't think that that's water down there, to be honest. I think that it's
uh,
mercury.
well, I mean, it doesn't really
It's a
because
it's just a
yeah
hypothesis.
yeah
It's just a hypothesis. And that's actually what I should have
Frequency-
said. I shouldn't have said and it's an
frequency,
opinion about the
yeah.
flood and the years. I should have said it's a hypothesis, just to be fair. I mean, it don't bother me. I'm
No,
actually
I love I love ideas. I love new ideas.
yeah,
That's why
the
I'm,
fact that your years actually are a lot closer than like everyone else's makes more sense to me personally. I mean,
Mm.
with the flood happening, um the
the
reason car
flood
well,
created the ice age.
do
After
what?
the flood, yeah, the flood created the ice age.
Yeah,
That's
but
why you have
the
the
flood also removed a lot of carbon. It did a lot of different things that would actually significantly impact carbon dating as well.
Mm.
Just based, yeah, because the water and the H2O would have pushed out carbon by default, which means that there would be less carbon, which means that before the flood that there was more carbon. So whenever they carbon date things, it's an exponential factor. Now that is a hypothesis as well, assuming that the flood happened. However, the reality is that that makes sense based off the enormous gaps in carbon dating that we find. I mean, don't get me
Now,
wrong, I'm not opposed to any of this stuff. It's just every little thing has a weakness, and I'm not here to point out weaknesses. And look, I only know some stuff and not everything. I'm actually really glad you mentioned a bunch of this stuff, but
enjoy
it's
a
one of
discussion.
yeah, it's one of those things where it's just like why here's my problem. My problem is the fact that you take a kid at 4 years old, 5 years old, 6 years old, 7 years old, you put him in a desk, you tell him there's 7 layers to Earth. The first layer is the Earth's crust. There are 6 more. The first layer of the Earth's crust is 100 miles deep, and the middle's the core. Now, look, I ain't got a problem with any of that. Here's what I got a problem with. The problem I got is that the deepest we've ever dug was in Russia is 20 miles deep. So how in the heck do we know that the Earth's crust is 100 miles deep? And better than that, how do we know that there's 7 layers? And more importantly, why are we telling a kid they're smart or they're dumb or they're going to be somebody one day because they can memorize some stuff that people made up? That is what kills me, because I
Yeah.
remember being that kid and making that bad grade, and people didn't think that I was gonna be anything because I just thought this is the dumbest thing I've ever heard. And to this day, I feel the same way. And you know what? There's a reason I'm here and they're still teaching.
Yep.
But anyway,
My favorite subject is history, and like I never understood like you're
I hate
telling me
history.
people, these hairy people from caves hunting mammoths suddenly decide to create masonry religion. What?
Might have been open mic. No, I
Yeah.
agree. I mean, that's
Yeah,
even
I
like all the
think they
bones
think
that they've covered
all
up.
these numbers, you know?
I mean, there were hairy people that they tell us about. We can't see that. I mean, we can see their bones, but we can't see their hair. I mean, that's even like, and this ain't nothing to do with all the conspiracy stuff. It's just reality. I mean,
Yeah.
the Chinese calendar's got 12 months, 12 animals or
I
whatever, and all of them
do
are real
believe
except for the dragon. And
I do believe
was
uh
always dragon was always the defined term until I think 19 or 1860 something, when the word dinosaur came out. I mean, prior to that, dinosaurs, that wasn't even a word.
yep.
Yeah, so I mean, and it's like, oh, how can you say dinosaurs didn't exist? Well, the word didn't exist till 100 years ago. So it's like people get caught up in this uh like little like tit for tat thing where it's like no, I'm not saying that what you think isn't right. I'm just saying that probably what happened way back when was a little bit different. And
I
it
used to
goes, go ahead, sorry.
go. It goes. Go ahead.
It just goes back to like the T-Rex, having those small arms. I remember thinking whenever I was a kid, why would God make such a big, ferocious animal with little chicken arms?
Dude, look at a pangolin. A pangolin is basically a T-Rex mammal.
Yep, yeah, well, yeah, but
Whoa,
don't they move slow?
huge dips. Let's go. Oh, you want me to tell you something funny? I used to piss off my grandma a lot.
Oh,
That's my
dude, I bet you did. Oh my gosh, that
Yeah,
is so funny.
like so she's super religious, right? So I'll go like, so grandma, so she likes watching Discovery Channel with me, right? That's our thing. That's how we bond. So we're
Really?
watching. Yeah. We
I
just
would
like
think
watching.
that she would hate the Discovery Channel, but okay, that's cool.
She likes this guy. She likes animals, right? Like she thinks of them like Noah,
Okay.
Noah, like save the animals. Anyways, I always tell her like, so grandma, so you believe in dinosaurs, right? Yeah, of course. Okay. But Adam and Eve came first, right? And she would go like, yeah, of course. Then why is the dinosaurs like 94 million years ago? So like you're telling me God made
Well,
them first, not
if I was your grandmother, I would tell you, here's the deal. The Bible
here's
doesn't
the
talk the Bible doesn't ever mention dinosaurs, but it does mention dragons. It mentions dragons in the beginning of the Old Testament, and it mentions dragons in the end in Revelation. But it never mentions dinosaurs. So if I was her, I would say I don't believe in 94 million years, and I don't believe that they're dinosaurs. They were always called dragons prior to man. However, I don't I'm not necessarily on either one of those things. I'm just saying if I was her, that's probably what I'd come back with you at. Because it doesn't talk about dinosaurs in the Bible. So therefore, if it's a religious argument, you would say that never happened in the first place.
They breathe fire though.
Do what?
But did they
What?
breathe fire though?
You don't when you say fire, it can mean okay. When you in olden times, when you say breathe fire, it doesn't really pertain to the element of fire. It can sometimes mean like because there's a
I mean,
lot
they
of
just
in
see
translation,
people.
there's a lot of things like for example the Bible. Half of the Bible is actually translated very differently from how it's written in Aramaic and all of the old languages.
Well, there's a lot of different ones. They did actually, after the Dead Sea Scrolls were found in 1963, a man spent 40 years of his life translating it all the way back.
Like the Gospel of Mary, they didn't include the Gospel of Mary because she's a woman. I mean, the Romans invented the Bible. They put the
right.
Bible together.
So what I would
People-
say is that if the book,
Oh
if
wait,
the
I'm gonna
book,
tell you.
if the
The
book in
Gospel of
your
Mary talks about how you transcend your mind into that other plane. That's why
right,
the Romans liked it. Yeah.
right. So what if this was the knowledge that we no longer have because there's no longer a historical record of it, and the people that have it, like we don't have it, and then the people that do have it don't believe in it, don't have faith in it.
Oh,
I don't know.
we do have it. We have the Gospel of Mary. There's also a
Yeah,
Gospel of
I
Jude.
understand, but I'm saying it's not one of the 66 books or 72 if you're Catholic.
Yeah, that's
Which
good.
my point with that is that if if the book that you're looking for was found within the Dead Sea Scrolls of 1963, and like the book of Enoch, for example, the book of Enoch is neither in the Protestant Bible nor the Catholic Bible. However, Enoch was actually the only person. He was Noah's grandfather. Enoch
Yep.
was the only person that God actually just took from this earth. That's how much God loved, if you believe it, if you have faith in it, that's how much God loved Enoch. And he did that. And somehow the Catholic Bible and the Protestant Bibles left out the book of Enoch, but the book of Enoch is actually in the Dead Sea Scrolls. So my point of view is that if it's within the Dead Sea Scrolls, which was essentially a 2,000-year-old library, then I'd probably look at it there. I mean, it's it's kind of even like the King James version. So whenever this guy translated the Old Testament and the New Testament, there were 5 different variations as far as wording, as far as words or wording was concerned in the Old Testament. There were over 1,200 manipulated translations in the New Testament. There were only 5 in the Old Testament. There's over 1,200 in the New Testament. Which basically just tells you that, well, I would try to get a Bible from before 1893. If you can ever get your hands on one, I would definitely buy it because that was about the time that everything started changing between a bunch of religions and stuff.
Yep.
Have you heard of Thoth the Atlantean?
Say it again.
Thoth the Atlantean.
Top TAF?
TOTH.
Oh, TOTH. The
Atlantean.
okay, I found it. Hold on. Oh,
Emerald tablets of
I've seen this before. Oh, right. It was like okay, so it's like the bird head on the human body.
Yeah, it's very interesting.
Well, yeah, I mean, there's plenty of evidence from back then where they would amputate different things. I mean, that's even actually, for example, in the pyramids, whenever they pulled out these mummies, their brain had been completely removed. However, there was no
Yes.
incision to remove the brain, which would have meant that it would have had to come through the nasal cavity.
Yes, they took it out through the nose.
So exactly. So there were clearly a lot of things they knew in terms of um this type
Biology.
of yeah,
They
it
knew
would
the anatomy of the human body. They had
I would
Yes,
advanced knowledge.
they did brain surgery back then. The first one to do it was Imhotep. The they called him the god of architecture. But he built that other type of pyramid, but he didn't build the other pyramids. Those other pyramids were already there, and they were built by aliens.
Yeah, and remember, yeah, the Anunnaki. And so, but you have to remember
Yes.
when you build mega structures, you can't build all of the mega structures at the same time. Just by looking at Egypt and all the mega structures there, you already know that everything there took more than like it's a span of more than 5,000 years.
Yeah.
It's an advanced civilization span.
I'll be honest, I doubt that. I think that it took I think that it could be I think that they probably did it in a lifetime. Maybe their lifetimes were different. Look, I know that this is just, me being
Do you
I
know
don't know,
pyramids
man. To
were
me,
built?
it's like
The Egyptian, okay, so you have the Giza pyramids, right? Those are the
mhm,
ancient pyramids. And then you have the three mounding pyramids on the side that look like rubble, right?
right, right.
Those pyramids were built uh post post 5,000 years. That's why they crumble, because up to this date, even the most, like even our architect, like we haven't made anything close to the pyramids, if you think about it.
Yeah, but we hadn't really tried either. Have
Yeah,
we?
well, if you think about it, it's not about the trying. If you wanna be the greatest civilization in the world, you're supposed to outshine Egypt. And Egypt's
Yeah, just
structures is way beyond just like it's beyond. It's more than just architecture, engineering. It's all that. Like
and
it's beyond.
not just the exterior, the interior, the tombs, the type of stone that's cut on the inside of the tomb, how smooth it is, how perfect the angle is, how you could just it's perfection, like they're laser cut.
And
I
in the
mean,
Tomb of the Kings, you have basically so there's drawings on the wall, right? In the Tomb of the Kings, it shows every pharaoh that has ever been. Okay. And when they dated all of the pharaohs and what the writing is on the wall and how long it's 100,000 years.
I'd
And
have to
that's
look
just
into
fact.
that.
This is not like a guess. Like that's why
No,
they
yeah,
brought
no,
some.
that makes sense. I'd have to look into that.
Yeah, yeah. Check it out.
Well, for what I understand is the way things happen is there was the Nephilim, the Anunnaki, then like it says in
Yeah.
the Bible,
They
came into the
engineered a
daughters of men. Yeah, they
civilization.
came into came into the daughters of men, but they somehow did some type of genetic engineering where they took uh I don't know, was it
Neanderthals, like
uh,
they took a normal man
Neanderthal,
and
not a
gave
monkey,
them.
but a Neanderthal, yeah, and combine that with theirs, so that creates one type. But that's only one type. There was also the original uh Atlanteans that were already here, and they were sort of like a mermaid type human, and I don't know if you ever heard of this, and that they evolved to where they merged with, I guess, some type of other Neanderthal, and that's the other type. I don't know if you ever heard that.
Well, actually, to be fair, I've never thought about it, but the fact that the fact that we're talking about with combining like two different species and creating something different. Let's just say that you could combine a human with a fish. In other words, actually make a mermaid or a merman or whatever. Then if you weren't able to do that before the flood and then the flood happened and those people lived, it's theoretically they wouldn't be living the aliens might not be living in the caves, they might be living in the ocean. I mean, that's what I'm
Yeah,
saying. I
that's what I was
mean,
gonna say.
it goes
The water,
okay. Nice. Nice.
and
Okay.
like even when we're in the womb, where when you're
Exactly.
being formed in the womb, you're floating in
Exactly.
water and you're breathing in the water of the womb.
That's true.
I don't know. It's just something
They're
I've
just
heard.
they lie to us so much, man. It's just the only thing I can do is like try to think
Well,
outside the
if the
box.
historians tell you the truth, then they won't receive any funding.
Oh,
And I tell you, something else. One other crazy thing. I don't know if it's true or not, but something crazy that I heard.
back to money. Let's go.
With the whole space thing and all that. Not that it's not there, not that it's not real, that we cannot go that far where we can only go so far up and we can't go through. It is there, but I've heard that we can't go through it, and only like
Only Katy
the
Perry can go through it.
Well, that was just orbit.
only the Anunnaki and like certain beings can go through it. We can't. That's like we're not allowed to go up there.
Well, I think it's a misunderstanding on the usage of the word through. It's more of like,
Mm.
in order to get through space, which is vast, right? You have to have the right technology and genetics to
Okay.
go.
Okay.
Yeah, because like
Yeah,
if
I've
you
heard
think
something
about
like
it,
that.
if you go to another planet outside the solar system, you're going to be spending what, 100 years in cryo states. Like every 10 years, you're going to be in cryo. You have to
well,
have
based off current theory.
yeah. Based on current theory, yeah. But like you're gonna have to be
And also the
genetically,
speed of rate you travel will affect your age.
yeah. So you know, I think that's one thing I've learned about history is like sometimes how we understand it and we put it into English is not what it really means in the language it was spoken. Because before, you know, everything's spoken in a very, you know, when you know how to read and write, you're basically a philosopher already. And when you write things, it might not mean the actual or factual thing. Like dragons. Dragons actually Draco means an evil animal. It could be a bear, it could be, you know, as long as it's an animal that shows aggression and it
It
shows
depends. What do you
evil.
consider a dragon? Is a dragon a flying lizard?
Nah. We created the flying
Nah,
lizard.
because
Man
there's
created.
We
still that
created all of it.
we still have flying lizards. They exist to this day. They're just really small.
Oh yeah. The one that glides, right?
Yeah, they have wings and
Yeah,
all that, and they're lizards.
that's pretty cool.
Which, if the Nephilim were the size that they could be, then you know everything gets smaller. Theoretically, hypothetically, that would actually
So
also make sense.
that's what I've heard. There's different alien races. There's the reptilians. Then there's like the grays, and there's another one. There's like 3 of them, and they're like all at war with each other.
Might just be CGI. You know what I'm saying?
Who knows? Who knows? I
Bro,
can't back
okay.
I can't back none of this shit up.
No, I hear you. No, none of us can because they don't tell us the truth about anything. Have you, so here's a thought, okay, and this isn't. I'm not trying to go down this, but like the whole 9/11 thing, like some people be like, there were planes, there weren't planes, it was
Oh my god! Yeah,
CGI.
I heard
Okay,
this.
so regardless of all that, so I'll even just like mention this. I'll be like, what if it was just CGI? Like trying to have that conversation just to kind of like expand my brain.
I don't really
And
care. I think the human spirit deserves that win. I think
what's the win?
Possible.
like landing on the moon.
Yeah, we didn't.
Yeah,
If
I
there's
don't know.
anything I'm
I don't
certain
know.
of, we did not do that. At least in '69.
No, I think we
Yeah,
did,
at
but we
least back then.
didn't have video recording in space. I don't
Dude,
think we have that.
nah, dude, just watch the interview afterwards. Those guys look like they're scared to death, like they're gonna be put up against a firing squad if they don't just say what they're supposed to say.
I want to believe it, but some of the footage I've seen is so fake.
Yeah,
Oh,
it's
so
it's
but
clearly
it's like
fake. It's not even
they,
arguable. It blows my mind people think that that's
yo,
even arguably real.
yo, so
remember the
there was
movie
like
Wag the Dog?
there
That was a great movie.
there was multiple different voice channels, like transmission channels that they were talking on, and not all of them were sort of like public. but they were scared because they saw aliens up there. They had reported
Oh,
seeing while they were on the moon, and they were scared, and like they didn't know if they should even like stay or like go, like because they had to be talking to command or whatever. They had to talk to. They had like a separate channel that was like a medical channel,
Right.
and switched over to that channel so that nobody else could hear them talking about what they were saying. And it was like they were asked to go like inspect like some crater or whatever, and they said that there was a bunch of like discs and UFOs that were all like
Yeah.
fucking just like lined
That's
up around
crazy.
them.
So
And
Matt,
just,
where can I find this source? That's really cool. I want to read
Oh, you
about that.
hadn't heard that?
I haven't heard that.
Oh, dude. So that's actually what actually makes the
like
most sense to me. If they
Neil
could
Armstrong,
build all this stuff, then that meant that they understood how sound and frequency worked to move
So the
the.
moon is like a truck stop for aliens, huh?
I'm guessing like I bet if you search up like just Neil Armstrong and Buzz Aldrin, you know, saw aliens on the moon. I'm sure something will come up about it, and like you can dig into that
Bro,
because
you can write anything.
afterwards, when they get back to Earth, like they don't think like they don't look like, oh wow, that was like such a life changing experience. Like they don't look excited and happy. Like they don't look like they're an amazing.
They look scared out of their mind.
Scared shitless. Like
Were they scared out of their mind by humans, or were they scared out of their minds by what they saw? That's the question.
As the story goes, they saw UFOs. Like
Correct.
and I had heard like a like basically like it was like a recording of the transmission that they allegedly had with like the medical team, but like there was a bunch of people that worked at NASA that like sort of like corroborated this, that they switched over to the other channel to talk to and it was like documents that like got declassified after however many years. So I mean, there's real shit to it. And then I seem to remember hearing a recording of them talking about it, but I don't know if that recording was authentic or not. Like it sounded like them, but
Correct.
I tell for sure like if it was definitely authentic. So like
Correct.
I don't know if I would be able to use that as evidence, but I've looked for it, that same audio, and I can't find it. So it's like
I-
I'll
I'll
see
tell you
something like yours,
this.
right? Like on YouTube, and then it's like it'll get taken down, and then I can never find it again.
It's easier to believe that audio recording's real than it is to watch that video of us going to the moon. So which one's more likely? I would lean towards the audio recording. I know what you're talking about. I've heard it. And I would lean towards that versus leaning towards what I saw on video. My point about what the video was and the whole 9/11 thing is that whenever I would bring it up just to wonder kind of basically where the sentiment was in terms of what was possible, I was always told, "Oh, it's that technology didn't exist then." But you can actually go back and well, first of all, you can go watch Superman from whatever year and see all kinds of crazy CGI. You can go. I encourage you go and watch the Green Mile. Go and watch the Green Mile, like at the end where the rat is on the floor. And whenever you see that rat on the floor and you realize what year the Green Mile was built and how good that CGI is, I can tell you this: questioning whether or not they could CGI anything else is just it's so clear and obvious. Just Green Mile and the mouse on the floor. It's
Oh,
incredible. It'll
if you
kind of
want to
change
know
your
how they did
perspective.
it, if you want to know how they did it, just watch Wag the Dog. It won an
So
Oscar.
the whole thing with the planes
Wag the
though,
Dog
and
showed how Stanley
I
Kubrick actually made the moon
there
landings.
there was a bunch of people that were on the planes. Like there was family members that said that they said that their family members died in the plane crash. So like they were on that plane. So like how could it have, like, you know what I mean? I
Yeah,
don't
I
see
do know
how that.
what you mean, but like there was
Yeah,
also a lot of false news as far as Mark Wahlberg was supposed to be on the plane. Matt Damon was supposed to be on the plane. Go figure all
That's
these people from Hollywood were supposed to be on the plane. Now let's actually go and find those people that had family members. Good luck. I've tried. I understand your point. It's just like I've tried. Nobody talks about it anymore. When was the last time you heard, oh, I knew somebody that knew somebody that knew somebody that nobody says that anymore. There was actually this one girl in 4th grade who was like, yeah, we were supposed to be on that plane that day. And I was actually in well, anyway. But I always hated this girl. Anyway. And for good reason. And I knew she was full of it then. And then years later, I'm like, oh, I knew you were lying. Yo, that's all you ever did was just lie. I mean, that's like the angle of a plane hitting the Pentagon is literally impossible. The fact you can go and watch any plane crash where a plane hits the ground, and every single plane crash you will find debris. There was not a gram worth of weight of debris in Pennsylvania.
I think a plane hit the towers, but the thing was, like, the pilot had to be really skilled. Like, they had crazy ass training. Like, so it wasn't just some random dude like from the Middle East that was just like, hey, I'm just gonna fly this plane. Like,
Which means what?
They had training. They did train all of the Middle Eastern guys on all
Yeah,
those
but
planes.
they learned. Look, that was just propaganda.
No,
They
they
learned
did
how to
train.
take off, but they didn't learn how to land. It's propaganda.
Oh, you got that from a good movie. What was that? What else are you getting from movies?
all the way through the city of New York and straight into the building. Like you have to be extremely skilled to friggin' fly that accurate to be able to hit the building like that. Anyway, what I was gonna say was I think it was a plane that hit the building. I think what hit the Pentagon, they used that as a cover story, like, and said that it was a second plane, but I think it was a missile. I think that what hit the Pentagon was a missile. And
What
I
are
think
you getting into right
Yeah.
now, homie? Seriously, there's footage, bro. There's
There's
more
actually not.
crap
There's actually
going
not. They
on.
actually wiped it. You can go and do that. You can go and check
Is
that
that?
out.
All right, give me a minute. 1 second. I'm not gonna post it
And
actually.
there's another
I'm
building that went
not gonna
down.
entertain y'all anymore. I'm gonna leave actually. I love you guys. I wish you the best.
Love you too, brother.
Hey, there's a building that went down for no reason also.
Yeah, and it also fell faster than the speed of gravity. Explain that.
What was that?
That was called bombs.
What
That's
about
called controlled
Well,
demolition. That's
the one we
why
don't get
more
enough.
people have
what
died
do you
since.
do for a living?
That's why more people have died since 9/11 than on 9/11 because of the carcinogen that's not found in jet fuel. It's found in.
It was
thermite.
Israel and Saudi Arabia.
And let me tell you this: that building was designed to withstand a plane hitting it.
Well, what about Building 7?
excuse
Building
me.
7 also collapsed in free fall, and it didn't get hit by a plane, and that's an absolute fact.
Yep, that's true.
So how did it fall from absolute free fall? It's the same reason why
It's
more people
very
have died since that day than on that day. It's because they got cancer from the carcinogen that thermite produces, which is thermite. Where's that found? Bombs.
Yeah,
I'm not,
And that's also factual.
just
They
to be
put
clear,
bombs in
I'm not suggesting that the plane hitting the building is what caused it to collapse. I do think that there was bombs in the building.
Oh,
But
yeah.
that's what I was
No,
going to say.
no,
agree with the
no.
Combination.
It's literally impossible for the plane to have caused that. Not only that, you can go watch Daytona 500 2008. Juan Pablo Montoya hits the back of a jet dryer. It spills jet fuel on a racetrack. It burns for multiple hours while they put it out. They drive back over it. It didn't even crack the asphalt. You think it melted steel?
Yeah,
Yes, it
remember,
does. Jet fuel does melt
It
steel.
actually doesn't, and that's also a fact because the temperature can't get hot enough from jet fuel to melt steel.
Oh, is that right?
Basic physics, guys. The plane hit it on the side, and if it was to fall, it should have toppled on its side. The buildings toppled down on a controlled
You guys
fall.
are experts at
Going
at-
Well, it's like I don't believe one
You're an
way or the
engineer?
other. I just don't trust what they told me. That's all.
Well, I think you're spitting out what you think, want to, and maybe hope to believe. Like,
Yeah.
I think it's
So
disrespectful.
should we believe what the
In
US
terms
government
of
says?
what?
You can believe whatever you want. It's just Earth ain't flat.
Yeah, the way that the buildings fell,
But
like
it is hollow.
They don't like. Wouldn't you suggest that? Wouldn't it suggest that like okay, the like
None
so
of us
the
have any say to that.
explanation is that the plane crash, there was an explosion. The jet fuel was hot enough to melt the steel beams that were designed to withstand an impact like that, and it melted them to the point where the entire building collapsed. But like, wouldn't it just be the top part of the top half of it that
No.
would have collapsed? Like, I mean, when you actually look at the video and you see the footage of the buildings collapsing, there's a huge delay from when the plane hit it to when it actually collapses. When it actually collapses, it just falls straight down. It doesn't it
Because
doesn't
of the heat, brother.
crumble. Yeah, but it doesn't crumble away.
Jet fuel doesn't get that hot.
The
That-
fire
like the-
burning gets very hot. I'm sorry.
It doesn't get hot enough to melt steel. You can you can look that up. I promise. Like
95% of
yeah.
95% of the fuel burned off in the first combustion. After that, it was just a regular structural fire. None of the concrete or steel should have been damaged to the point of collapse like that based upon the thermals that happened after the crash. There has to be some sort of other type of element that was used. Like what I'm about to say is something like thermite. Thermite is something that we use to destroy and demolish buildings.
correct.
Now, there's a bunch of different people and theories and companies that I guess were hired for at the World Trade Center and did some things there prior to it, months and almost a year before it, putting things into those inner columns from a whole different country. None of those people exist anymore that did any of the work.
Yeah, and they were all hired by the Bush insurance guy, I believe, or it was something related to that.
A whole floor. There was like
Yeah,
two
what they
whole floors
were
that
renovating was the elevator shafts, and that's how they accessed every single point that they needed.
Of the
So,
inner core
yeah.
structure to place everything that was sequentially needed, floor after floor after floor. It doesn't take much, but when you take out the inner structure of a large building, I went to school for steel and concrete structural engineering. That's why I know, but it's
Well,
it's
you
clear and
got
simple.
your degree in steel and
Steel, concrete, structural engineering is what my
and
first degree.
engineering.
Yes,
Is
sir.
that right?
That's what my
Wow.
first degree is.
We'll talk about that
Correct.
later. I wonder why you picked that.
Believe
We'll
it
get
or
into
not.
that later.
And the temperature that jet fuel burns at is less than the temperature that steel melts at. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Correct.
Thank you.
But there
Or else
wasn't
it'll
even
Literally a fact.
But Joe
Yeah.
just explained it wasn't the fire from the fuel that caused. If it melted, it wouldn't have been from the fuel. It would have been
Correct. That is
building
why
being on fire.
9,000.
The temperatures that were spotted after the collapse were thousands and thousands of degrees for days at the bottom. Molten metal that only happens from thermite reactions.
That is
stuff
correct.
It does not
It
mess around.
only happens from thermite.
And look, the carcinogen that has killed over 8,000 people since that day, the cancer agent that has killed over 8,000 people is found in what? Not jet fuel, not steel, not any material that was used to build the World Trade Center. It's only found. It's not only found. Let me correct myself. It's found in thermite. Based off what we saw, it fell faster than free fall.
Does everybody know what thermite is? It's very simple. It's ground up aluminum and iron. That's all it is two different metal compounds that are put together, two different elements, and ground up into a small point.
Simple as that.
They don't leave anything after.
Dude, I don't think it's that
congestion.
simple.
It doesn't cause. Don't even blame that for all the
This
stuff
is a
that happened. That's all the asbestos, all this stuff.
Do you guys
based on
realize
curiosity.
how much
So when you put
material?
aluminum and iron together, how do you create the chain reaction? What's the starter?
Oxidation. Rapid levels of
Put it together.
oxidation is all it takes. So as soon as you start it with a little bit of heat, oxidation just does not slow down. So in
And that's
between
for
those, that's really
breathing
what's happening.
fire.
Rapid oxidation.
Breathing
Now,
fire,
Joe.
oxidation. That's where it comes from.
Now,
Breathing
Joe,
fire is based off
say
oxidation.
to say that 8,000 cases of cancer came from that's ridiculous. What do they ban in California? That like MDF, right? They ban it. You as a business, you can't use it.
All the cancer was the same though. It was all the same carcinogen.
But dude, a building goes down like that with that many synthetic materials in it. You're gonna get cancer from other shit. Other
so
than
many
thermite.
other things. Yeah,
and a
so
lot
many
of
other
these deaths are firefighters. It's 3 every month on average, and they were the ones, and
Ground zero.
they were
Yeah.
there for weeks, and
There
so
there is
it's unfortunate.
But
there is
no
that
boom. There is no boom in a thermite reaction. It's very quiet. It's silent. It basically happens
Yeah.
in the inner core, in the inner scenes of it all. It's all
Doesn't
hidden
it?
from the outside. You don't see boom, boom,
I mean,
boom,
if you
boom,
want
boom
to,
going off.
if you want to see it in
Doesn't it
action,
burn like
melty
through
inner core
shit?
structure because it's such a
Ukrainians
hard
are using it on drones right now. You can go see videos of it.
Yeah, I know. It's disgustingly awesome. I'm sorry.
Okay.
I'm
So it's
sorry, I
you don't
jumped
need
in
an
there and threw my
explosion. You
2
don't need
cents
an
in, but
explosion
No,
for
Joe,
so
I'm listening.
that was perfect. That's why I got curious. So you don't need an explosion for thermite to react, right? You just
nope.
need to oxidize it. So
Just lighter.
okay,
A lighter will start. Something simple. Just one little spark. Ground up aluminum and iron. That's all it takes.
Bitcoin's
okay.
touching the 50, just jumped over the 50 on the 15.
But you can't put a block of aluminum and a block of iron and a torch next to each other and they start. They don't start that rapid series of oxidation. So that's the difference.
Can I get a question out? I just want to ask you all, for the people who believe it's a conspiracy or it wasn't done by the planes, if we find out in the next 10 years that someone comes out and says there's proof that the United States did it or the CIA did it, then what are you going to do? Literally, are you just going to stay on Reddit and bitch about it? They
I'd believe
literally
it. Yeah,
don't
I'd
care.
believe it
They
for
don't
sure.
care that you know. They don't care. There's
Yeah.
nothing you're powerless. There's nothing you can do about it other than talk to your buddies drinking beer.
And or do about it. There's
Totally.
nothing you can say or do about it.
That's what we're
You
doing
change
right
the shit that
now.
happen.
What we're
I
doing
do
right
not
now.
believe
The
any
whole conversation started by somebody like mentioning, like, yeah, they lie to us. They lie to us about everything. They lie to us about a lot of stuff. So it's like putting 2 and 2 together and saying, like, oh, hey, it makes so much more sense that this is actually a case and this is what actually happened. It's like, yeah, maybe there's nothing we could do about the whole 9/11 thing, but it's like the whole discussion was started because it's like they lie to us about everything.
Dude, they
Like,
just got
I
done.
didn't know that.
They just got caught suppressing information on Twitter during the 2020 election, and crickets. They flat out got caught doing something conspiratorial, and no crickets. No one cares.
Yeah, but that's different than mass casualty.
What if the entire thing
I
wasn't
get it. It's
formulated
just
by a huge group? What if it just simply came down to a small table full of people, including the gentleman that owned the building that saw the insurance
Very true. It has to
capability
be.
of claiming both
Would not be
buildings and
surprised
moving
at
it
all.
You
Wouldn't
know
be
what I'm
surprised
saying?
at all. Yeah.
If
I
if
like
I
small
may
table type
interject, could I
thing.
interject for a second?
Please
I
do.
would not agree, bro, that people don't care. If you looked at the election map, there was not a single state that was blue. Everybody voted red. Why? Because they wanted Trump to fix the problem. So I would have to say I don't believe in this country people just don't care. I think people really do care. They just are afraid, man, to lose
Yeah.
their entire life for speaking up. So hopefully things can be
Amen,
fixed, but
brother.
I think I really truly think that the public has been
Trump.
trained almost like sheep. We all follow a leader. We're all like follow the pack. But where America was
I
truly built,
100% agree that we have been that way. We have totally been sheep, man. We have been sheep
You
for
gotta learn how to-
decades. I know.
Yeah, like kind of get out of the pack a little bit again. At least be horses, where horses can go run wild. They're still free. They follow a pack. They stay in a herd. But
I think you misunderstood me. The people that knew that information was being suppressed on Twitter already had their minds up to vote for Trump. It's just the fact they always suspected it. But when they came out in the Twitter files and proved the government asked Twitter to suppress specific knowledge, what I'm saying is people don't care about that because they know there's nothing they can do other than vote, which obviously is a big thing, but we're so inundated with overwhelming information that it's like, oh, I always knew it. I always knew they were doing that. So when you find out that it did happen, that no one's surprised. They shrug their shoulders and go, well, I always knew that was happening, but now we have proof.
Yeah.
Well, I think you're not surprised because you have an intellect where you have actually done homework and are aware. But there's, man, just a lot of people who just got every bit of information they ever knew from like Saturday Night Live and CNN because it's in every airport, you know? I mean, when the mass media has controlled the narrative, has twisted everybody and created a lot of sheep for decades. I know, man. But you're probably, you know, like me, man. I've been aware, dude. But we still have to talk about it, and we got to wake other people up, man. That's all we, you know, it's what we could do.
Dude.
I
So
agree.
like,
I guess
think
what I'm
we
saying
should
is someone
talk
should go
about
to
it.
someone should go to jail for that. That's what I mean by care. Yeah, you can vote and say, I know the government's corrupt and I know, you know, certain elements of the government do certain things, but someone should literally go to jail for suppressing information that would affect the election.
Well, look
Yeah.
at it this way too. You guys, we got to remember. I don't think that the whole thing at all even came down to the two World Trade Centers. I think it actually has to do with the World Trade Center's Building 7 that actually came down completely next to it. That was holding a bunch of very, very, very important files of financial transfers.
Just as the Pentagon.
Floor
Do
documents.
you
how
remember?
the
You
White
remember all that? So that's
House
really the base
lost
and the root
$1
of the
trillion.
equation. But to
Yeah.
blindside it and to hide it all. But that's the one of the biggest things that I that thing fell down when it wasn't even on fire, in the same exact way that the other ones were demolished. So we have to really kind of focus on pointing back at. I think it was a financial cover up. But where did those trillions of dollars? Wasn't it like $2.3 trillion discovered was dissolved?
When they were doing accounting, the Bush administration didn't have an answer, and the only way to get rid of the 2 trillion paper trail
Is to
was
kill that many people. Really.
Hey, too bad it wasn't on the blockchain. Then we would have had it. You know what I mean?
Yep.
You would have seen it every second. All the transactions happened where they came from.
So I think that that's kind of where we're headed, right? Is that I think we got to be heading towards the blockchain, even in terms of elections, just in terms of security.
Oh, for
And
sure.
everything. For sure.
Elections, blockchain, and
Elections, everything. There should be no oversight over crypto or the transfer of it to anybody, right?
Do you guys know that that's what Core was developing all kind of technology to
There would be no fraud.
try to to try to prevent fraud from happening and stuff like that. And dude, that coin crashed so hard like last summer or like not too long ago, but it came down. There was one day where everything like sort of collapsed, but dude, Core got hit really, really hard. And I remember because I was in a trade and it got liquidated, and I was like, yo, what the hell? Why did this thing, everything else dropped like 30%? This thing dropped like 80, 90%.
Is Corium? Is that the coin Corium?
No, just Core, Core, Core chain. So I thought it was odd that they were developing all these technologies and then that happened to the coin.
I
It's sort
thought
of
it
like,
was
because I had just talked about, like I had just been talking about, I'm like, yeah, Core. I'm like, there's like you can invest in things because like, oh, okay, I'm gonna put this much money in and then it's gonna go up this percentage and then I'm gonna take profit, like, and I think it's gonna pump because it's a meme coin or whatever. I'm like, but then there's this whole other side of investing where it's like, hey, I like what you're doing. I'm gonna try to help you do that. So here, take my money and I'm going to invest in you because I like the ideas that you're having, the project that you're doing, and like the problem that you're trying to solve. I want to help you do that with my money. So that's what investing really used to be, was like sort of, trying to accomplish goals with crowdfunding, basically, sort of. But I mean, now it's just crazy. Now it's just sort of like gambling in a casino. But I mean, even with stocks, it was like when you had like a business that was starting up, it's like, hey, I like what you're doing. I want to continue to see more of it. And I want to see your company grow. Here, take my money, do something good with it, make your company grow, make profits with it. And then when you make profits, when you make sales and you have earnings and you make profits, like your stock value will go up. The value of your company will go up, your stock value will go up. And I'm holding this many shares, which makes me like a part owner of the company. And then when I sell, that's like me taking my portion of the profit that the company made, because like I'm technically part owner because I have a certain amount of shares. Like investing used to be way different than just like,
oh, I'm gonna buy something and hopefully it goes up. Like it used to be way different than like, oh, there's a meme on the internet and like it's getting hot, so like I'm gonna buy this and then hopefully a bunch of other idiots buy it and then I can sell it for higher than when I bought it.
Yeah, but the stock market's still like that. It's not following memes, bro. It's crypto market is following memes. Stock market ain't following memes.
What he's trying to say before, you invested in a company because you actually believe in the product that it was trying to push.
Absolutely.
It was never like how big this company is going to be. It was never like this is the number one, this number. It's like you see this company, you see the product, and it's something that you actually connect to. So it's more than just
you believe in it. You believe in their vision. You believe in their goal. You want to help them do it. So you give them your money so that it helps them to help them do it. You know,
Dude, that's the definition of why stocks are. But I mean, that's it. Yeah, you defined it.
it's DGen hours, brother. We're gonna talk about nonsense. We went from
quiet.
What I'm saying is the core chain is like I believed in them because of what they were doing, and that's why I wanted to invest in their project. Not because I was like, oh, this thing can do 100x, but I was like, I like what they're doing. I want to invest in their project so that I can, in some way, shape, or form, try to help them, even if it's minuscule, try to help them accomplish the goal that they're.
You had that with Doge, bro. You had.
I love that. I love that.
Yeah, it's dedication.
But I mean,
that's why they offer dividends.
The day after I was talking about all that live on the air, the freaking thing crashed, and it's like, okay, so if there's any attention brought to like somebody doing something that's going to prevent fraud, there's probably going to be people out there with money that can try to destroy it. You know what I mean? That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, for sure.
When you're talking about financial instruments, that type of manipulation happens all the time.
Yeah.
If there's somebody that's out there that's used to doing something shady and they make a lot of money doing something shady, they don't want that status quo to change. So they will attack any sort of industry or company or like technology that tries to prevent them from doing what they've always done.
Like
they'll try to destroy that company.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of what they did with Bitcoin in a sense, whenever they were just dogging it for all those years, whenever they knew the outcome, the eventual outcome.
Yeah, I don't think it was just suppressed for the means of like, okay, like, so you could say they always knew what kind of potential it had, so they talked a lot of bad things about it, and then to try to drop the price, and so that they could buy it lower, so that they could control more of the supply. I think that's the first part of the equation. The other part of the equation is like they probably knew, like, that it was gonna have a big place in society. And so they were like, okay, well, we got to suppress this thing as much as possible and make sure that like people don't get savvy to like what this would actually mean. This type of technology would actually mean for the world and how it could change the status quo. We got to keep them stupid and unaware of like what Bitcoin actually is. So just make them all think it's a scam.
I think that was kind of like the whole Nikola Tesla thing. Whenever they allegedly like took his documents over free energy, like they have to take it away to build out their and I mean, look, if we had free energy, we wouldn't have commodities that are regulated by federal government. So the price of gas wouldn't be determined by the federal government, essentially.
No, gas would be
free. And the people that are in power wouldn't have power anymore. And that's what they feel.
Who would have power?
I mean, like
Nobody.
certain and fuels are supposed to be used for certain cases. It's not supposed to be like like used for everything else. So like if we had renewable energy, we would actually know how to use our commodities wiser. Like use the right kind of gases for what it's intended to, for cooking. If it's for cooking, for cutting, yeah.
Like we could have used vegetable oil but whenever Model T came out. But Rockefeller, I believe, or maybe it was Carnegie, one of the other basically turned it from vegetable oil into oil. I can't remember the exact story, but there was something there. It's the same reason that like essential oils and like natural substances that come from this earth are not allowed to be studied medicinally, at least within the United States. That happened the same exact time. It's like, well, it's like, what are you trying to keep from us? I mean, I had I was the best man in a wedding. I was talking to his aunt, and his aunt had breast cancer, and he said, and we were talking about a bunch of stuff and blah blah blah, and then we eventually got to the point where she told me that she had breast cancer and she was cancer free after 6 months from taking injections of mistletoe. There were a couple other things, don't get me wrong, not medical advice, but she was cancer free from breast cancer after 6 months by taking injections of mistletoe, which is apparently, allegedly, according to what she told me, I'd never looked into it, but a very common practice in Germany. It's like we've known about this, but we'd rather fry brain cells than give people something natural. It pains me. It pains me because it's like, what if? Thankfully, I haven't had to go through that where it's like my loved one, but it's like, I don't know, man. I mean, here's how I always feel. I always feel like if they're lying to us now, and of course they are and all that good stuff, whatever, but I don't ever want it to come to a situation where myself or a loved one basically die or end up whatever because of something that we've known for 100,000 plus years or whatever. It's been suppressed in the past 100 years.
Do you drink?
All the time, baby. Come on, man.
Yes, sir. You're guilty right there, brother. You're just as guilty.
Guilty of what?
You're killing yourself slowly. Essentially.
Yeah, but I'm not lying to myself either, and I was honest about the question. You know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah, I'm not. That's probably just a good example.
You can say that of my grandfather.
No,
like,
it's fair.
drinking killed
But
him
what
way.
about the lifespan being, our human lifespan right now compared to 100 years ago without modern medicine?
Oh, for sure, for sure.
So I believe it's a good thing in most cases, but I think it's great to do herbal in other ways in some cases. But
do you know
I don't really even have a stance. It's just the fact that I just would appreciate it to be allowed to be studied. It's like the 9/11 thing and all the other stuff before that. I'm at the point now where it doesn't matter to me one way or the other based of anything. It doesn't matter. And that's why I don't get frustrated. I have no reason to, because I've been on both sides of the coin, and now I'm in the middle where it's like, okay, I want to take logical thoughts, what we do know, what was said, and then anything can be true. Anything can be true.
But what's more real? What's more real? What's more likely is what I was trying to say.
And that's where I'm at. And so like
like thermite or planes, I mean naturally motherfuckers would be trying to excuse me, I'm sorry.
I could understand either one of them being the case. I could understand only one of them being the case. It don't matter. Hey, look, all I'm saying is the math don't math in some areas. Now, it could be that they're hiding something from us that actually saved us and they don't want us to know about it. I accept that too.
Whatever you think might have happened, nobody can say is wrong. So whatever, it might be crazy or not. You know what I mean? Nobody can tell you it's wrong. All right. So
hey, the tribalites have a name for people that are open-minded. They call us the both-siders.
Well, I
both
guess
siders.
Well, somebody's right and somebody's wrong, right? I mean, I guess.
I think they call them swingers where I'm from.
How do you come to a proper answer by using each other, right? And discussing, because you both one of y'all's right. You know what I mean?
I love feeling the market out, and it don't matter if there's dollars involved or not.
Oh, fun fact. During the 1700s, guess what's the life expectancy of an adult male?
69.
38.
No, 25 years old. Max.
Damn, I was close.
And in about 300 years now, like we can get old. Like I said, like the guy who said like you're killing yourself slowly with alcohol. Well, it killed my grandfather way too slowly. That guy.
25?
Yeah.
There had
Yeah,
to have been a
25.
massive standard deviation.
So the
No,
term
dude.
wise old
Dude,
man could have applied to someone that was 40 back then.
Yeah,
You're a
yeah,
wise old
yeah.
man.
Is that a casual drinker or an alcoholic?
Who?
I'm
You drink
saying
your
if
whole
you're
life
saying,
every night.
yeah, because you know,
Yeah.
what do you think? What do you
Alcoholic
think?
will kill himself within a couple of years, of course.
What do you
You
think
know,
new car smell does to you?
I think it gives you cancer or something. I guess.
Yeah.
It's all bad for you,
Yeah,
I promise. I'd rather
it's all
sniff
the
my
new
I'd rather sniff my fart than a new car. You know what I mean?
the new car
Dude,
smells. What's that?
if
Like
you
all the upholstery, the leathers, and the
the
plastics,
leather,
The
like all
clean
the
synthetics,
leather,
man.
the
Them
adhesives, like
it
all the
it's
yeah.
just a spray that they clean. I'm kidding. Hey,
The
what?
upholstery. It's like the new carpet smell, the new everything.
I mean,
That's like a carcinogenic cocktail, is what it
what
is.
about spinach that is a little bit stale? Like, I'm worried that I'm gonna get toe fungus and get dead.
So what you're saying
Spinach
is
I'll
doesn't
boil it.
follow.
never
Okay.
buy new, never buy a new car. Always go second.
Always buy used.
Always go second
What
hand.
if I want to
Yeah.
buy a new car and put every single mile and take all the good care of it and know what it's been through?
Then you go get yourself
Just
your new
wear a gas mask in the first
When it
year.
doesn't come down
Something.
to a dollar denomination, why would you ever buy a used car? There's a reason
Hey, how do
somebody sold it, especially if
I
it's
I
a
I
good one.
I buy used cars all the time. I just bought a
Yeah,
van.
to make a
Used.
dollar. That's a whole different story. If you're trying to drive it
No,
and
I'm not
appreciate
to
every
make a
mile.
dollar every day. I don't want one. I'd like one
How
day.
about this? If you were going to buy a Ferrari, would you buy a Ferrari from 0 miles on it, or would you go buy it from somebody
That
randomly
it's gonna have
with
0 miles on it, and it
30,000
won't be
miles?
delivered. It will
So I'm
absolutely
a
deliver 0 miles.
yeah, so I belong to a family of collectors, right? So my uncles collect. I started my
I
collection
built
like
and
20
collected
years.
cars from like too.
Yeah. So like old school Porsches and all that. Like
Nice.
if you want to do brand new, you want to use it every day. That's why you buy the brand new sports car, right? You want to be able to do that. But
Really?
when you're
Based
when,
upon
but
reliability.
when you're a collector, like I mean, like how long are you gonna keep it? The reason for collecting is like because you're trying to work your way up to buy
To
some
get
of
the
the holy
next
grail.
best. Right.
Yes,
Right.
to get
Or
the
what
holy
you
That's a
grail.
whole different story. If you're trying to work your way up, that's still having a vision for cars. But when you have
Yeah,
a
no, every
monetary
car I've ever
dollar
bought, the
denomination
daily
in
cars
front
are
of
all
your
secondhand.
goal of cars, that's where it all completely is in a different scenario to me.
You go buy
Car
the truck
person,
that you
buy
want
what you
for
want.
your
Yeah,
activity.
honestly,
Yeah, what you
if I
want.
buy the
Like
car
an
this
old
year,
school, like my buddies out in Hawaii, they take old school like 90s. You got to use like 90s style Toyotas with the smallest
yes, sir,
boxes, with the smallest beds, and they
vintage.
rip those things out with like 40-inch tires so they can climb to the
Yeah.
top. It's not about like things that go fast and do this. They want creepy crawlers, but it's looking for what you want to do. Do you want a Harley or do you want a sport bike? How you
You
gonna
want
ride that
both.
road?
I'll still do secondhand because see, I know for a fact that the following year, if I buy a brand new car right now, the following year they're gonna have a better version of the car that I have. I hate that. I hate that feeling.
Take money out the way though.
Yeah, yeah. Like so,
Tough
so
one.
when I buy a
It is
car
a
that
tough
I'm
one. And
yeah,
depreciation values the second you drive off of a lot is a hurtful feeling. So that's why
I
you focus on buying a vehicle that you know is going to withstand its depreciation. When it's a car everybody kind of wants and has a tough time getting their fingertips on, even if they're a rich type person. So you go buy a Toyota Camry, that sucker is dependable and reliable, it's
probably
cheap, and
last few
go
years, a
for it,
decade. Yeah,
you
man.
know.
And parts are cheap.
A lot of
Hey man,
people
they,
want to
them
do it like that.
Japanese
Go buy
people
a
do a good
Camaro. Go
job.
buy a 57 Chevy like everybody else in the world. Oh, it's the
uh,
coolest car. It's a 57 Chevy. Everybody else has got one. It's the cheapest part. Go for it. Cool. Show up to the car show and there's 300 of them there. I always laughed at stuff like that. I built 13 cars with my father. My dad built over 46
Nice.
vehicles. I built 13 cars, and we show them at national events, and they are different than every other.
Any 50s kind of stuff, man.
40s, 50s, 60s, and 70s.
Oh, I like.
How do you feel about electric vehicles?
Yeah, when I
Oh,
was
this is
saying
a
Holy
whole
Grail a while
dynamic.
ago, those are the years. Those are the years. Porsches on the 50s,
Ah,
Ferraris
come on,
in the late 60s and early 70s.
so original, so classic.
Porsche was
Yeah,
my
they-
last girlfriend's name. You know what I mean?
because
Yeah,
Porsches,
that's sad.
Porsches in the 50s were
Mine was
and the
Starlight,
body was so
Candy.
sexy.
Porsche, that's a
So
good name for a girlfriend. You're pounding on that one.
13
Porsche.
Oh
cars.
yeah, her sister name was Candy.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that
me-
was my
I bet
street
I
mom.
bet their parents were pretty cool if they named their kids that.
I never met their parents. They said they didn't know them. You know what I mean?
Me and my dad like built two cars so far. 13. That's like you guys were building cars like almost every other year.
Flipping.
Wait, is the guy who said that the same guy
Yep,
that's
absolutely. That's
the
exactly what we
steel
did.
and
We built
concrete?
something that took us about a year and a half. We'd build all the way
That's
through
so
the
awesome.
winter. We do a complete teardown. So what we do is we take the entire body and everything all the way down to the frame. We label every single bolt in their own individual bags. We reuse all of the stuff. We don't just NOS stuff.
Yeah.
There's certain things that we have to get and certain have to reclaim, but they have to be under certain provisions made by manufacturer in certain years. So we never did anything. We also never had trailer queens, but we beat trailer queens because they didn't have actual pieces and parts that should have been on those cars. And we drove our cars to all these. These are show quality vehicles because they were taken all the way down the frame, all the way up, every nut and bolt. But it's just doing that. I cannot say thank you enough to my
That's
father
cool.
because I was born into that. My parents had me. They were like 45 years old as an accident, and they had already been through a lot of stuff. So he had built tons of cars. I just had the opportunity to build just 13 with him. And go. He's also a national judge, so he's like the national judge. When 56K first came out, my dad first started running forums helping people locate all kinds of different items. He's like a Pontiac technical guy across the world. He's helped people, Pontiac, Chevy, GMC,
Really?
absolutely all kinds of
he's
different
His
vehicles
dad
over
knows
the
where
different years.
every Holy Grail is hidden. He knows
I can
every
imagine.
Photo,
He was involved in a lot of very cool projects that remain today.
and really incorporated it so people couldn't even figure out how to buy an NOS part online. So he had forums and all kinds of stuff. Let me know, and then
yeah, that's how we do it.
Just original ways of 25 years ago.
Yep. Yeah, I kind of miss that. Like tearing up the car and putting it in bins, put every part into bins and trying to like figure out which
It
ones
wasn't
are
just
we
beds, yes. It was like each and every single one that was in a bag and where it came from, what side, front, back, and some of the cars, even like the Studebakers that we did like we were different cars too. So the Studebaker, all the stuff on the left side is left thread, and all the stuff on the right side is all right threaded too. So you have to specifically say
and
which
everything
side you're
that's
on.
tin. Everything that's chrome on the car is tin, so you really have to polish it, you really have to clean it up.
All of our chrome stuff was sent out. Chrome and paint were some of the only two things that we didn't do. Chrome guys are the best, and the facilities have been doing it. And
I'm saying like back then, it wasn't just like chroming out certain things. Tin was really the metal.
Really?
70s and 80s.
I was way before that. I never really did a late 70s or 80s when tin was involved in the solution. But
is there any patents tied to your folks' name or to your dad's name along with
not
their?
at all. It wasn't about profit at all. Nothing like that. It was just a helpful tool with the forums and capabilities of the technologies, and still going to national events these days. Today, it's really awesome to see all kinds of people. And when they had kids when they were little, and all kids are all grown up and they got their own cars and stuff. Now it's great.
Yeah.
When I was a kid, I always wanted a Firebird.
One of the most favorite things about a car show is how they just play old good music, like an old music at a car show. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Joe, were you the one that said that you were in like structural steel, concrete engineer or whatever?
Yep, that's what I first went to school for because I wanted to study physics and all kinds of mathematics. And my parents are like, "Bro, what are you gonna do with physics and all your little atomic ideologies with it?" And they're like,
Anyway.
"Go build a building." So that's what I went to school for, is steel and concrete.
I was asking because hearing the story about kind of how you grew up and stuff, it kind of like it makes a lot more sense. I've heard you on here a few times. It kind of like it just kind of like clicks, you know, because you kind of are what you're made of, kind of thing. So
making more sense sometimes with the way I mumble at you.
Yeah.
But I just thought it would be really cool to leave, like, you know, like look at the Brooklyn Bridge, look at San Francisco. I wanted to create a building or a bridge or a structure that's going to be on this planet longer than I am. A city uses it, something that hundreds of thousands of people use per day. It's there
hey,
for.
come on, man! You know that mass can neither be created nor destroyed. Let's go, baby, or matter,
Nothing to do
whatever.
with it. It was just something. That's what I really wanted to do. My parents like, go to school for that. Go build a bridge. Go build a building. There you go. And I realized once I was going through the process, it doesn't happen like that. To go build a new Brooklyn Bridge or you ain't gonna be involved with that.
What about the
literally
Francis
gonna
Scott Keys Bridge? It seemed to take a tumble.
Oh my gosh.
I kind of gave up on that whole thing and just cared about more stuff I appreciated in life. I worked more in mechanical aspect.
Yeah, dude. It sounds
after I
like you're a
graduated
happy guy. Good for you, Joe, honestly. It sounds like you're like happy and content in life and all that good stuff. And it sounds like you kind of like found your way. I'm happy for you, honestly, buddy.
Let's see. Hopefully, let's see Bitcoin make its way. Let's do it.
That's kind of what I'm thinking. That's what I'm thinking.
What's up with 94,700? Why is it being rejected? It's rejected from there.
It's just gonna wait and it's gonna give it to you. Mark my phone.
Playing some games.
Quit playing games with my heart.
Oh my God. Hell yeah.
Utmost respect for you there, Joseph. And I do live a life a lot. I'm gonna very similar life.
I can't wait to have a son and actually build a car with him. It's actually one of the more, because like my dad's an engineer, right? So he's like man of few words, and the car is always kind of our mode of communication.
It's a way that I was able to see. My dad taught me since I was a little kid. Looking at a bolt, I can really look at. I need a 3/16 right there. I need a 7/8. I need a 11. You know, it's you see it right away. I can tell.
Sometimes you got to use millimeters, man. You can't use the imperial system. You got to use metric system. You know,
I can't play an instrument, but it's like understanding instruments of what we need to do to play the music of. Cool.
That's a left and right side brain, bro. That is total fact. I love that too. You know what I mean? It's just different shit. That's a natural music. That's a natural talent. Just like you have a natural talent for looking at shit, and you'd be like, I would do it that way, even though you.
Hurry up and get it out of your.
It is what I love about crypto. Like every single one of us in this discussion is from a different place with different backgrounds and history, and the only thing we have in common is that we like trading bitty.
Come on with a bitty, bro.
Yeah, like
I think we all like trading bitty because we have a lot in common. Like it takes a certain type of person to really get involved in cryptocurrency, and I actually stayed through and like lived through like the anguish of the whole space, and like understand what it is. It takes a specific type of person to do that, and I think we're all pretty like-minded people.
Maybe we just like pain.
My mentor told me it takes a special kind of person, special kind of grit to be in this space.
I'm special.
Yes, sir. Special child, special needs. Oh man,
I definitely have special needs, and by special needs, I mean I need a Lambo. Moon.
Oh, and I just gave my
Lambo.
You got a brand new car.
A new car. Yeah.
A special needs is a Lambo.
Give him a Lambo.
You
got to control the daughter you're sitting in.
Yeah, put the car seat right up front.
Now you know the little hot the power wheels that they're making look like every cool car you can ever think of.
Oh, those little friggin'
I was bidding on some stuff.
All I had was a Barbie Jeep, and I wasn't driving that thing, man.
My bud made some. He doesn't need them. Kids playing with it. His kids will love it. Drop them off.
Hey, If you could soup that thing up, dude. If you're that Barbie Jeep, you could soup that thing up, dude, and it would be tight.
Yeah, we tried, and then the battery went dead. That was when I was about 3.
No.
I didn't even get to live out old Joe Diffie song. Well, I got my first truck when I was 3. You know what I'm talking about. Come on now, y'all. Sorry,
What are
I'm
all
just.
what are all you hot rod nerds gonna do when they ban combustion engines?
I'm gonna keep collecting Pokemon cards, man. What the heck? What you think I'm gonna do? No,
they ain't gonna ban shit. It's just gonna be more. There's gonna be like a gradual shift where it becomes less expensive to drive electric and more expensive to drive gas. And like basically, it's gonna be it's gonna get to the point where most people are like, "F, screw this." Like, why the hell am I still paying for gas when I could just drive this and it's like half as cheap? And then like it's gonna just end up being too expensive, and nobody's gonna want to drive gasoline anymore.
I think that's going to happen with batteries. I mean, it's just like the energy for our houses. The energy price at our house never goes down. I totally agree with you. I love the fact that that's the opposite of my entire thought. Just for
Guys,
the
I feel like
record,
it's just like tobacco.
that's
Look
crazy
at,
though.
My
they don't
personal
want us to
opinion
smoke
is
tobacco, but look at the taxes that are implied on it now. So I feel like taxes are going to like double on the amount of gas that people are going to want. So it's going to cost $5 a gallon for gas, but the states are going to charge $5 in taxes. So that thing's going to cost you $10 a gallon to drive those car type things. You know what I'm trying to say? So
Yeah,
with your ciggies, it's going to cost you. A pack of cigarettes
but they
costs $4, but they charge
but
you
they turn around
$8 in
during
taxes.
right, but in registration for the vehicle, they turn around and triple it because then they lose money from people not using gas. So you're screwed either way.
And then it doesn't just come down to that. Does it have a catalytic converter on it? Then you got to pay more if it's an old school one that's burning it up and leaving it behind too.
Hey, unless you're
opinion
from
on
where
the
I'm
matter,
from,
my
we
personal
ain't got
opinion on the
emissions.
matter is like I think that the internal combustion engine could be like way better than it actually is. Like if they had like a hydrogen hybrid, like hydrogen on demand system set up and like had the engine built just a little bit differently and it was specifically tuned to combust hydrogen, like I think that that would be way more efficient.
It
That would be
is.
like 10 times more efficient than if we were to just keep using gasoline. The thing is that
Yeah,
they just the oil companies and the gas companies, they make way too much money forcing people to buy gas. That's why they keep doing it.
I
But when
thought
it
you were
gets
gonna finish it. I thought you were gonna finish it with not forcing, but assassinating the people that come up with the ideas.
What's the difference?
yeah, well, I mean that too, but I mean that goes back to what I was saying earlier about like how science at the progression of science is being suppressed because in the name of like there's wealthy people with power that want to keep that money and power.
Man, you crazy. Maybe.
And like
I don't know
that's the
though.
whole thing.
No,
That's
yeah.
like but
So,
I mean the whole electric car thing, it's like I don't know. I think there's things that we can do about it. The thing is that nobody wants to do anything about it. When it gets too expensive to drive gas cars, we'll switch to something else. But it's like there's got to be too many people that are fed up and literally can't even afford to drive the gas cars anymore. Otherwise, gas companies and oil companies will still keep just making money and taking it from us. So that's all.
Look at like Western Europe, right? You know, it's $4 a liter and
I think.
more.
What do you think?
And
Once demand goes down for gas cars, like as more people convert to electric, if that's the way we're going, will that mean that the price of fuel will go down because demand has
not
dropped for
typically.
gas?
Well,
that's going to be interesting.
here's the
Yeah.
problem is that there's a finite amount of oil on Earth. We don't really know how much it
Yeah.
is, but there's less of it every day. So the less there is, the more it will go up in price.
Well,
Do you
If the
not?
demand
here's
stays the
Allegedly.
same.
what I think. Here's what I think. I think when demand slows for gas, like because people are switching to electric, they're gonna downscale the production of gas. Like they're gonna like they'll start shutting down plants and whatnot, like to produce oil. Like
But then
Well,
it will
then
be
throw
even
them
more
away. Let them
scarce.
drill them, baby. Let's drill them.
Refined oil and
yeah, because
gasoline will
maybe it'll
and
balance
petrol will
out.
be even more scarce. But
Do
it'll be
you
even
not
more
think
scarce though. So if the demand goes down a lot and they continue with the same supply, they'll probably go down in price. If the demand drops
And then supply
And
drops too to
and its
to
supply
stabilize
drops,
price.
it'll probably price will probably stay the same. But I
Look
mean,
at
as long as there's more demand and the supply is decreasing, like it's gonna go up in price.
Look at coal before we came out with the gasoline. We're basically just taking apart petroleum, methane, ethane, butane, pentane, hexane, septane, octane. You're really familiar with nonane,
Decatane.
dectane. You go all the way up past that, we start making our plastics out of it. So we got to look at as we're shifting from a barrel of oil that has all this capability and expansion of energy and materials out of it. So what can we really do with solar? What can we really do with the non-stopping billions of years old mama that is creating a lot of energy? How can we harness it? What can we
Y'all
do
know
with it?
that
Not
they've
just
figured
synthetically, it just has to do with electrons. How
they
can we
figured
hold them the best? How can we
yeah,
create a battery that's really going to last long?
to your point, Joe, they have solved how to take plastic and convert it back down into gasoline. I'm not sure if y'all are aware
It's,
of that.
it's still another fuel, but it's not a gasoline. Gasoline isn't used to create plastics. Those are longer hydrocarbons that are over 25 chains long. So you can't really take it and break it back down unless you snap off that molecule and then
They
synthetically
figured
hydrate.
out how
Usually
to
it
take
costs
it and
more to break that molecule of plastic and turn it into octane than it
you
would
know
to just buy it
Uh,
and pull it out of the ground.
maybe
Got
look
it.
it up, Joe, just because you know way more than me. So you could actually explain it. You know what I mean to me, because I know that that's actually happening. Does that make sense? Like, I mean,
Yeah,
No,
yeah,
of
well,
course. Look
yeah.
at
you
really
just
what
said
is
that
a
he's
sludge? What
wrong,
is
so we're
sludge?
gonna
What is
look it
oil?
up.
What is oil that we pull out of the bottom of the ground? Why do we have a refinery? When you heat up that sludge, the first thing that comes up off the top is methane. That's the
yep.
first hydrocarbon. That's one carbon with hydrogens around it, basically. The only thing that
I
needs
love
to be
Well,
introduced to
not
it is
this deep. I'm
oxygen.
just
And
talking
that's
about
why all these
the
things
plastic to
oxidize.
gas thing. I got some methane. You know what I mean?
I think you think the whole world's against you, dude. Not everything's bad. I swear.
Yeah, it's usable. It's functional. It's functionable. I just think in a little bit of time we're going to need to create much better batteries that are able to hold and capacitate so much more energy in a very tight amount of space, and also be quickly rechargeable.
Is it going to be
So it's
heavier?
not dangerous.
China has it. China's developed that. You know they have a 5-minute charger. They want to try to develop a charger that
How many
can.
times? But how many times can you systematically recharge that thing? You can't use that thing for 8 years. That's
Yeah,
why they
no,
have
you
a
can't.
system where it's like, yo, you drive in, it swaps out your battery, gives us
Your
your other
heat,
one,
yeah.
you keep going. That's 5
It's
minutes. That has nothing to
it's
do with its charging technology.
it is amazing, but it's not feasible right now. You can't do it like that. Like Plug Power. They were over there too on their little unit. But
Go ahead.
Hey,
hey,
Quai, were you the one that said that people aren't fed up with gas prices yet?
shit. Why do you think eggs are so expensive?
Someone who
Well,
says that has never driven a
no,
car.
well, no, I'm just saying, like, when someone risks their life to come in and siphon gas out of your vehicle or steal your lawnmower's gas gallon, I think people are fed up. I mean, I mean that's pretty risky. You know, you see people on their little what is those Ring cameras where they're getting their like they'll accidentally leave their lawnmower gas can in front of the house and then someone will come by and
All
snatch
right.
it.
Well, I mean, so here's the thing. I don't think it's necessarily about people being fed up with the price. It's just when the cost of it is so high that it's like, okay, well, we might as well go with the alternative because that's cheaper. That would be potentially electric vehicles. But the thing is that we're in that awkward stage where it's like the electric vehicles aren't quite efficient enough for it to be like a direct substitute or like a direct
Right. Yeah.
replacement for gasoline engines because gasoline engines are just so, even though they're not efficient, they're more convenient. So it's like when you go to charge an electric vehicle, you have to sit there for 45 minutes to like get the thing to charge, even though like the most advanced things. But when you go to the gas pump, you can fill up your whole tank in 5 minutes. So it's like,
And go farther.
I have a question, bro. Like, I noticed like one of the more important minerals right now because of all the chips that we have in everything that we use, is cobalt. What is cobalt? Why is it so important?
it's a magnetic metal.
Why is it? I don't know.
It takes 15,000 gallons of diesel to mine one battery's worth.
Is it like
Cobalt?
it's like a rare?
What?
It's one of those like rare earth metal.
Well, yeah, yeah.
Well, why is it more like? I mean, like there's other magnetic metals, right? Like why cobalt? Why is it?
I don't
Because
know
like
why. I want you to tell me so bad.
I don't know. Maybe that one is just the most abundant that is that has the same type of magnetic properties that they need. That's sufficient enough for them to.
Has that got anything to do with cobalt drill bits? Because that shit's used for
Hey,
like
good
really
question.
high, like
it just
really
makes life
tough
easier. Cobalt
steel.
drill
Like
bits.
you can
Yeah, it
you
just
can
like
drill into hardened steel with cobalt drill bits, but not
The
with high
brand
speed
name
steel.
Cobalt? Are you saying? No, that's just a name. That's just a
Is it
name.
just a name? Yeah.
Yeah,
Can it
dude.
just be
It's
tough?
excavated for its B12 vitamins as well.
Hey, Turbo.
What's
What
up?
up, Turbo?
What up? No, I was just listening. Yeah, B12 apparently. I just pulled it up while you guys were listening, talking about it. Isn't that interesting?
That's cool.
B12, really?
It is the backbone of making B12 vitamins for us.
Yeah,
God bless you.
B6 and B12 give you energy from food, basically. It's right. Yeah, it's a Red Bull.
Well, apparently, it holds its when it's magnetized. It holds its magnetic properties very well, and it has a really high, like temperature
Energy
threshold.
storage.
B12?
Well, the temperature threshold too is like a thing. Like it won't like melt under extreme like pressure or extreme demand.
I magnetized my freaking raisin bran last night. That was amazing. Thank you.
Nice.
It blew my mind.
Amen to that.
I love this group.
But it's ferromagnetic. It's not like neodymium is super duper magnetic. It's like super powerful, but that shit is really rare, so it's wicked expensive.
It is.
Yeah,
Hey,
that's why when you go bridge fishing, you know.
Neodymium.
Neodymium. Yeah, I don't know how to say it.
Neodymium.
Neo demons.
I always say like the.
I just tried
real
Neo
Neodymium.
Neodymium. And then palladium. Why is palladium so important for
neodymium
because
magnets,
it's
those crazy
so
magnets.
hard. It's very hard to extract.
Neodymium? Yeah, I think you're putting an extra.
Man, there's
Palladium.
a lot of metals out there. Like, there's heaps, eh? There's so many.
Yeah.
Is titanium something that has to be like, sort of made, or is it just boom, we found titanium in the ground? Like,
You guys, all of
you know
these
what I mean?
a lot of these elements that are bigger, heavier duty structures like that have to be found in the ground. We can't synthesize them or change them or add another metal to it to change its basically a electron spectrum of these heavier duty elements. You can't really change them. We can oxidize them with other chemicals and stuff. For the most part, we got to pull titanium and all these things. Our sun, you guys, only is able to create. Our sun only makes up to the mass of iron. So all of these bigger elements that we have inside of our Earth at different levels and layers came from older suns that exploded that made bigger atoms than our sun was making. So all of this stuff is old ass sunburst of huge atomic structures that were created and way bigger suns billions of years ago. Like they're our elements, they're elements of metal like titanium and all these heavier duty guys, gold. All this stuff was created in a sun exploding way before our sun was created. But you know what I'm trying to say?
1482.
Yeah, well, that's the thing is that that's why that's where they're rare earth metals. Yeah, you can't create it with a metal, like you can't make an
We can
alloy out
create
of it.
everything up to iron, no problem.
But
I
it's
love
like
iron.
for it to have the same property as these things, like some of this shit, it was like forged in the heart of a dying star, like a star that went supernova and exploded and shot matter. Like so, Like as far
Well,
like
only if we
that's
make a
the
fire.
only thing that caused enough pressure and heat to be able to forge these metals was like a star that went supernova. So it's like
Well,
that's why they're rare earth metals. If they found their way through the universe and somehow collided with Earth and hit Earth and they became embedded in Earth and we mined them out, that's why they're rare earth metals. Like we can't make them. Like we can't like synthesize them. We can't like
Why?
artificially
That's a
create
given.
them.
This is a given, man.
So
We know.
Man,
a more
watching
important
watching a
question.
documentary on
They're
iron
rare.
is so interesting. Like just like how they basically make steel, and there's wrought iron as well, which is like the more
Hell yeah,
like
wrought iron's
not as
great to
tough.
work with.
well, that's not
Yeah,
also
it's like it's more
100% true. We
malleable.
are capable of creating these heavier, more dense molecules and metals that we're talking about, but it literally costs us more money than they are worth. So we have
Like
the
depleted
technology and the
uranium.
capabilities and the
Unless
science
it's
now
synthetic
to
diamond.
do that, but it's just not worth us transitioning anything else into it because it takes a lot of electricity, basically, and magnetism for
I
us
have
So
a
to
we've
question.
actually
maxed out.
Yeah,
emit
like
it.
it's cheaper to just mine it out of the earth. But yeah, like you could
Absolutely. That's exactly why we do that.
like
Is
theoretically
there
speaking, you could make synthetic gold. Like we are capable of doing that. We have the technology to be able to do it, but it would cost so much to make
But it's fake
to
gold.
actually
Absolutely.
no,
That's exactly what
it
I'm
would be like real gold. It would
It
have the
has the
same
same
like
It would
it would have
depend
the
on the
same purity.
conductivity.
It would have the same purity as
But it would cost
natural gold. It's just that
$200,000 an ounce, not
yeah.
$3,000.
Like yeah, instead of $3,000 cost 200,000. Which how does that make sense? Like you're better off just buying gold at that point. If you want gold that bad, instead of spending $200,000 to make an ounce, buy an ounce for 3,000.
I have a question. Like as a kid, I read a lot of like fantasy books by David Eddings and whatever, and there would always be a profession of alchemy. Is there a real life alchemist, and what do they do? Because like from the books, is like they can do
pharmaceutical
There
company.
was. So there was like
Yeah,
this
like
idea that
synthesizing
you
metal,
could
right?
change metal. Like there was this idea that you could change lead into gold, and then like King Henry
Yeah,
or
yeah,
something,
right.
one of them like banned all of the study of it because like the king wanted to be like he was like, no, they can't just create fake gold. Like I have all the gold and like I'm rich and I'm the king
They
and
didn't have
yada
the
yada.
testing
So
technology back then, so they made it look just like pure gold and BS'd everybody across the world.
they made well what I'm saying is the
And
Costume
reason
then
why
melted
jewelry.
it down, and
the
everybody laughed at it and
technology
said, "This stuff's garbage."
So
But
is
they
there
made
because
it
they
look
knew.
like it was witchcraft and that it was bunk and that it was bullshit and like all this stuff like because but like alchemy actually was like chemistry exists because people practice alchemy like way back in the day
Oh,
like
so
in
is
medieval
alchemy
times
still
and shit.
relevant in the modern world? Like, is there such a profession as an alchemist right now?
The earth is
No,
flat.
I mean I wouldn't
Of course,
think
yes, there
so,
is, and
but
it doesn't actually
It's like a
reside
palm
in the
reader.
pharmaceuticals, which was referred to earlier. An alchemist has many different roles in today's technology, from chemistry to look at our basic things we use in our kitchen, our bathrooms, all of our sprays, our chemicals. That all breaks down to the basics of chemistry and what
yeah, but
each particle does,
that's
right?
more like a chemist than like an actual alchemist.
Chemist
Like
An
and
alchemist,
chemistry.
right? There are a lot of people that still study alchemy.
They're trying to
I mean,
figure it out.
you can study alchemy, like sure, but I mean, I'm just saying, like a lot of like the books and knowledge and stuff that was like all about alchemy has been destroyed. Like
Oh, I
it's
agree.
like what was there in terms of knowledge on alchemy, like either has to be rediscovered, or it already has been rediscovered, or there is still some information that exists, and then people study it further and then elaborate on the works that still existed like independently. But like I don't think it's like like it's not like a profession to be an alchemist. Like you're a chemist. Like if you work with chemicals and you try to change
Yeah,
different
to me,
things.
chemistry is a much bigger thing. Alchemy is a part of chemistry.
Like physics.
Like a palm reader.
Alchemy has spirituality and philosophy involved. The chemist just wants to get to his goal.
Yeah, no BS involved.
There's no religion in chemistry. Nobody in the lab is going home
So
to pray.
There was like transmutation was like transforming different elements into the thing. It was kind of like a bit more like transforming one element or mixing it with another element to create a new element. And that was sort of like that ended up being the basis for chemistry. Like, so chemistry just became more like way more
Yes.
popular. Like it encompassed like much more different types of elements rather than just like metals specifically.
That is
But alchemy, like modern
crazy,
day
dude.
chemistry, like alchemy is like basically modern day chemistry, like took it over.
You got to realize that our chemistry only works, well, for the most part, is standard on our speed we're going, our pressures, our temperatures we're rolling at. If you were
So
to change our gravitational
The vacuum.
point, or how heavy Earth was, or how fast we're moving, our regular periodic table in which we've developed changes. That's our standard for what's happening here on the world with those elements, right? And basically, we found out where their solid state is, liquid state, gaseous state, and other things in between. But all of those parameters are basics that we've set for this world. But all of those elements change across the universe. How dense they are, or how heavy of a planet they're on, how fast they're going, the temperatures they're at, all completely changes.
because of all those variables,
It's just a
right?
part of math and physics that we don't really take into consideration, and that's why I've always been focusing
I
on
do.
particle physics, is because it's all of those. If you break all the elements into even smaller pieces, all of those smaller guys are what we find consistent across the universe, no matter how fast they're going, how slow they're going, how heavy they are next to a dense structure. It all is down to the more basic Lego pieces that make up our elements, make up our atoms, and even make up our protons, neutrons, and electrons. There's way
Hey,
smaller Lego pieces.
Like
hey,
time.
Qui-Gon. Hey,
That's
Qui-Gon.
really well said. Thank you for
Yeah.
thank you.
So
Uh,
if Bitcoin was made on a more dense planet, it might have hit $1 million by now.
It did.
Maybe. Did somebody just call me?
yeah, that's crazy train. Hey, so you mentioned earlier about hydrogen. Is that correct?
Yeah.
So I heard through friend of a friend of a friend, and somewhere Elon's involved basically, and I heard basically that that's exactly where we're headed. It's getting out of batteries and it's getting into hydrogen.
Well, so here's where, like, I'm in the camp of creating like hydrogen on demand. But the thing is
Right.
that you need power to create that hydrogen through electrolysis. So
How do
you
you
need
get that?
electricity in the first place to do it. And you can generate electricity with a generator, but it's usually like typically through some sort like using a combustion engine to create that.
Right. Right.
Like you need some sort of mechanical force basically to create the hydrogen on demand.
My
So
understanding,
solar.
but
If we
with
hold enough capacitance, we could easily use it with solar. We just need large
If we
battery
need,
banks.
yeah, we gotta
no,
be able
I
to
don't
store
think
it.
solar. I don't think you get enough.
solar's not
voltage out
efficient.
of solar
It's
to
not
get it.
about the small accumulation. It's how much we store and how
Holding
much we can capacitate and then discharge at a
Yeah.
sudden or
Yeah,
Yeah,
but
but how much
it
can you
needs to be discharged at a certain voltage and wattage
exactly?
in order
Exactly.
to actually perform the electrolysis that's needed to create the hydrogen
Correct.
on demand. Now, so
so that
like
we create
Bob
the technology
Lazar,
to do it.
made a car that ran purely off of hydrogen, and
Right.
he had hydrogen tanks that he stored in the back of the vehicle, and it was just tanks of hydrogen. So he had to store in order to run it like just purely off of hydrogen like that. You could store a bunch of hydrogen in the back of your
Right.
car in tanks, but not that many
So
people are
you put them in
capable of
tanks in the
creating
back of the car?
hydrogen. Yeah, not that many people are capable of creating that much hydrogen and being able to store it in a tank. Plus, furthermore, the biggest problem with it is that like you're basically driving around a hydrogen bomb. If you get in,
Exactly. Boom.
Literally.
That's
if
the
you
problem. So
if you get in a car crash, you're blowing up an entire fucking city.
Yes.
Sorry,
Yeah.
excuse my language, but yeah, like it would be bad. Like we can't have that many cars that are all that have a bunch of tanks of hydrogen sitting in the back. We need hydrogen on
Exactly.
demand, and we need a fuel source that's efficient enough for the combustion process in order to create enough voltage and wattage to create hydrogen on demand through electrolysis and then run the engine off of that hydrogen.
My understanding is that has basically happened. They are people that don't necessarily exist, let's just say, are trying to figure out the hydrogen bomb aspect. That's the issue. And it's not just the blowing up in a car accident, it's also taking the hydrogen from the engine and turning it into a bomb. That's my current understanding of where we are.
Well, if
Off
you
a friend of a
if
friend
you
of a friend.
if you have like just a tank of hydrogen, that's dangerous. But if you only are creating hydrogen on demand, you're creating enough for the engine to run, but you're never creating enough for it to be dangerous. And if you use it with a wet cell hydrogen generator, then there's no there's the hydrogen is being created in water, so there's no way that it could really like combust because there wouldn't be enough exposure of it would have to be exposed. The feed
Yeah,
of
that's just
hydrogen
water,
would
right?
have to be exposed to a flame. So
well,
what I'm trying to say is that the electrical circuits that would be being used to produce the hydrogen, they'd be flowing through water. So those sparks, it could never create a spark that could ignite the hydrogen is what I'm saying. And even if it ignited the hydrogen, it would burn off what it had already created quick enough to the point where it's not really going to be dangerous.
It says
but
here
with H2
they
with
they
water.
could they
Breathe.
could take the hydrogen engine and store hydrogen, allegedly.
They can.
It's a myth that it's
possible. It's
unsafe,
been
it says
done.
here. But
Yeah.
the problem with it is that ignition percentage for it to ignite has the widest band in all of gas, meaning it goes from 4% to 74%. So that range is very unstable. And when it catches fire, I never knew this, it says that the flames travel at supersonic speed. So
Whoa.
anything
Is
in its
light.
proximity.
So it's like an explosion.
You seen it? It's
Yeah,
No, I'm
crazy.
reading
it's
it off of
extremely
Oh,
combustible.
look up city
Hydrogen.
buses that
Hydrogen
blow
is
up.
the most
That's insane.
combustible gas.
Yeah,
But
it's
it's
like a
extremely
So water-
efficient, apparently.
A water molecule is 2 hydrogen to 1 oxygen, right? H2O. Or is it
It's
1
high
hydrogen, 2
quality
oxygen?
H2O.
So when you strip the molecule down, like if you break off the oxygen, you're left with hydrogen, right? Is that, and what the byproduct of that? What is that? Steam? I don't know.
No, it's hydrogen and
Like it,
oxygen. When
right?
you
And where does the
split
oxygen go when you strip it?
into the
That's a
atmosphere,
molecule, not
it
not an
depends
atom.
how
No,
you
it's a
strip it.
molecule.
No, I think that's one for you.
It's a single proton orbited by a single electron. So when it's broken down, it becomes odorless and colorless, and that's it. That's all it really
Like my
says
It
here.
tooth.
I
doesn't
don't know
break
what it
down,
breaks
when
down.
you take the
guys,
water
it
and you
doesn't break down. It only can
Oh,
bond, right?
it only can what?
You can't rip that proton, neutron, electron apart. The only thing that it bonds into is helium.
So in
Yeah,
the
you're
process
talking about
in the
Oh,
listen,
When it
in
I'm talking
explodes,
about
it doesn't
particle
separate.
molecule
in
level.
this
Sorry,
in
molecule.
in the
Not
process I'm
not
talking
atom.
about in the process I'm talking about electrolysis, you're splitting the hydrogen from the oxygen. They both turn into a gas. They're two gases. They both turn into a gas.
That's
And
taking
then that
water
get
and splitting it into hydrogen and oxygen.
Like boiling water,
That's
right?
what you're really doing. You're
Like
taking water
humidity.
that's what I just
and you're
said.
rattling it
Yeah.
apart and turning it
Right.
into two different gases. You cannot
He
take
will tell you.
hydrogen and bust it apart.
No,
You only
no.
can
Unless
fuse it
splitting
into
the
its
atom.
next larger
Well,
molecule or next larger element we call helium. That's what
well, what
that's
I'm
a
saying
I
chain
is
reaction.
love
when
That's what's
you
happening
helium.
at the center of the Earth
it's
right now, center of the
it's
sun right now.
combusting in the chamber in the
Combustion
engine.
has to do with oxygen.
Yes, but there's oxygen. What I'm saying is, like Rick asked what the byproduct is. The byproduct of electrolysis is hydrogen and oxygen. They're both a gas. Those gases go into the combustion chamber and they explode.
That's
They
water.
combust.
That's a whole entire different thing. But electrolysis is an
Yeah.
entire different process than what we're referring to here.
No, it's
Yeah,
not.
all I
It's
was
what it's
asking is what
literally what I
happened.
brought up.
Electrolysis is
What?
taking water and busting it into two gases. All
Yeah,
right.
all
Yeah,
I was asking,
that's
I
the
was
whole
asking was
topic of the
water,
discussion.
because water
What
It's
comes
molecules
out
it's
of
a
the
are.
breakthrough.
exhaust pipe
It's a
is what he's
breakthrough
asking.
technology.
Hey dudes, is water H2O, like we know the expression, is that 2 hydrogen or 2 oxygen H2O? I can't even freaking
2
remember.
One
hydrogen, 1
2
oxygen.
hydrogen, 1
oxygen.
oxygen? Okay, cool.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
you like like 2 to the power of 2, you put it up.
Yeah. So that's known as a
You
water
put
molecule,
it comes
right?
right
That's
after.
a
Yes, sir.
molecule.
Remember
A
it forever.
molecule. Yeah. Now when you
You
break
guys,
the molecule down to separate it, that's like boiling water, right? When you boil water, you
It
can
just is
get a
moving at a
That's
rapid.
just changing it from its liquid state to
Yeah.
its gaseous state.
yeah,
It's
to
a
its
state
gas.
change.
So
It has
you're
nothing to
breaking
do
down the
chemically.
molecule, right?
That's literally just a
Yeah,
solid state
you're just
change.
breaking the molecules down, right? Like you're breaking them apart,
Temporarily.
No, it's not that
separating
you're
them
breaking
apart.
them.
It's
It's
nothing to
not
do
that
with
you're
chemicals.
breaking them apart, Rick. It's that they're moving faster.
They
Moving very
vibrate
fast.
quicker.
Okay, so they recondense in the air and
Their
form clouds,
coefficients of
and then they
ability
rain.
to hold on to one another then change.
It's
Yeah,
So
still
just
yeah.
like
the
any sort of
steam.
look at every metal, you guys. Every metal is a solid on our pressures and our temperatures.
But
If you heat it up, it turns into a liquid. If you heat it up even more, it turns into a gas. If you go up even further than that, it actually turns
What?
into a plasma. So
It turned into
there's
what?
so I'm not even really. I'm sitting here cooking food. That's why I'm not really
And a
even
certain color.
jumping in.
It turns into a what?
A plasma?
A plasma.
No, what was the last thing it turns into?
You know what screws with my head? The sun.
Mom.
Like, how the hell is that not running out of fuel? It just keeps
This is
It
giant.
goes up and
going,
down
man.
just like Bitcoin. You know what I mean?
Well, it's because we keep
Because
changing the light bulb, Rick.
it's got a bunch of hydrogen. It's burning off a bunch of
It's the
hydrogen.
big-
That's what I'm saying.
It's
Hydrogen is the
the
answer.
big perpetual. Yeah,
So we
yeah.
should talk
It's just
about the sun burning out, right?
it's the
Yeah,
biggest
I think
perpetual contract out there, man. It's a big old perpetual contract in the sky. Just keeps going.
Isn't the sun eventually going to go super? Oh no, it's not a star, right? Is it? It is. It's
It
going to
is
go
a star.
supernova, right?
Star,
And
but
we
it's
won't
not.
see it because
yeah.
we're going to be right in its
They-
path.
Yeah,
It's
they're
not big enough
infinite.
for.
They're not
It's
infinite.
not big.
They just very long
It will
lifespan.
burn out, but it's not big enough for it to go supernova.
It will
So
never
not?
go to supernova.
Don't
Oh,
ever
no?
tell a toddler that about the
Invincible.
sun, man, without context. They literally will like mentally blow up. I did that
So
with my
what?
son when he's toddler, and oh my god, did I get chewed out?
My incorrect understanding of the sun was that it was burning like a fuel, right? And then the byproduct of burning its fuel like went back in a loop, so it would burn the byproducts again, and then it just keeps doing that in a circle.
No.
Is that wrong?
Yeah.
That's wrong, isn't it?
No, there had to be a
Yeah.
size to a star for it to go supernova. I'm learning a lot in this
It's like
crypto
a big
discourse.
ass charcoal brick.
Yeah,
Yes.
our sun.
That's
I
good
think our sun
information.
is supposed to turn into a red giant, which will expand, like,
What?
and then it will
If our
just
sun
like
expands, we're dead.
burn out and
Bad,
will like
bad,
lose
bad.
its heat.
It will take over all the planets out there and expand into a red giant for sure.
It's
Yeah,
supposedly
You
man.
to stop. It's
I'll tell you
the
something
mo-
that is a mind boggle.
What you
Is
gonna
that
fuck
if
up?
you stare out into space, like, and the Hubble is good at this, like, it's
Never
got
know.
images of galaxies that are so far away that the light reaching us now is older than Earth itself.
Yeah. Yes,
How weird is that?
absolutely. Some of the
Yeah,
shit
it's
you
Our,
see that moves
our
and
solar
that you see
system
a shooting
is
star
younger.
is something that's been burnt up for a minute. And you just saw that.
Anything that's
And you're lucky.
Crazy,
further,
man.
anything that's
No,
more than
because
4 billion light years away is older than the Earth.
light moves at
Like that light is
what
older
is
than the
it?
Earth. It's just taken
18,000,
4
80,000 or
billion
8.
years for it to get to us. Like,
That's crazy,
Light
huh?
moves at the speed of
like
700 and some million
there
miles an hour.
there are new stars out
It's
there
actually
that
660 million miles.
it's actually
285 a second or
660
something.
million miles an hour.
This is a funny
Eat
conversation.
it.
I love
Swear to
At
God.
186,000 miles per second.
Hey, E equals
186,000 miles per
MC
second.
squared.
Am I wrong?
187,000 miles per second. So
I said
186,000 miles per second. Yeah, that's the speed of light.
yeah. All right, now do an hour because we don't do by second here.
well, that's per hour, and then
Well,
if you
that's
go
gonna
into like per year,
I don't want to do that.
But my 4-wheeler can go faster.
that's why we just gauge it in a light year. So that large of a, I mean, it only takes 8 minutes for light to get from the sun to us here on Earth.
Right, but light
Yeah.
year is
Oh, okay. I was.
based off
Dude,
light
what am I
math.
thinking, man?
Guys,
Light
I
year,
can
a
start
light
putting this
year
into some
isn't
relativity, right?
light year isn't time. Light year is distance, and it's
It's
the
distance, correct.
distance
Yeah.
is
That's the amount of
it's
time
Yeah,
and
correct.
distance.
it's the
One aspect. That we use.
That's how we get
so
to the
it's
calculation
the
8
distance.
minutes from the sun.
It's
That's my
it's
point.
the distance. A light year is the
Why?
distance that light
I know.
travels
Why
in 1
it is
year.
good though, right?
So think about it
Turbo.
this way: if light
Well,
only takes 8 minutes to travel from the sun to us out here in our orbit,
Yeah.
that light year is a pretty big place. 8 minutes is
Everything, look,
long.
8 minutes is
imagine?
based off of a light year. Everything's
Okay.
so that's my point, right? A light year is the basis, and then we say it takes 8 minutes based off how fast light travels and how far
All
we
right.
project the
So
sun to
what's the
be away
next thing
from
we
us.
can look at, you guys? It
So how,
takes light. All right. So if it takes light, 8 minutes to travel from our sun just to
You're
us out here
basing
in
it
the
off of
outside.
false. You're
All
basing
right.
it off
Time
of the
out.
wrong foundation.
Time out, please. Time out.
Go ahead.
Our Milky Way galaxy, the center of our Milky Way galaxy to where we are out here right now, is about 55,000 light years to the center of it. So for light to get from the center just of our Milky Way galaxy out to where we're floating around the orbit of that
yeah.
sucker is about 55,000 years. It takes light to travel. If I were to shine a beam right now, the middle of our Milky Way galaxy, it would take about 55,000 years for that beam of light to hit just the center of our galaxy.
Yeah, that's what I was
Now
saying.
check
So
this
I
out.
am right.
As we go around our sun, it takes us 365 days to make it all the way around the orbit of that one sun. We are moving really fast around this orbit too. None of us, we'll just look at we're moving 1,000 miles an
800
hour spinning around
miles
the
an
center
hour.
of this Earth. But
there
our
there
Earth
are
is then spinning around the center of that sun, right? That
there
sun,
are
we're
stars.
going over 400 million miles per hour in orbit. The speed at which we're orbiting the center of our sun is about 400 million miles per hour. You don't realize
The
that.
Earth
The Earth
No,
is going
orbits the
400
sun at what
million
mile per
miles.
hour?
yeah.
Listen to what I'm trying to relatively tell you guys, okay?
I
We are
am.
traveling around the center
Yes.
of our sun at about over 400 million miles,
Yeah.
400,000 miles per hour.
Yes.
Sorry, 400,000 miles per hour is what we're orbiting. But then
Yeah.
our entire sun is then orbiting the center of
67.
our Milky Way galaxy over 1,000,000 miles an hour. So our sun and all of our planets that are sticking together in orbit are now orbiting
We're
in the
moving
center of
fast.
that Milky Way galaxy. Remember the one I was just saying is about 55,000 light years to the center of it? And it takes about 220 million years for our sun and all of our planets to orbit around the center of that Milky Way galaxy. That's only
That's
55,000 light years.
insane.
It only takes light,
But we
55,000
know.
light years just to get to the center of it. But it takes us 220 million years to orbit our Milky Way galaxy in one pass. So now
That's
put this
crazy.
all into relativity of time and speed. You are moving way faster than you guys think you're moving right now. You're
But
just
yeah,
saying
Yeah,
I'm
the
going around
Earth
the world at
rotates
1,000 miles an hour orbiting around the center
itself.
of it.
Here's something
The
to
Earth is
contribute.
rotating
Tell us
800 miles
how
an
much
hour.
faster we're going. We is
Here's
cruising.
something.
You are moving over 1,000,000 miles. You're moving over a 1.46 million miles an hour right now.
No, the
Yeah,
Earth in
we're
itself
going
is
Moving in
fast,
a
but
highway.
we
My
don't
car's
feel
in
it because
park
of
and it's going
centripetal
fast.
force. We don't feel it
Not
because of
because it's
centripetal
centripetal
force.
force at all. It's because we all have
Right.
all the molecules surrounding us have the same
Yeah.
momentum.
Well,
If everything were to
it's
stop
because
really
of
quickly, uh-oh.
How fast did you
it's
say
also
that?
this thing. It's this thing called conservation of momentum.
Well, I thought
Because
it was
we're
like 2.
everything. Our whole world is moving at the same speed, so it feels like we're not moving. But it's
800
like,
miles.
yeah, man, it's conservation of momentum. It's kind of like when
Anything.
if you're on a
Anyway,
But it's
if
weird.
you're on a
Everybody
bullet
on this
train.
planet is not moving the same speed. The people that are moving 1,000 miles an hour relative to one another are standing on the equator. Now, people that are standing up on
Oh,
Antarctica or
shit.
Antarctica, they aren't
Yeah,
spinning at
yeah.
1,000 miles an hour. They
That's
are
right.
staying almost
That's right.
closer to that one position. So So if you relatively want to look at how you're moving around the center of our Earth, and then around the center of our sun, and then the sun around the center of our galaxy, bro, we are little pieces in a very large, big, old place.
It makes you wonder what effect that has that we don't understand. You know, the fact that the equatorial people are moving quickly. the polar people are
But
slow.
look at it this way. Look at relativity.
hold
The
up.
faster that you're moving, slower time goes. So actually, if you calculate it, people that are standing on the equator are experiencing time slower than the people that are standing at the poles. Now we can even calculate this all the way up. The things
It's
that are
all
orbiting us
relativity.
on our outside, all of our satellites, we have to reset the clocks millions of seconds per year just because they're going a little bit slower because they're going faster.
24,000 kilometers an hour to the
All
space
has to do with
But yo,
relativity.
check this
What's
out,
that
Rick.
thing?
Back back to what you were saying about like the light, like how long it takes to travel the Earth. Dude,
We
there's
just got
stars.
that.
There's stars out there, right, that are so far away that the
That when
light
they
has
burn
not hit
out,
us.
They're
No,
not there
no.
anymore.
Say it.
The light has not even gotten to us. Like they're there, but we can't see them because they're so far away that it's taken the light. The light hasn't had enough time to
You
actually
gotta
travel
also
to
take
us.
this
They're
into
not there
aspect
anymore.
too. You got to take this into aspect too. That light is only that long. But check this out. Our universe is about 99 billion light years wide. It's only 13 billion years old.
Joe.
So how does that happen? So the things that are that far out that are
Somebody
throwing light
makes a
away,
number up.
but they're
Hey, Joe.
expanding away faster too. So
What?
they'll even take longer than relative time to get here.
Have you ever heard of the Andromeda paradox?
No, of course not.
Is that anything to do with the Fermi paradox?
It's so like it's the short version is like if you're sitting on your porch stationary in a chair and someone is running down the street, you know, like your porch is near, like they're running past you down the street, they're on a jog. And if you in mid-step running and that person sitting on the porch stationary both look up at Andromeda at the same time, you're not seeing the same thing. There's a wild difference because one person's moving and another person's stationary.
That's
physics. That's
both
basic physics,
basically
right?
That's why
unmeasurable at that point.
That's why the light that you see from a star that takes 55 million years to get here, light years, is not there anymore when you're staring at it. That star,
Well, it could.
That's like the
it's
we just
moved.
don't know.
It's moved. If it's orbiting, well, just think
snuffed
about
out.
it. If
That's
it's
crazy.
coming from a different galaxy, and we take that long just to go around the center of our own Milky Way, then everything else in space is not just standing still. Every time that light is projected, it's coming from a different spot. Therefore,
You
when the
got it.
stars, exactly. So
It's like
But
an
if you're in the
echo.
same right. But the paradox is if you're in the same exact spot in the same exact time, looking up at the sky, right there from the same point of views, one of you's still and one of you's moving in the same spot. It's not like the planet. So I'm just saying.
No, I got that part. It's fucking wicked. Oh, sorry. It's pretty wicked. I mean,
It's like the driver's seat versus the passenger seat looking at the speedometer. I mean, come on.
Is it though? Like, how would you see it? Like an
Yeah.
Insta 360 camera with a different angle, or are you talking like it
It's
would
just
be in a
it's
different?
driver's seat versus passenger seats, very small distance on a small plane. I
Wrong.
mean,
Both of
but
the people
we've
in
got
the
a
car
bigger
are wrong.
distance on a greater plane. It
Both
works
of
the
the
same.
people in the car are
Pythagorean
moving.
theorem. Pythagorean theorem.
Both.
Yeah,
I
but that's
know
so
that
basic.
one.
It's not even calculatable. It's
Both of
kind
the
of like
people
a
in the
joke. You
car
got
are
to look at
moving.
it
Hey,
on
whoever
every
just said the
metric graph.
non-calculatable is right.
We're
Because
getting it.
we can only see
Really
5%.
tonight.
That's why I tried to put it to a relative term of somebody standing on the equator, all
That
as
was
to
relative.
somebody standing closer to the pole. It doesn't. It's much more relative. Sitting in a front seat or that way, it has nothing to do with spatial time it took to get to that point.
Yeah, it's still the same. The variables are so close together. Yeah.
We are covering a lot of really heady topics tonight.
Have you guys
Turbo,
have you
did
guys
you
ever
like
met anyone who thinks they can feel the earth moving?
Dude, I mean,
Actually, yeah, I think
depends
I
on
did
what
high
I
school.
took.
I have a friend who has a condition and he thinks he can. It's not a friend; he's more an acquaintance. He thinks he can feel the earth moving, and something's wrong with his
Like the
equilibrium.
speed, it causes
Yeah.
equilibrium problems. Yeah, but
Speed?
it's based on literally that though. It's something
Probably
that
an inner
happens
ear
within.
issue. Probably
Yeah.
Maybe
Mental
it's in his hair is all
retardation.
fucked up.
No.
It could be in his head.
But Turbo,
No,
did
it
you
probably is
call
in his
me?
head.
Oh,
I would
Yeah.
did you call me Turbo like 5 minutes ago before the conversation
Nope.
got way out of?
Mm-mm.
We
Way
might
out
get a
of
higher
hand.
I
high.
heard you say my name.
Say my name. Say my name. No, I didn't. I didn't.
What you think of it?
Well, I won the spelling bee.
What's that? Okay.
Hell yeah.
All right.
Wait.
What's your name?
Jesus. His name
Steven.
is just weird.
Okay,
Three
I'm
guns in
down
the
with that.
front.
2 first names sounds like a math guy.
Stephen Edward. I'm not a math guy. Actually, I'm not even a guy.
I'm confused.
So is
Yeah,
he.
it's yeah.
I think he is too. Yeah.
He's one of those fluid gender folks.
If you're confused, you have met me.
Amen to that, brother. That's what my cousin took. Well, never mind.
Are you sure it's not the other way around?
If you've heard Kwai, you've heard him 500 times.
I keep getting. I swear I keep hearing like the same voice from like different people. It's otherwise I'd know.
You hear me?
Should we
Hey, I
disguise
heard
our
you had
voices?
that.
I can be
Yeah.
anything.
Well,
There's a lot of
answer me
Southerners
this.
in
Can you
here.
feel?
A
Can you
lot
feel
of
the earth
southern
moving?
accents in here.
How y'all
Yeah,
doing,
there's
Steve?
a lot of
No,
Southerners.
no.
No
My
American unless you've
grandma
been to the
told me
South.
she could. My cousin, my first cousin, he told me he could. But they got
That's
they got
Kentucky
14
right there.
teeth
You're
combined.
Kentucky. You're Kentucky. I know it. I hear it. That's
All right,
Kentucky or
look, I
East
ain't from
Tennessee.
Kentucky, but I ain't
East
never met a
Tennessee.
bad man from
East
Kentucky, so
Tennessee.
I take that as a
Alabama,
East
compliment.
Tennessee.
Louisiana. Let's see who's gonna get it.
Nah, that ain't Louisiana. That's not
No, I don't know. I
Louisiana.
mean, I'm Canadian. I couldn't tell you. It just
No,
sounds very
Louisiana.
southern.
It
Y'all
depends
don't
what
even know
it
what you're
depends
North
talking
which
about.
accent you
Carolina.
want me to have. It depends on
It'll be
which
North
accent you want me to
Carolina.
have.
Hey, no. It'd be it would be Western North Carolina.
Georgia.
Okay, so you live in the middle of Georgia, not near Gulf.
Ah, shit. Okay. I wish I could actually say, but you know, this is the internet and shit, and we're talking about.
Okay,
You know
so
what I'm saying? I wish I could say. I really would tell y'all, but you know how it is.
Where you're from?
Well, I just
Tybee
mean
Island.
in general. I want to like help him guess. You know what I'm saying?
No, dude. I honestly prefer not knowing. It's more fun and sexier not knowing.
You
I
kind of
know, but
sound
damn
like
it.
you have the guy called Wimpy. Like he's got a similar accent. You sound like
Oh yeah.
Wimpy.
Is that
I think he's
is
from
that a
North Carolina though.
is that a book?
Yeah,
No,
North
It's a guy.
Carolina.
It's a Discord member.
Shit,
Name
you
is
could be Dallas. That's
He's a
Austin
person.
or
He
Houston.
posted in the general chat. He's an old guy that's really jacked.
Well,
He's not old, dude. Relax.
He's like 68.
That's
okay,
not
I'll
old,
just
and you
say
don't know
Middle
about
Georgia.
him.
I'll just say Middle Georgia's correct. How's that?
Okay, all right. So
You were
outside
correct.
of Atlanta, in a nice suburb near a lake, probably. I know.
The only reason I said he's
Something
old
like
is
that.
because he's really jacked for his age.
He is. He has
He's
a lot
not
of
he's
like
not like
white
a
hair,
super
but
old man.
I think he's my
but like
age, bro.
he's jacked
He's
for
like
his
middle
age.
aged.
I'm
Wait,
pretty
are y'all
sure he's
talking
like
about me?
wimpy.
Oh, I was about to say,
48 or something.
Dude, I haven't
Dude, he's older than that.
The only thing I work out is my bottom lip, my right hand, 12-ounce curls, baby, and grizzly wintergreen. Man, I might have said something I should have said.
Nah,
Dude,
I didn't do it.
Wimpy is definitely past retirement age.
no, he's not.
Oh my.
Yes, he is.
poor
He's a
him.
grandfather.
No,
Shut the
he's
fuck
not.
up.
No.
So
Yes,
what?
yes, he is.
No, he's
How
not.
do you guys not know this stuff?
Because I know because he's too sexy.
Okay, he can be a
Wimpy
grandfather
doesn't
at
sound
like
like a young name.
Do you understand people can be grandfathers at 30?
I was a grandfather at 25.
What?
I had a cousin. Well, never mind.
What kind of neighborhood did you
Steven.
grow up in?
Steven.
Thirty.
The kind you don't want.
What you just said.
Dude, we already have
But
we already
Thirty.
have
Do
stereotypes
the
of
math.
your accent. Don't make it worse.
I want to know if the cousin was a good kisser.
I'm dating a grandmother.
Then
Yeah.
we would know that it was he has cousins.
What do you call that? A gilf?
Or
She's freaking
yeah, Gil.
Come on, that trust fund. Who's got a grandma for a girlfriend? Come on, she got a best friend?
Oh, Steven does. Definitely.
Yeah. Yeah, she's got friends for sure, but
Oh yeah.
I
Speaking of which,
mean, what you bringing to the table, bro? Because these
speaking
ladies.
of which, Clive, when are you gonna hook me up with the 28-year-old female so I can get part of your portfolio?
Well, as soon as I drain all her blood.
She'll never give you her portfolio. She's already willed it to her probably family and a tombstone and a
No,
statue.
he said that somebody in his family, in his bloodline, was trying to get married, and that whoever
for
marries
money?
them.
I'll do it, Clive, if we need to do some money shit.
If she's looking for citizenship, I'm down.
Hell no, I said I would do it.
Okay,
Yeah,
all right. You know what? First
I'm
dibs.
sure.
That's cool.
But you'll take it.
He said one of them was 28, one of them was 45, one of them was a male, and the other one was a female, and they were looking for marriage. And that's the thing is that I don't know which one is which. Is it the 45-year-old the female?
It's
Is it 28-year-old?
POLYA. The rest of the letters I don't know.
Polyamorous?
Wedding ring in the moon. All right, so we know Kawhi needs to get laid.
Clive, you missed it. We were just talking about astrophysics.
Oh my god.
We were going
thought
down
it was
a big
genealogy.
fat rabbit hole about the theory of
You
relativity.
just brought it. You just did it again. You lit it. You lit it and you threw it. It's a 9-banger.
How is it a theory? It's a fact.
What? The theory of relativity?
It's not a theory. As far as we're concerned. It's the
the
best
name of
solution
it.
we've come up with.
Title
Without it, when we first started air traffic controlling, if it hadn't been for the
Here
special
we
case
go.
of general relativity, then the airplanes would not have been able to fly correctly.
All right, it works. It seems to work.
That's why hot air balloon.
To be technical on semantics here, scientific theory is very different to like colloquial theory. Like what we would say theory, like as in like, oh, it's
Where's
a
Joe
good
Aspinett?
But scientific theory is as good as fact. Like that's because it's like what we understand as the absolute. That's where science is at the moment, you know.
As
It's
far
always
as
a
we
theory.
understand, that's the
Yeah,
way it
like the
is.
hydrogen.
Right. So,
But that's the thing is that science
what
is
it- what
always
it-
evolving and changing, so the facts are always
That's
changing.
right.
But it's like as
That's
far as
right.
we know, this is the way.
Now,
We know
science
everything.
doesn't change.
Yeah,
Science
yeah.
doesn't change.
We're making no money.
Yeah.
I'm trying, man. I'm trying. Shit's going sideways. Oops, things are going sideways. Annoying. What are you gonna do?
I just tell people whenever I say things, I say that's the truth as I know it. Because I'm always happy to hear things that I may not know. I like people to know it's the truth as I know it, and I'm happy to be wrong because that means that I learned something new.
Yeah.
But I'm also happy to brainstorm.
Good,
Just
anyway. Good science welcomes criticism and welcomes like a better answer, like a more accurate, like something closer to what is happening.
Except when it comes to the
good
pyramids.
science 100% does that.
Yep, good science is always available for
That's dope.
revision and
When
scrutiny.
people get involved, it is scary.
So that's why all things that science discovers
That's gnar, bro.
is always scientific. They're all theories, right? They're all like working theory. The working theory is this or that. But to us, like just in a general sense, then yeah, these are what we like casually call scientific facts, but they're still theories. But that's still like of high, you know what I mean. I'm going in circles.
I appreciate those circles though.
Oh yeah. At least
If there's a bunch of research
I
that has
appreciate this
gone
little
in
pump here too, a little
to
bit.
support if there's a bunch of research and evidence that's found to support the theory, it becomes much more credible.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just something to back it up, a little bit of evidence, maybe a little bit of hopium every now and then. She.
Yeah, if you can't disprove
night
the
out
current
Back
tonight.
it up, girl.
if you can't disprove or better the current theory on whatever topic it is, that is the dominant understanding, and that's what rules at the time, right?
Amen to that.
Let me be
Yep.
your
So it's like
ruler.
you can't beat like okay, what's just something that everyone's comfortable saying is a scientific
Beautiful.
fact?
Voice of an
Cigarettes are
angel.
good
That
for
a
you.
wheel turns round and round and it's used on every
Yeah.
vehicle in the world. I mean, just it could be
Yeah.
very basic,
It's only
right?
21 million Bitcoin ever.
That
The
water
Federal Reserve
extinguishes-
doesn't have any gold in it.
that water extinguishes fire. Like that's
many
a
people will be like,
scientific theory, but no one can disprove that. No one's got anything better.
I can.
Like
No,
so
that is no
working
good
theory.
because if a fire is built on oil, you're just going to enlarge it with water. So no, I'm sorry.
But that's a different.
Yeah,
I mean, like
Just put sand on it.
I think as we evolve, science gets proven. You know, sometimes we're just waiting for. We're just not there yet. We're waiting
Here's one.
for certain.
Fire needs oxygen.
Yeah, and Turbo was
Yeah.
talking, but
You can't have a flame
fire
without oxygen.
What? No way.
Yeah.
Is that why?
Yeah, you take-
Oh,
Yeah, you
shoot.
take away the.
Those things up for your bunghole thing sitting by the fire pit. It blows air.
The only thing that'll take out a fire with
Through a mask.
certainty is lack of
Oh.
oxygen.
Yeah.
Amen.
I guess,
it up, baby.
so with
And even
scientific
that, now you
understanding,
can.
Wrong. Depends on the fire.
Yeah,
With-
yeah.
with,
Even now you can cheat it. Yeah, I know.
with
Like for the.
with scientific understandings, like there's definitely like a spectrum of confidence behind what that theory says. You know what I mean? Like we can be fairly confident that humans need to breathe to live, right? That you can be that's highly confident. But then there's other science that is like, oh, like that's the working theory, but like we're not so confident about it, but there's nothing better than that theory. Like, and that's what we got, you know. It's just like a low confidence thing.
Here's an example of that. Is that
like the Big Bang.
so? It's pretty much like we humans need to eat food to survive, right?
Yeah.
Is that really the case, or just as far as we know, that's what's worked?
Your body is.
I
dead.
heard a
No,
story.
you would die.
I heard a story about this guy that basically just he never ate. He fasted every day, and he drank he drank
Oh
water,
my lord.
but he just sat out. He sat out in the sun, and he claimed that all he needed to do was just absorb vitamins from the sun, and that's what sustained him.
That's gonna give you a headache real fast.
Yeah,
Well,
that's
salt and water,
definitely.
baby. Let's go.
Dehydration is the killer, brother.
We need our basic amino acids and lipids. We really do. There was 28 days, you guys, where I didn't even eat because I've had multiple feet of my intestines taken out, and they feed me with a basic bag
There
of
it
almost
is.
milk, but it goes directly into my bloodstream. It's just filled with lipids, amino acids, basic minerals.
Oh,
But that's
like
about what you're gonna need and stuff.
You tell him, Joe.
Is it stuff?
You're not average, Joe. You're no
Is it
average
stuff
Joe,
that-
bro.
But
No,
is it
it's
stuff that
I
your
did
body
multi-
could potentially produce just by absorbing sunlight? That's the question. Like these are
Get
the
'em.
There is no cell in our body that produces energy from sunlight. We only produce vitamin D.
Vitamin
from
D.
sunlight.
So there could be
The only
cave
thing we
people.
synthesize through sunlight is vitamin D.
And you need vitamin D for to be healthy, but too much will give you skin cancer and wrinkles.
Because there's like melanin and shit too. Like people produce
Which
more
those
melanin
are
when they're in the
molecules that are created after we have proper levels of vitamin D and other things released, right? But it's not created. Our body just knows to switch and
But
recreate it more.
these amino acids,
The basic
like
compound
these
is
nuts.
basically what goes through our intestines, our small intestines, and our red blood cells, and our other
Yeah.
blood cells bump into them and grab those lipids and basic
So
components.
if you have water in sunlight, but isn't like theoretically there a way that you could produce the
No.
amino acids that you need to survive?
Or ATP,
Dehydrate you, dude.
triphosphate. Remember that?
You die.
Triphosphate. Hey.
You can't get that from sun, bud.
No, we need proteins and fats and stuff like that, don't we? Like
Yeah,
that's
and
essential.
sugar.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Right. Glucose, saturated fat, sunlight, salt, water. I mean,
Well,
come on.
actually,
Zinc.
I beg to differ about the glucose and the sugar thing because you know that
You need sugar.
if you can survive without carbohydrates, your body is very clever in converting fat into the carbohydrate that's needed for the brain, and that's called gluconeogenesis. It's done in the liver.
Gluconeogenesis is one of my
Yeah.
favorite.
You need
That
complex
sounds
carbohydrates.
It'd be like a vegetable
Gluconeogenesis is a
walking
really important
around.
part of it.
Which means you don't have to dietarily intake carbohydrates to survive. You can generate it yourself from fat, and that's done by the liver. Yeah,
that's pretty
But you
cool.
have to have
Pretty cool.
fat then in that case though.
What
Yeah,
happens if you
everybody
drink all the time and your liver's processing all the alcohol? Does it
And that's
still?
all
That
it's been
wasn't part of the
doing.
original equation. Alcohol wasn't part of the original equation.
That's a very good variable. That's a
Hey,
good
if anybody needs
variable.
a study done versus control, just let me know. Come on.
Anyway, the only reason I brought up the example is because it was like Rick was saying, like, oh, there are things that are there's like theories that are tested and like they turn out to be true. As far as we know, it's true. You need food to eat. Like you need food to survive. But
Fact.
like, I mean, is like as far as we know, there could also be a possibility where all you need is sunlight and water. It's just that we haven't explored
Energy.
that.
You wouldn't be moving.
We will
That
never
doesn't-
find that out.
Okay,
You'd
what
be
I'm
limp
saying-
as fuck. Oh,
Okay,
limp as
we
fuck.
haven't
And
explored. We haven't explored that. We haven't
Because
explored
it's not a
that
safe
or done
study.
testing on it or experimentation on it. We haven't.
All right, it's called naked
We
and
haven't.
afraid.
We haven't actually dug into it enough to
It's
disprove
the most
it. Is what I'm
ridiculous thing
saying.
to say, though. If you
Totally.
actually step back and think about it, Quad, how do you feel when you don't eat or drink something for like a day? What do you know what happens
Depends if
when you
I'm
don't
going through
drink?
withdrawals.
You know what's even crazy?
Your muscles
It was
are
live
fast.
what we're doing is
You
I
hallucinate. You
fasted for
die.
48. I used to do 48-hour
I don't
fasts.
care.
Like
You need food. You need water.
go do that in the sun, though. Go do that in the sun.
I used to do a
particularly.
48-hour fast. Like
You can't argue this.
I would only eat every 48 hours, and I
I
wasn't
don't
even
give a
hungry enough
shit.
to eat a full meal. So once your body gets used to fasting, it doesn't have the same effect on you as you would think. When
know
you're
what's really
used to
crazy?
eating, when you're used to eating 5 fucking times a day. Sorry for my language. When you're used to eating 5 times a day, then you don't eat for a day, yeah, you're gonna feel it.
Yeah,
But
if
if
your
your
body
body
just
just
gets
gets
used to
doing
it,
something different,
you're gonna piss once and be black.
your body adapts to something. When you change something,
It needs to have something
about
to
your
absorb
body
and
will
to
adapt.
store.
Touch
Qui-Gon.
95 on Bitcoin.
It needs to be able to store something and get used to storing it for 48 hours. If you don't eat in between, if you just drink water, I mean, you're not going to do much.
You're gonna perish.
You're not gonna feel good. Your
I'm
body
just
just
saying,
gonna
yes.
Did you guys ever hear the theory?
I'm just saying,
You're-
as an example, yes, all of
this out.
that is true as far as we know.
To
You might
even
have
talk
heard
about this right now makes me feel so stupid.
If it doesn't work for the
Remember,
average human, it's just not
Hey,
going to
man,
work.
Bitcoin, Bitcoin's liking this conversation. Whatever's happening, whatever we're talking about, Bitcoin seems to like it.
As far as we know, all of that is
Yeah,
true,
Joe.
but
Yep.
we might discover new things someday and find out, hey, we don't actually like. There is always
Exactly.
the possibility that we
Have you
discover
guys ever
something
heard
new
the
and we say,
theory?
hey, we don't actually
Hey
need
guys,
food.
have you
We're
guys
gonna
ever heard
turn
the
in,
theory?
we're gonna
Hang on.
turn into
Time out.
trees about like
Before we get off
absorbing
subject.
sunlight for energy and like just water and sunlight. That sounds like a tree, dude. But to your credit, Kwai,
No.
trees are the most successful things because look, they live for like hundreds of years.
They're
And they're fun to
trees.
smoke.
You know what I mean?
Are you all
Guys,
drinking?
Greeks
Are you
guys,
drinking? Some of you guys are
check this
starting to
out.
slur your
Can
speech
you
over
hear me?
time. I'm curious what you're drinking over there.
I
I'm
have
curious to hear
no
what Joe
drink,
has to
no
say for the
drugs.
past 5 minutes. But
I
I've
can't
been
Like,
believe
waiting.
that's
this
what I'm
I've been
right
saying.
now.
trying.
Trees,
I've been
trees are
No,
asking
badass,
too.
are
dude.
you?
Trees are resilient
Yeah,
as hell.
yeah. You
Why?
cut a limb off a tree and
Guys,
it
time
grows.
out. Listen to what I'm
Grows it
about
back.
to say.
What happened to the
Every
blue
single
zone?
organism on this planet
Yeah.
has a digestive system, right? And inside of all of our digestive systems,
Is it?
from worms to insects, all the way up to humans, we have a bacterial community which lives inside of us. So what's
Yeah.
really
Termite?
crazy is there are
What about
theories.
termites?
Well, wait a second. There are theories that bacteria have been on this planet the longest, almost out of everything, and other things like that, right? And they have maybe created these systems that drive them around and keep them warm and keep them fed. And each of these different vessels are all the different organisms and different
No
animals and
shit. There's
insects,
good
plants.
bacteria and bad bacteria.
Exactly. But
Yeah,
if you
you
really
need them
look at
both.
it, all of those bacteria are shared across all of these digestive systems. And all of these digestive systems are really what we're feeding every day. Sure, we're feeding our body ATP
We're
and
just
all
a
of this
vessel.
stuff to keep our body and our muscles moving. If you really look at it,
Yeah.
your mom, when
Yeah,
you
we
came out of your
are.
mom, she
Feeding the
transferred,
buggies
she
in your stomach.
transferred that
Dude, that is
entire
deep.
bacterial community to you.
We're just
She
vehicles,
transferred
man.
all of that to your
We're
digestive
just
system.
vehicles and vessels. That's
Is
all
that a
we
new
are.
The
vehicle?
crazy.
Is that a new
So
vehicle
if you really
spell?
want to look at it on a
All we're
small,
feeding
small,
is the
small
buggies
thing,
inside of
Yeah,
us.
Joe, I'm still hearing
Bacteria
you,
that's
Joe.
inside of us. That's all we're feeding.
are we little space vessels that the bacterial community is inside of us that need that food and stuff too?
It's
Right. That's why
crazy
you
how it
get sick
seems like
too, right?
All right.
It's a
Well,
symbiotic. It's a
here's the thing
symbiotic
about
process.
bacteria. It's super hard to kill bacteria because Joe, check this out. They had a meteorite that came from space, right? They found
No
bacteria
way.
on it.
Even
It was frozen, and
Which year?
it was like 100 million years old or some shit.
Yeah,
And
bacteria can
this
stay hundreds
bacteria
of
that was
million
on
years
this
old,
meteor,
frozen, no problem. No
because
problem.
because it was in space, it was frozen, and it came to Earth. They unfroze the bacteria, and these bacteria came back to life.
Correct. That's where I truly think where most of
And
our life
poof,
on this planet originated from
2019
was
came
something
through.
that
who
was
unfroze
biotic
it?
that
Fire
contained
breathing
bacteria
dragons.
and fungus.
World War Z.
Bacteria and fungus were the ones that started most of it, right?
Hell yeah, and Adam and Eve.
Just look at it that way too. So
Adam and
we're all
Eve were
sitting here talking
bacteria.
about food for us, but it's like,
they
wait a
huffing
second,
more than
we have
that,
that
Mike.
little system inside of us there that system
Yeah,
across
but
all
Joseph,
of organisms.
It's crazy
come on,
how
bro.
our own bodies can like fight bacteria and stuff too. You
Bad
know
ones they
that
don't want. They've created a security system for themselves.
Hell yeah. The
Hey,
it's
beautiful.
crazy.
here's cheers and
But if
hats
it,
off to the lady that said that mentioned what is it, like gluconeogenesis. That was no one's ever
You
come at
know,
me with that. Like I
I would
thought
like
I
to
was like,
take
oh
this as an
shit.
opportunity to say that the reason that you're not going to get kidney damage from ketoacidosis while you're on a low carb or no carb diet is gluconeogenesis because
Yeah.
Does
don't
that mean
go
I keep drinking?
no.
Okay.
Do you take a lot of vitamins? Are you vegan?
Less water.
I think
That
the
was the most
danger is
solid no I've
it's
ever
not.
heard you
I
say.
don't think it's about
Only
like
vegan.
damaging your kidneys. I think it's about your blood getting toxic.
No,
I was specifically told that that eating meat, because I only eat meat, would damage my kidneys. And then
Yeah.
a person could not give me the reason why. So then somebody else jumped in and said that it was ketoacidosis that would cause the kidney damage. And then I did some research, and now is the perfect opportunity to just counter that. And
A
well,
lot of
now
red meat is
Yeah,
bad
but
for you. Yeah,
I
the
don't
older
think
age.
it's really I don't think it's really
Bullshit.
that I don't think it's
there's
really
a
that it
misun
damages your kidneys. It's just that your kidneys can't filter out your blood, so your blood becomes toxic.
yeah, so
with ketoacidosis or because you eat meat?
No,
that's
just
from
what he's saying.
ketoacidosis. If you have
Oh, yeah,
too many
ketoacidosis is
ketones.
terrible for you, but eating meat doesn't cause ketoacidosis.
It
No,
causes
it's
And
just
no, and low carb doesn't cause.
It's not just eating meat. It's just if you have too many ketones in your blood.
Yeah, that's
Well,
way too many
it's a little
ketones
more
in your blood.
complicated than that, but
Yeah.
yeah, but you won't. I mean, because of gluconeogenesis, the average person, unless they have something like they're diabetic or alcoholic, they would not.
Easy.
They would that would not happen because the ketone. I can't even remember words anymore. Gluconeogenesis. Because your body's like I eat a lot of protein, and so I kind of struggle sometimes because I also was pre-diabetic before I started, to get the fat protein balance right, so that I don't trigger the keto acid, so I don't trigger
you gotta keep that A1C down.
Sugar too high.
Jim Girl says you don't get ketoacidosis.
Hey, big Baz there.
Unless you are diabetic.
You know what I mean?
So
yeah, I think you have to be diabetic first to some degree, honestly.
So what's the medical definition of scurvy?
There's a big difference between ketosis and ketoacidosis. They're different processes. Like ketosis is the healthy, like natural, like that's what the body's designed and functioned to do, right? Ketoacidosis is like the extreme of that. It's like that on, times 10.
Acid.
It's a spectrum of like, too much of anything is a bad thing. Like we can drink too much water and drown, There's all sorts of things.
In a healthy body, it's balanced, so that doesn't it doesn't get out of balance like that because gluconeogenesis,
it is.
Forms
you
the
have to be
balance.
in harmony.
Eat, sleep, drink, water.
I think if you're creating too many ketones and you're not using the ketones and burning them off,
what's up, y'all, man?
then that could pose a problem because there was one time, okay, like I used to use those strips that you piss on, right? Or like you pee in a cup and you put the strip in the cup and it tells you what your ketone levels are.
Pregnancy test? Oh,
why? One time that shit came out dark purple and it said that it was dangerous for my ketone levels to be that high.
You know why?
Don't drink or eat.
Listen, I can explain exactly why that was. So those ketone piss strips, they only work for the first couple of weeks of getting into ketosis because your body is still using primary fuel source of glucose, not ketones yet. So what does your body do when you're dietarily eating more fats and meat, right? You're producing you're getting ketones, but your body's not using them yet. So you pee them out, like it's wasting them. It's putting them to waste.
The rate
When you become
absorption.
adapted to using ketones, like as fuel, you won't put them to waste. You'll actually, and that's why they stop showing up in your pee with those piss strip things.
Yeah, but it's not that they stopped showing up. It's that there's so many. There was so many of them.
Yeah, you were dumping them. You weren't adapted yet, probably.
Is that what I'm always
tired? It was saying that there was so many of them. Like there was okay, if it's light yellow, you're not in ketosis yet. If it's orange, you're in ketosis.
Bro.
And if it's purple, you're
dying.
Way too many ketones.
Purple piss?
It's also the pH in the blood along with the ketone level.
Okay, so I never did a blood test. So that's one thing. It was just so Rick might have a point there. Like I might have been making too many ketones, but I wasn't absorbing all of them because I wasn't using them, and then all the rest of them were coming out of my piss.
Yeah.
I might have been fat adapted, but I was still probably making so many ketones that they were all coming out of my piss, and it was like, oh, all right, we got to get rid of this.
Were you taking any exogenous ketones?
Your body
like
can use. When you truly adapted, your body can actually use the fat itself without needing to create the ketones in the liver, so it can bypass that process.
It's pretty amazing.
Well, I don't feel like I've ever got I think it's like a rare case that it can happen
Turbo,
where you have too many ketones.
Everywhere.
In any case, I did use exogenous ketones, Rick, in the beginning.
Okay, yep.
Like
Because that might
until
be
I
why.
realized that
Yeah.
that
Did you see
didn't
that
freaking do
XRP move
anything.
there earlier?
Yeah. I think
Like
that's just to
because
trick your body into switching fuel sources, like from glucose to ketones.
apparently it's supposed to be bad for the process if you use exogenous ketone because it's like the whole idea is to transform your fat cells into ketones, and then that's
Yeah,
how you
yeah.
lose weight.
It's like your
My
body
But
would get lazy.
tell
It's like,
him
oh,
we
I'm
know.
getting them dietarily. I don't need to create them. Like it gets
right,
lazy, and then you're not getting the weight loss.
right,
It's like you
exactly.
have
It
to.
can help in
Yeah,
the
you have.
beginning because it teaches your body what it's supposed to be doing and then
Yeah.
encourages it to do it on its own. But only in the beginning, it's really not necessary.
What
As you
about
Yeah.
a natural, balanced, healthy diet and just like, proper
Well, maybe I
amount of
should
work
take
getting
them.
out? Is that gonna make a human balance?
Yeah,
No,
man.
because everyone has different
Balance.
Whatever
genes.
happened to that shit? Just like
But the thing, it's the argument
it's
over what is balance. Like what is the perfect
yeah,
balance?
what your
That's
body
the
needs.
argument.
Your
Yeah.
body needs a certain amount of everything.
You could
well,
argue
in
that
that case, then
no.
fasting would be part of the balance, at least intermittent fasting, so you get the
Yeah,
balance
it is
of
good.
not eating, and having not digesting and all of that, which would put you into a state of ketosis for a bit.
Yeah.
Yeah, which is
So
good.
Fasting
So
has
should I
people would argue,
start?
oh,
Should I
McDonald's.
start taking exogenous ketones for like a month
No,
and then see if that
No,
kicks me into
you don't
ketosis
need that
again?
shit, man. Keep it
guys, yeah.
simple. You don't need that. You don't need that.
just
You've
keep doing what
already
you're
done it,
doing.
then your body already knows what to do, so you don't really need to prime it.
Mm.
Yeah, you'd be
Guys,
alright.
I don't
I
take
love this
like
advice
that
I'm
much.
hearing.
It,
I don't
it,
take that
it
much
literally,
compliments, but
he's been
literally
trying to do
because of
something.
fasting, I look younger now. I'm more agile. I have better stamina. Yes, sir. Than I
From
ever
what?
had in my 20s.
Fasting
Like from fasting.
for
Oh
how
Just
yeah,
long?
fasting.
fasting full.
Well, I have jujitsu on the side, but like
Mm.
fasting has really changed. Like I look at my pictures when I was because I'm Asian. So when you're Asian, you eat like what 4 or 5
What
times a
kind of
day,
Asian?
huh? Asian. so so we eat a
Are you
lot, right?
jungle
Because that's part of
Asian
the
or?
culture.
Yes.
We eat in the morning. We eat in noontime. We eat mid-afternoon snack. We eat when we're bored. We eat when we're in
Second
front of the
breakfast.
TV. We eat dinner. Yeah, so like, I never understood fasting. I thought fasting was like, the 90s where you just eat one meal a day. I thought it was that. It was a diet. But when I started to fast, like in the morning, I would just have coffee and water. It's like
Mm.
it's like
You know
I'm
what the
at my
process is
most
called?
efficient at work.
It's called
It's like my body's
autophagy.
not tired. Yeah.
Your body's recycling cells that it doesn't need.
Mike,
And if
no.
you're eating 3 meals a day, your body never gets the chance to go into autophagy.
Yes.
And so
Yes. When
the
I learned
Nobel
that,
Prize winner,
like,
the Nobel
oh, so
Prize winner
that's
for
why
health.
I feel so awful. Like, especially
Yeah.
when I go out
So
drinking, it's an
yeah.
Asian thing to eat after drinking, right? So like
Yep.
I remember like why do I feel so draggy in the morning? And when I took out the
Mm.
meals at late at night, it just changed everything.
So digestion of food is a very energy taxing process in the body. So if you're burdening your body 3 times a day with eating and digesting food, it never gets the chance to address anything else. It has to, your body's trying to process the meal and digest it, because if it doesn't do that as priority one, you run the risk of that food that you ate going bad in you and makes you sick, right? You're going to get potentially poisoned or whatever. So it's just the way the digestive system works. It's like that is in the body, like priority one is your fuel system, like your digestion. So if you free that up by fasting, your body's like, oh, cool, I don't have to do that now. I'm not burdened. I can go and do other things in the body, like other tasks, like recycling old cells, like breaking down toxins. And this is why fasting's healthy, because you're giving your body a break, basically, from the whole digestive process.
Exactly.
And the person that came up with this or discovered this won the Nobel Prize for Health for that year.
What's her name? I need
So
to know because I throw up
I'll
every time
look
I
his
drink
name up.
coffee.
I'll get you. Yeah, I'll get you his name. Hang on a second. I'm just gonna Google Nobel Prize winner autophagy.
If I eat or drink anything before noon, doesn't
Yep.
work.
Yeah, if you eat, you know when
You
you
take
get a food
Adderall.
coma? You know when you get a
Just
massive food
coffee and
coma
water in the
because you
morning is
ate
great.
heaps of carbs? That that is because like it's literally it's like a process that your body goes into. Like that's a very taxing and energy intensive process to digest food.
Really?
Yep.
And then
If I eat in the
3-day fast,
morning, oh, sorry.
if you do a 3-day fast every once in a while, not too often, then you go into a deep autophagy, which actually cleans up your inefficient mitochondria. And say you have like any things that shouldn't be in your body, like if you have like cysts or like
Cancer
I
whatever,
even?
usually fast
maybe benign, like some sort
between.
of growth, tumors, maybe benign, maybe not. It helps clean up all of that stuff.
What about
Really?
hemorrhoids?
Good
I
reason.
put it in general chat.
Hemorrhoids, I haven't read any
All right, Rick, I
information
got you.
You
on
believe
autophagy.
in
Got it?
vaccinations? Or like not vaccinate. I mean, fucking. I'm sorry. Antibiotic.
No. I mean,
I figured that.
maybe they're necessary sometimes, but
Yeah,
almost not.
yeah. What about shingles?
And if you take them
The shingle shot.
when you aren't need them, then they won't work when you're older and you do need them.
Right.
I'll tell you what, if you're fighting any illness or disease, you've got a much better chance at living with it or recovering from it if
right?
you're in a state of autophagy compared
Right.
to like if you're trying to get better and you're eating chocolate and drinking soft drinks,
Yeah.
you're making it so much more difficult for your body to fight and get healthy again because like you're giving it other battles, like you're
You
giving it
deserve
extra
a
things
sick
to
pick if you're
deal
eating
with.
chocolate bars while I sick shit.
Yeah. But yeah, check out that dude. I put it in general chat. That's just the
Appreciate you, Rick.
2016 Nobel Prize winner.
Autophagy.
Well,
I'm gonna change my name to
Japanese dude.
Autophagy.
Autophagy. Yeah.
What's going on, guys?
The
I thought it,
nutritionist.
All right, you each got 5 minutes for your closing arguments.
Yeah.
All right,
Oh,
so
damn.
here's my
Time
closing
limits,
argument.
guys.
I thought that for the longest time, I thought that autophagy was pronounced autophagy.
All right, you've used up your 5 minutes. Next.
If they've got each 5 minutes for closing argument, you're going to be sitting for a long time, brother.
I'm giving my time back to.
I opened up the debate chat. I'm just gonna start moving people down there.
Yeah.
Well, which debate are we talking about? Are we talking about ketosis? Are we talking about the theory of relativity? Are we talking about the World Trade Center? Which argument? You gotta be more specific. We're talking about UFOs.
Covered so many topics in the last.
been all
Or
over
the
the
one
place.
where you don't need food and water.
Yeah, we're trying to discover the secrets of
Oh.
the hydrogen injection.
How to turn ourselves into plants where we can use the sun for energy. So like what's that called? Photosynthesis?
Yeah.
I don't think
We've
that
covered a lot of the topics. We
photosynthesize.
wrote a book on the universe, our understanding of the universe tonight.
I'm just wondering if Fly and Rick sound alike.
No.
No.
They don't?
Really?
Oh, no.
Nah.
Mine
Okay.
sounds like gloomy.
That's what I needed to know. Okay, that was my closing argument. Okay.
I've had some people tell me, like in Australia, they're like, "Why do you sound American? Like, why are you?" And it's because I've been talking in Discords for so long now, and most people in the Discords are American, so like your accent kind of rubs off on me.
It's actually almost like I actually thought it was kind of English until I thought it sounded like Fly, and then I was like, okay, he must be from Australia.
Closing argument. I feel so sane now and in touch with reality after that. Compared. So yeah, this is good stuff.
Stephen,
Oh,
I
for
feel like
Stephen to say that, he
you
must
needed.
have made a breakthrough.
Well,
I feel
no,
like
I mean the
Stephen,
stuff I was
Stephen,
hearing,
you
I
need a
was like,
you need a
no,
job. You need a job in Hollywood, Stephen. Like, I think
I
you're just really
don't.
interesting.
Nope,
You could
nope,
be
nope.
like a
That's not part of my
screenwriter. Like,
argument. My last statement is that reality is what is more likely, and what is in front of you most likely is. If it looks like it, smells like it, tastes like it, usually is it. But
yeah.
Yeah, the
Look,
Earth,
I'll tell you
Earth is
what.
round. Peace out.
In
Oh,
conclusion to our conversation for the past 4 hours, I think Bitcoin has enjoyed it because it's come up all the way back up over 95.
Let's go.
That's pretty
I'm
cool,
looking
man.
for 5% on USDT dominance. Hopefully, it's gonna go and
I've
reach
enjoyed
Yeah.
the entertainment, boys. Thank you.
Hey, what's been the
And
highest
gals.
price we've achieved like since the big dip? What, 95,750 or something? So we still haven't quite hit
almost
96,000. Not quite yet.
Yeah, because I remember that 618 was at like 94.6 or something.
no. He's right on. It's almost 95,750, 95,730 something.
A second, I
Yeah.
gotta look at my
It's in the
chart.
95.7s.
Yeah.
Yeah. Maybe some derivative
94.7.
struck.
Hold on, where is
Some
this other?
some derivatives might have struck
Oh,
96 already.
never mind.
But
You put it on logarithmic, and the 618 is at 96,422. But the high that we hit was 95,769.
hey, yeah. Guess it just depends on the exchange you're looking at and all that.
Oh, this is Binance Perps.
Yeah. We're still doing really well. Like we haven't given it up. We're still, holding ground. It's great. I'm loving it. I think XRP had a bit of a shake up in the last 24 hours. Like, damn. They sent it down back to like $2.2450 or something. $2.20 something.
I don't know what the hell's going
222?
on with crypto. We're either gonna, if we're gonna pump, it's gotta break through this level soon, or this is where we're gonna start dropping below,
Patience.
probably below 97K, I would think. It would start to turn around, but it does show more signs of like, okay, it came all the way up here. Now it seems to be kind of holding. There's kind of like not really a rising wedge, but like an ascending channel after this. So I don't know if it's losing momentum. I guess we'd have to refer to like the oscillators and like the daily and shit for that.
Yeah, I think we're getting an ascending triangle, to be honest, because we got higher lows and equal highs.
We had a really good one. We had a really good ascending triangle on like the 15-minute or something. Dbloc had it on his chart. We had a beautiful one. It broke down out of it.
Oh, I saw that one. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that was a bit more of a micro. If you zoom out, there is still a big one building. It's got the same roof as the one you're talking to or talking about. It's got the same ceiling. You got to zoom out and connect the pillars.
Yeah, if you go back one further, then yeah, like the low before.
Yeah, like the bigger pivots, like the bigger. If you go on the 1 hour chart, maybe you'll see it.
I think I know what you're saying, but
yeah.
Are you talking something like this? Hold on, 'cause I'll just put a picture in the bubble chat.
Yeah, put a picture. I'll have a look.
Take a picture, smack my bitch up.
Don't you wanna take my picture?
All right, I put it in the bubble chat.
Yeah, dude, that's it.
All right, so then what about this kind of, because it really sort of looks like just an ascending channel, not really a triangle at this point.
Yeah, I can see the channel too. You mean like the parallels?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like sort of more like this.
The train tracks. Yep.
Bubble shit. Bubble.
Yeah, the tram lines. Yeah.
I mean, kind of just, I don't know. I wouldn't call it a rising wedge. I don't think, just because there's no.
Yeah, I don't think it's bearish. I don't think what we're building here is bearish. I think it's kind of like we've found a level of suppression, like someone or whoever, a group, who knows, but there's like a level that they don't want it to get past.
I mean, I think that's just that nobody's selling past there. People bought below, let's say, 93K.
Yeah.
They're not going to sell here.
And it's like they're maintaining a support and they're maintaining a resistance as well. So it's like just this level of, reaccumulation perhaps.
Well, it just looks like regular consolidation to me, but the fact that it came from a move up does like give it kind of more of a bullish bias. But at the same time, and like just looking at the oscillators on the daily, like I think I was looking at the RSI earlier, and it really doesn't. It's not overbought on like the daily or 4 hour. I don't think. Let me double check on it.
If you do a bit of a volume analysis, you'll see, okay, is it indecision? Because indecision is low volume. Usually.
You actually do have a bearish divergence in the RSI on the 4 hour, but the daily it's not overbought yet. Oh yeah, it is. Well, it's at 76.
Hey, Qui-Gon.
Yo.
USDT on the high time frame, it's been ranging. Okay, imagine it's been accumulating between 495 and 517 percentage. Stick a line right in the middle of that on the 0.5. Look at how it reacts every time at 506, 507. At the moment, we're right above that number, right? Every time we wick down or back up, we're still within that area. So it's almost like nothing's happening, but you know what is happening? It's building a pattern. And if this thing,
have the fib on my chart.
if that thing starts to pass 517, in my opinion, you better hold on because that's when Bitcoin's going to drop. Until then, there's nothing to worry about.
I put a picture in the bubble chat.
Oh, I don't know how this Discord works. Bubble
it's
chat.
like,
oh, where it says read the voice.
Oh,
The open chat thing.
Open chat.
Cool.
See that fib from that local bottom there or the local top that you breasted on the 0.5, and then I think that's also like the, what is that, 200 EM?
You see that pattern? That is supposed to squeeze and start arcing up and start to form a parabola and slowly find its way to higher local, like, or resistance to the top, not the bottom. And if you look at that on a distribution pattern, it's a messy one, but that's what it does. It goes to reach for the highs, it breaks them, and then you do your steps down, boom, 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 you test the 0.5 again. You're going to see that pattern probably do that. And still, we won't have an answer to where we're going. Because when you distribute, even on the way down, it doesn't have to go and tank. It does it for that time frame. Very hard to judge when something's actually going to bolt. But at the moment,
I think it got rejected.
It's not that bad. I mean, we've been holding.
On USDT, I think that's a macro lower high. And then we're probably going to come back to the lows or test the low. I mean, if it doesn't, like, I feel like if USDT dominance breaks out from here and it makes a higher high, then we're probably in a bear market for crypto. Because it can go up. I feel like it really can go up if more people are trading on leverage because they're taking their profit in Tether and they're taking, like, if you're on perpetuals, right? You're not adding to the market cap of the crypto coin itself. You're either taking a long or a short. You're using Tether to do it. While you're in that position, Tether loses dominance. Well, as soon as you close that position or get liquidated, then all of that money that all that margin that was in the trade now goes back into Tether, so Tether dominance goes up. But I feel like a macro breakout, a macro higher high, and a macro uptrend on Tether dominance is like a sign that crypto's going to be in a bear market, like Bitcoin and crypto together.
You can see it in a different way. If USDT starts to climb, right, but gold goes down, then people can be putting money back into USDT. Of course, it's going to make it go up, but it's the transfer from USDT after. Chart inverts, man. You know that. So when that happens, USDT sells off. Most of it goes back into Bitcoin and everything else, let's say. But clearly, the alts have not been in that same boat at the moment. You know, everything that's been going on, even Bitcoin holding these numbers while gold is ripping, is not something you usually see every day. You know, gold, when it tops up and it starts to curl over, you're going to start to, in my opinion, of course, it's not financial advice, you're going to start to see the market move. At the moment, gold is still sitting at $3,300 today. Every time it goes down, it gets bought back up. There's a euphoria. It's
Gold's
a
going to
security.
4K.
Yeah, it is, but it's still going to breathe in the meantime, and that's when Bitcoin has a chance to hold its ground. You know, I mean, Bitcoin could have been tanking by now, right, Dbloc? I
Yeah.
mean, you've seen it. You've seen it. You've been around long enough. When this thing goes on a downfall, I mean, it doesn't. Yeah, it's been
Just
a
trying to
noisy
figure out why
market.
everybody sounds so bearish.
I don't know, dude. I'm like super bull. I keep
Remember
telling
when we were
people
somewhere around this
around me.
range and I said the nastiest thing would be sideways time-based capitulation that would wear on people's nerves and make them start questioning numbers? Exactly what's happening. Exactly what I'm hearing.
I just think if it's going to turn around and go down again from here and retrace, is going to happen soon. Otherwise, like, it should be breaking out and going higher pretty soon. Like, or at the price point where I feel like it's either going to reject and go down, whether it's a higher low or a lower low, it will retrace. Or if it breaks out, then we'll have a bigger rally. But that rally would have to happen pretty soon. Like, I don't think it's going to just go sideways right here for much longer.
What you're seeing right now is the price suppression at 95.5 keeping us from going higher, but the uptick in global liquidity squeezing us against the roof. Not enough to absorb it, but we're not dropping. And that's because underlying this, the current that's underlying all of this is that global liquidity is ticking up. At the beginning of what has been a 3-month uptick, we're just getting to that. So where that wasn't there before, and these sort of things would call for like big retracements because the floor would fall out from under you, it's almost like there's a current that's just squeezing. You know? I still haven't taken mid 80s out of the question yet. But that would be extreme.
Pumped. That's a 420 we pumped, and we haven't given that pump back yet.
Gotta do is break
is
this
that
high,
since
bro.
the
All
last
that bearishness is gonna disappear.
Yeah. You know, we bounced at that 76 point. There was the maybe question that the logarithmic 0.5 was to be hit slightly lower. I mean, if you look at the micro charting at the moment, you know, we consistently bounce on 0.5s. Even on retracements, we're not doing full like one-to-one steps down. You know, we're maintaining, and if anything, we're climbing out of these areas, but yeah, for sure, everything sells off. But the important thing is we keep creating higher lows in the meantime. This is like a reaccumulation, right? You can bolt out of here, you know, maybe not to the moon, but
So what about this
fibs
vector?
don't lie, man.
What about this vector zone, this green vector zone on the daily from April 22nd? If it came down and filled that in, came down to 88,000, that would retest the 50 EMA pretty nicely on the daily. 50 EMA.
I feel like we've retested everything in this zone so many times.
I'm running out of I'm running out of like an argument to say that we're going to make a lower low. I'm running out of arguments for that because it looks like there is no lower low coming at this point.
Lows
But
in,
I mean that could
guys.
change.
The lows in, the lows in, the lows in, the lows in. If I'm wrong, sue me later.
I mean, it could change, but I'm seriously running out of arguments to suggest that it's going to go any lower than it already has. Like it looks like there's a clear shift in momentum back to like we broke the downtrend on the daily, especially
We had
if it
these same
confirms.
conversations at 15.4. Do you remember? It's like the Twilight Zone, and we had some doubt, and then we started to bounce on the 0.5s, and then we went back to the double bottoms at 24.9, and it was like we're going to hell, we're going to hell, and it was like I think that the conversations, everybody got so absorbed by it that they didn't believe what was just being shown on the chart. And I think we go through this over and over, and 6 months down the line, it's like, oh, we should have. What was I thinking? I should have bought at this price, man.
I'm not trying
What
to
was
be
this thing?
bearish. I bought the lows. I bought all the lows. The thing is that a high low needs to be confirmed. So that would involve making another low. So there should be a retracement from this move eventually.
Damn, Kwai, you make me want to sell.
Okay, theoretically, your confirmation of a bottom is okay. If you it depends who you ask, but it's when you actually go back and break the higher high. And what are you gonna do? You're gonna miss an event from something going from 76 to 108K and say, okay, it's confirmed. Well, people did the same with where's the bull run? Well, okay, hey, the possibility is great on the chart for us to have a super run or whatever people call it. But the bottom line is that things breathe and fibs work, and it could be just a simple equation and patience, and it's 0 to 69, 69 to 138, and 138. If we go there, people are going to say, oh, finally we got our bull run. But what happened from 15.4 all the way to, the first hit? We've been climbing and climbing and climbing and climbing.
I think
I don't get it,
it's
man.
I think it's gonna come back and retest 88K.
Still,
But
you're still in a bull run if you think about it.
yeah, I mean, of course, but I think it's gonna come back and retest 88K. I'm not gonna even open the possibility that it's gonna go make a lower low until it loses that level at the very least. It really, 85 would be another good spot. So 85 to 88. But I think 88K, it would be reasonable for it to have a reaction there. Unless it just moons up from here, it's just like there's not really any bullish catalyst. Structurally, though, chart-wise, technically speaking, we broke the downtrend on the daily. We have a shift in momentum back to the upside. We've made a higher high, and we have an overbalance in time and price, which means that this rally has lasted longer and has gone higher than any of the dead cat bounces. So that overbalance in time and price is great. That's like a signature of like, okay, we are shifting momentum. The trend is going to be up. So high low is really what we need to confirm that. And that's all that's all I need to confirm that. If we get a higher low anywhere above the lows we made, ideally probably above like 82K. Then we've got an uptrend. Like we should have an uptrend. And we should be going into the next leg and go and make new all-time high. But if we start to break down, like if we get down to 88K and it loses that, I'll probably start opening the door of the possibility of where we could potentially make a lower low again. But until then, I wouldn't see why it would make a lower low. I think there's several good reasons for why, even if it comes down to 88K, it could bounce there.
There's one simple reason, and it was the one from 3009 to 69K back down to 15.4, which was the 0.5 hit on the macro. And then from 48K, when we came down back to our top to where we landed, was a perfect 618 hit, not a 0.5 on the logarithmic, which made it even more interesting. And yet, it's the same type of structure, and we have so much catalyst in the market that I think that patience is the only thing that a lot of people are missing. I personally, you know me, Kwai, I only scalp, so I have no like attachment to anything. Like I just see it how it is. Like if you're waiting to moon, you can moon many times on a smaller time frame. You know, if you're planning on just trading the higher time frames, then okay, then that
Yeah, we're
move
talking about
deserves to be really have the patience behind it for it to come through.
just macro
You know,
moon, like on the bigger time frame structure change shift. It's kind of what I think
there's really
is the
hasn't been
focus.
a
It seems like it's plain to see. Like I think almost anybody that's in crypto can tell, like, hey, look, there's something going on here. Something's different. It's not trending down anymore.
It's totally different.
it's being held by a different, like Dbloc was mentioning, in a regular type of market where you wouldn't have that money flow, or I'm not sure if it's the M2D block you're talking about, or I don't really look at that stuff, but anyhow, it's just a different, like, it's just a different market, but the chart itself, I mean, nothing changes. Just really go back to 2013. There's really nothing much that's changed. Just news, media, where we're at in the world, but usually cycles, you know, they repeat, man. Just bigger or smaller. They have two in between that are smaller, two big ones after, you know, it's just, I don't
So
know, man.
what's the next stop? I would think would be probably 130K.
I don't think it's going to be in one shot at all, but that's my opinion. The charts are noisy. They're jagged in this area. They're not like smooth sailing, you know.
That
The
was the
big boys.
longest 5 minutes. Mr. Vice President, take the floor.
I don't know. We got our RSI's at 76 on the daily. That's not super bad. It is technically overbought. It's not super bad. And you did get overbought on the 4 hour, and you had bearish divergence on the 4 hour. Actually, 3 consecutive bearish divergence on the 4 hour so far on this consolidation. Just this consolidation alone. And that was after the RSI went above 90. The 4 hour. So I would think if there's going to be a retracement, it would happen soon. And I think the 4 hour is kind of more so leaning towards that. But I don't think it makes a lower low. Right now, I don't think that's going to happen. It would have to be doing something nasty.
Excuse me.
To convince me that we're going to make a lower low and that this is not a fake out. This is a real move. I'll just say that. Like it doesn't look like a fake out in terms of like, oh, hey, let's break the downtrend for a day or two and then fall back below it. Like it didn't do that. It held strong above it. So broke the downtrend, went sideways for a little bit, held it, and then made it an impulse move up. Now it's consolidating again. So it's sort of like decision time. But whereas we've got these bear dips on the 4 hour, it doesn't seem like there's many people showing up to buy it. And you also have a bear dip, yeah. You also have a bear dip on the stochastic RSI as well, which is now below 50.
See how your volume is dipping on Bitcoin? It's getting really low. Loves to do that in this formation. I'm actually thinking Bitcoin's gonna go up from here.
We're also at a high volume node. I mean, 96.5, like 96.5, like it really kind of, I think it has to take out that level, and then it could just, there's not much holding it back after that. But if it doesn't and it rejects from there, then I do think we're going back down to probably 88K.
That's perfect.
Like, and if not maybe a little bit lower than that, like 85. But that's all. That's really as far as I can try to future trip right now, as Dbloc likes to say.
Here.
Just this kind of areas, it seems important. I don't understand why there's been a lot of consolidation. There hasn't been much bouncing or like rejections. There's just been a lot of consolidation. It's kind of weird.
I'm I'm kind of wondering if there's potentially news that's going to come out tomorrow that we might not know about, or maybe the next day, potentially. That I'm just curious if we've seen ever potentially like front running news. That way, once the news hits, the market can sell off.
We see it all the time, you know?
I don't know. I didn't know that. It hit me today. So
Yeah,
the
we
fact
see
that
that
you
all the
say it,
time.
dang,
Especially with
fires me up.
certain news. I mean, there's certain data that's notoriously leaked, like CPI, whether there's going to be a rate cut or not. Like these things are notoriously leaked, and you see it because we price it in weeks in advance. But there's other shit that you look at it and you're like, okay, that's insider trading. You know.
When we get the,
I'm concerned.
Don't we get unemployment numbers this week?
Let me take a look at the calendar.
I'm pretty sure we get it either Thursday or Friday.
If I may, I kind of feel like we may shoot up just in general. Maybe not even here. Let's just say we shoot up at any given point in time prior to news coming out. News comes out, we bump up, let's say $1,500 during the 30-minute time span, kind of like Powell the other day in Chicago, and then we fall off. I'm just curious.
We have
That's not uncommon
Let him get his question, guys.
Right.
Some active listening here. He's not even done with his question. Go ahead, brother.
Wow.
Well,
All right.
yeah. So I'm just wondering if that's kind of where we fall off. Do we see that oftentimes? Do we not? I mean, I know you just said that we see it oftentimes with news. It's just in this case, brother. I've
But
been
you're prepared.
watching
What
this.
are you preparing for some sort of specific news? Or you're just saying in general?
Not necessarily. It's the fact. Well, I don't. There's occasional times where there's you just kind of feel it or whatever. So it's not. It's just me. Let's say.
Yeah, I
And
wouldn't stress it too much then, bro.
of course. But
what we like is rumors that we can buy into and then sell the news events. News that happens that comes out of nowhere, technically, if nobody expects it, is what we call a black swan event. But for the most part, there's nothing coming down the line that should be. Tomorrow we get unemployment claims. Okay, that's one possibility of something being spooky. The next day we have our unemployment rate come out, non-farm. I think Wednesday is off. I mean, well, that's Saturday. Okay, Monday.
Tomorrow's Wednesday.
Monday ISM federal funds rate comes out on Wednesday.
My primary thought
That's
is
our big
related
one.
to the M2 coming back down. May we see that based off the M2? It's a lot to do with that.
No, there is that. Remember, this already happened on M2, right? Like,
correct.
Yeah, so there is no coming down. That thing goes up for the next 3 months.
Yeah. I mean, we really are on the same page. It's just I'm looking for every nickel and dime before then. To be fair.
Look, M2. I can click the right button. So M2's on this path, and this is the older offset. Even if we go more conservative, and this is old data. This isn't a prediction, right? This already happened.
Right.
And the last time, and the last time that happened, if we want to look at effect that it has, right? Money in, inflow in, talking 58 to 108. We're just at the beginning of that. Took off from the go zone. We took off early because of the 90-day pause that we got that nobody expected. Again, that's a good example of news. But there is no hard, fast rule because, so take that 90-day pause, for example. That was a news event. That was not a sell the news event. The sell the news event in this instance comes after 90 days when it runs out.
Yeah.
So each one you kind of got to look at sort of separately. We
I
won't
think
know
we were
till the
ready
news
because
drops.
price was built in. Sorry.
Yeah, we won't know till the news drops. So.
Sorry, real quick. As far as your 105, and you ain't got to go back to it or anything. It was just everything was so correlated, just as you said, based off, and you did all the different numbers and everything, and I love that. It was it was as you would drag over it over the past month or two, I would see just various places where it would have essentially an inverse correlation, and I'm trying to understand. I'm trying to prepare myself based off this knowledge where I can start to not predict but understand where that inverse is about to happen a little bit.
Yeah, I don't know if you can figure that one out. Let me know. That's why we watch it so closely.
Bro.
But like I said, the best thing we could do, and the reason that we drew out the box the way we did, is because we were looking at the 108 and we were looking at the 75. And we knew that they were looking at 80, 90, 95, 97, 103. Everybody had their favorite. So it's like, all right, the only responsible thing we could do is take the earliest offset and take the latest offset and find out where they take off from. So the earliest offset took off from right here. The latest offset took off from this green line. So we drew our go zone, right? That's why we loaded up in these ranges. It ended up, taking off somewhere in the middle or whatever. But the fact is that we were, we knew that at this time was the time to start paying attention to loading the bags.
I told the people that I know this information. I didn't claim it as my own or anything like that. But my only point is they told me that I was crazy. And I'm like, dude, I've been watching this guy, bruh, knows, dog. I didn't tell them that, but they were wrong.
It's all good, bro. Not everybody can't go where we're going,
Yeah, dude.
But it is interesting. I mean, right now the 80-day guys are doing a victory lap, because that's what it would have been for the exact day of the takeoff. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah. No, dude, I ain't following that, dude.
So they're running a huge. But my thing is something that's this macro. I think you run into. I mean, it's not. I'm not gonna lie. It looks really nice.
Yeah, dude.
But something this macro, you can't change your mind every 3 days about.
Bro, that's like getting along with your woman, dog. It's like you're on the same page and then you're not.
Yeah.
Sorry.
It's best to just make sure that you pay attention to the trend. And we'll do the same thing at the end. Right? When we get to the end, or I should say, when this decides to actually taper, because we're about to put in a new all-time high. And as of right now, we've already run it all the way to July. My take, and this is on this is on the earliest offset. On the 105-day offset, we're already in August.
Yeah.
And my take profit is August, September, October. That's what I'm scaling out, 2025. So as long as we keep climbing and we make it into those, those ranges, then I'm more secure that my TP is looking at a good spot. And then we'll do the same thing. We'll take the same box, right? Because the same level of oh no.
Yeah.
Hold on.
Yeah, bro.
It's the How do I do this?
Oh man, dude.
So it's the same width. So let's say right now this thing topped out, right, and started falling down. Then we take the box and we put it up here, and we'd look at where it started, and then we would judge it between August and July. I'm hoping to be able to move this over to obviously where I'm trying to take profit in October. And this would be a sell zone instead of a go zone.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
That's
just reasonable.
That's the no square.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Or the yeah square shit, depending if you do it right.
It's
it should be super euphoric when we get into this box.
It is, baby. Let's go, bro. Let's go.
Well, I mean, no, as far as
Yeah. Like, don't. Oh no, yeah, you don't want to. Yeah. And then I'll set it to what I think will be our top, which is 150 to like 130 ish.
The smiley face's forehead.
Smiley face is right where it's supposed to be somehow, magically.
Exactly. No, dude.
Dbloc,
It always
somewhere
works
in
out like that.
October? Is that what it is?
What happened?
That's somewhere in October, is what you're thinking?
Yeah, I mean, this part obviously is my wishful thinking and my like waving a magic wand sort of shit. But yeah, September, October, November is when I'm trying to get out. If you look at my 4-year cycle indicator and we go to the weekly,
oh snap!
right, you see that's where my ranges are to get out at.
What about October? October?
Yeah, we can October all the way to the end of October, and then I'm October into no November.
I'm about to turn it up, October.
Nah, I mean, I'm always bullish on my birthday, but this is, I believe, unless we do super cycle, and it's like, again, it's way too early to be talking about that. But unless we super cycle, this October is going to be an exit for me.
So what if, I mean, does October need to come before you make up your mind about that?
No, definitely not. We'll know going way closer into that. In this type of climate, bro, thinking out 6 months, good luck.
Exactly, dude. Let's go. That's what I'm saying, dog.
That's my base plan. But, you know, till then, I will be paying attention closely.
So, all right, one thing that I wanted to bring up with the unemployment claims, or it's not even just claims, like it's unemployment rate. Like we're getting the actual rate this Friday. Remember you were saying.
And we just fired a shit ton of people from the federal government.
Yeah, exactly. But those numbers aren't going to show up until the following month. Remember you were saying it was going to lag.
Yeah, I don't know how many I don't know how far we've. Maybe it'll be the next number. That's, for me, that'll be the big question mark. Because honestly, I don't know the answer to that. I don't know if it's going to be the next. If that'll show in the next rate, or if it'll show in this one. I think we've given. I mean, it's been months already. It's been at least 3 months since they fired everybody. It'll be showing soon.
I feel like it should be showing in this one, and then that would be the bearish catalyst.
You remember the great short when Michael Burry was already in the position and he kept picking up the paper every day and the numbers wouldn't change? And he's like, but I know it's going to shit. I see all the data. Why aren't the numbers changing? That's how I feel.
Fraud.
Why aren't the numbers, bro? He showed up to the rating agencies like, how much did they pay you?
Dude, I love that movie. God, I love it.
Yo, but if unemployment goes up, that should put more pressure on Powell.
Yeah, that's good for us. That's good for us. Anything that common sense is a bad number is a good number for us.
Yeah, bro.
Inflation going up, unemployment, people losing their job, war, famine, pestilence. Unfortunately,
I don't want inflation to go up until later. I want them to do quantitative easing, but they won't do quantitative easing unless the unemployment goes ripping. And then if unemployment is ripping, then it's probably a bad time, and we probably need quantitative easing. But then quantitative easing is going to cause inflation.
They don't need it to rip,
So
but
it's
they
like-
need it to look as like something is breaking. You know, and I think we'll see that. I think putting all of this together. Remember, he already said quantitative easing is so far in the horizon that I'm not even thinking about it. At this point, I'm trying to think, has enough damage been done where they come out and say, okay, no rate cuts, because I don't expect a rate cut, because in my opinion, there's not going to be one. They come out and say, no rate cuts, but we're terminating QT. That's the best case scenario for us. We're nowhere near things being bad enough for QE, in my opinion. Not the way that Powell was talking.
What are your thoughts on what Trump posted earlier of saying he knows more of the Fed chair than or knows more than Jerome about rate cuts?
Trump says a lot of shit, bro.
Are we not going to get QE until the next bear market?
No. I'm thinking QE. I'm thinking QE gives us the blow off top, which is what's super interesting about that is, and I hate to do it, and I'm glad there's none of them in here, and it's, like I said, too early to say it. But if I was building a super cycle, this is how I'd do it, bro. I'm not going to lie. This is how I'd do it. I'd run a super cycle where only Bitcoin ran and memes, all the degenerates played memes. Retail didn't really even get involved. Then take all the alts back to low, take all the liquidations off the chart, put fear and greed all the way back down to zero, and then quote unquote start the bull market from an elevated position on Bitcoin. And then with QE coming in at the very, like, if Powell sticks to the numbers he's talking about, we shouldn't see those numbers until October or like August.
The thing,
And if that's where I think the top is going to be, and that's where I'm going to start injecting money. But the good thing for us, because we're watching M2, is that we're going to have the heads up on that, right? Because by the time we get to September, this shit should be well retracing, giving us the signal that global liquidity is, coming down, and then we're going into a bearish cycle. If we get into September, August, September, and this thing is still making new highs, and we haven't started QE yet, then we're going to have to really start talking about, like, you know what I mean? Like, could it be extended? Could we have a right translated cycle for a year? Especially coming into, okay, I sound like a super cycle guy. It's not that. It's that I've been trying to disprove it for so long that I know.
Like it's been delayed.
So look, I've been trying to disprove super cycle theory for so long that I know the arguments against it, and I'm starting to see a lot of that shit checked off. Remember, real estate cycle comes to an end a year and a half after we top, which should be at the bottom of our bear market, right? If everything plays out the way it's supposed to. But what if it's a scenario where, because remember, the overarching cycle over everything, global liquidity, everything, is that real estate cycle. This is 18.6 years long, right? So what if that's the plan? What if the plan is to run crypto and equities for a year longer into a super cycle and have everything go down together, try to squeeze as much money out of the market as they possibly can before real estate takes a hit, and you already know what they're going to do at the bottom of that.
I mean, that would be awesome because
it'd be amazing because we're in position. It'd be amazing because we're in position, yeah.
Right, but I mean, the thing is, it's like I ultimately want to be taking profit and then be able to buy real estate, like at the end of the cycle.
Yeah, that's. I mean, my goal. The reason I got excited because I was like, okay, we take profit in November, come all the way down bottom of the bear market. And then it's going to be another year and a half after that real estate starts to take a shit, which means we're halfway through our bull. And then real estate's going to take a year or two to get down to its bottom, which is what we have left at then. So that would mean that when we're taking profit at the end of the next bull market, real estate would be the cheapest we've seen it in our generation. Like that type of timing, could that be, could we really be that lucky, bro, that shit lines up like that?
Dude, I hope so, because we've been getting screwed.
Yeah.
Is the bear market
getting screwed for a decade, more than a decade?
Sorry. Is the bear market the blow off top?
No, the blow off top is what happens at the end once Bitcoin hits the target that all its responsible traders are excited about, like the 150,
Right.
125, whatever, and then it starts to hit the news, and then FOMO comes in. So blow off top is just excess liquidity from degens buying the top. Our
I
our
love the
exit
fact that
liquidity.
I love the fact that it goes back to your money zone on that $60,000 to like $49,000 range.
Yeah.
Like it still leads back to the TA at the end of the day, kind of thing.
Yeah.
I just,
Jasmine
man, I
made
appreciate it.
huge candle, like big boy candle.
Jasmine, you said?
Here's why
Yeah,
I
this
think the
15
cycle
minute
could last an extra year. Because it's like we went down, Bitcoin went down for you. Basically went sideways for a year. It's typically gone up for 3 years, right? But the first year went up too fast. The second year, it really didn't do much at all. It was really slow and just went down for most of last year. This year, we're only a third of the way through. So, I mean, I feel like it's been so the second half of 2023 was too fast. All of 2024 was too slow. So how far have we been set back is the question. And then does that warrant a move higher over a longer period of time, like an extra year? Like what if the cycle doesn't even end until 2026?
The problem is that those are all crypto only sort of issues, right? Because so global liquidity runs underneath a Bitcoin cycle. It's everything. Equities mostly forex. So that cycle is locked in, right? At that point in time, during time-based analysis, August, September, October, global M2 will start to top off and come down. The only way you can have a super cycle is for some reason that gets extended. So that's where the focus needs to be. So then we have to think, okay, what could extend that? Right? What could extend global M2 further than it usually is? And us coming into it this late might be it. Because we've never waited this long to start quantitative easing. We've always joined the cycle a lot earlier. Even in 2016, where it was, the closest to what we have now. So it's like
Just the crypto
there
cycle
is that catalyst, right? You got to think of it as kind of like a catalyst, that U.S. money printer coming in. And then, unfortunately, war will do it too. Nothing gets the money printer going like war. So if we happen to go into any sort of prolonged war, or any major countries with, major market caps start going into war with each other and start printing, then that'll also sort of keep that global M2 going up.
Hopefully tariffs will be all solved in the next 3 months or the 90-day whatever, because otherwise I think I don't know. It's just it could get wild.
I assume that he's going to come with a deal at the end of the 90 days, that there's going to be a deal drawn up. That it's going to be better than what everybody thought they were getting, but still more than we usually get.
And hopefully a lot of those things will be done beforehand. I think anyway.
I don't know if it's bias, or I don't know if it's just degeneracy or religion or what, but I don't even worry about Jasmine, bro. Like I pull up the Jasmine chart when y'all tell me to pull up the Jasmine chart, but I don't worry about Jasmine at all.
That was one of my first coins.
I come back to bite me, but
I like Jasmine. I mean, I've seen it up and down, baby, everywhere in between, and it's just a friend of mine. That's all.
Zero Bro took a really big retracement, guys, off of that move that it made, and it looks like it's trying to lose its bottom here after putting a higher low. So if you haven't taken profits off of Zero Bro, hoping that it's going to come back up, I'd be really paying attention here. We're at 50% of this vector range, and that double bottom that we put in looks like it's going to be threatened here. I know a lot of people rode this. Probably didn't take profits because that was a quick, and I believe that was overnight, right? Yeah, it was like a 5 o'clock in the morning, 4 o'clock in the morning. Sometimes it's just as simple as that, right? Like people are underwater in something because something crazy happened at 6 in the morning or 5 in the morning.
Has Bitcoin had a super cycle earlier?
Bitcoin had a super cycle, and I will show you. 2012, 2013. A lot of people don't agree. I do. So our 4-year cycles. So this here I consider to be a full cycle because price came up. I mean, and it was crazy, right? Price came up. I mean, sorry. This right here, some people consider to be a full cycle. 349,000%. But it did have 90% retracement, which is a full bear market, right? It took as long as it should have, but it did all of that before the halving, and then actually recovered and ended up. So for me, this right here was the only super cycle that we've ever had, personally.
So how long does a super cycle journey last? I
We're
mean,
we're talking no, we're just talking like it extends a year past where it's supposed to, and usually what happens is the next cycle catches up. Like it never really goes. Since it was the first one, it didn't knock us off a track. Right after that, we've pretty much stuck to the 4-year cycle, and now we've experienced every single type of monetary policy. Right. So this was after the 2008 shit. Right. So we were in QE, but it was conservative QE. Right. So we could call it like QE light. And then here we were in quantitative tightening, but they were still scared coming off of 2008. So it was like quantitative tightening, like we've seen it, right? Where it was going down, but it wasn't going down aggressively. And then here we had an aggressive QE after COVID. And here we've had an aggressive QT. Right, so we've figured out how to operate in each sort of possible scenario now. So I'm really excited for the next one. I really don't care what we get. Because the only thing we hadn't seen was what happens when it's hardcore quantitative tightening. And now we know what happens is ETH stands still. Alts, if they pump, they give it all back. Bitcoin dominance goes crazy and Bitcoin goes nuts all by itself. Versus QE, where you could throw a dart at any single alt during this cycle and you made tons of money. Everybody felt like a freaking genius.
So it's time for QE light again, which would be kind of the super cycle which it had in it.
Yeah, I mean we'll see, depending on the timing. Depending on the timing to come. I don't expect it to be an aggressive quantitative easing if we do get it. So yeah, it would seem like the cycle would start over. We go back to like somebody snoring. We go back to a QE light. We go back to a QE light, and it's interesting because we're talking, we started talking about a super cycle and we started this, and but the idea of a super cycle isn't really, there was still a 93% drop here. So, Bitcoin did go through a bear market, for lack of a better term. We'll never see this type of price action again, though. I mean, there was just low liquidity. The tokenomics of Bitcoin were completely different at the time. Does anybody know who that is that's sucking in their comforters so that I can warn them before they choke?
Why is timing important? Why is timing for QE important?
Timing's important because we don't want to waste it. Like, we need the cycles, and it's not even we need, because they don't ever let it change, really, right? We've got to, once we pump all this liquidity into the market, we've got to get it out. You know, and that's the time where everything sort of goes down, and then we start going back into QE, and then we go into QT. What's impressive for me is how Bitcoin has performed even during the worst QT. You know what I mean? Like,
Snook.
it's who?
Snook.
Hold on.
Sorry,
I was
man. I just
working on moving him to Gulag, but I still am learning how to do it.
You just have to right click, and then it should pop up a list that says move to.
Oh, right click. I always forget that. I end up doing that after I fumble for a while. Thank you.
Yeah. It's like on the side screen, so I hear it, but by the time I turn my head to look at the grid, it's done.
it's the only crypto analysis channel you can get where the commentator stops and goes, "Who's snoring?"
It's like, I would say thank you for coming to my TED Talk, but damn, I'm bored too, bro. Quantitative monetary policy is probably the most boring part of what we do.
Oh, it's fun. It's fun.
Yeah, man. It's the only community where you get a 4-hour session of anything goes. We went from aliens to diet to civilization.
Not a single dollar was made in those 4 hours.
Has anyone seen
There
this?
was a record number of
I
topics.
took a little profit.
Yeah, I took some profit.
Is anyone looking at alpaca? It's just going straight up. It's up 300% in the last like 30 minutes.
Yeah, because there's wow. Let me throw a 20 on it. Let's see what happens.
But they're getting delisted from Binance on the 2nd. That's
Y'all
why.
gotta stop degening, bro. That shit is a sickness.
Oh no, that's why I just like throw it like 10s, 20s at it. Just to
Wait, they're
scratch
getting
that itch.
delisted and it's pumping on the news? That's weird.
Yeah, it's like Voxel. Remember what happened to Voxel? When it got delisted, it dumped, and then right after the dump, it just like flew like 170%.
Wow, that's the coin I shorted the other day. My short closed on that. Let me go look and see what it was at 0.15 on that alpaca crap.
Not bad. My 10 is now 15.
Wow.
Yeah, wow.
Oh my god.
I'll be right back, y'all.
Bro, these
Well,
cameras
good
are
thing I got out of it.
Which one are you looking at?
Look at that movement.
ALPACA. I shorted it the other day like it freaking 30 something and took it all the way down to 15. And now it's up at 77. Golly, good thing I closed that. I would have been liquidated, but
wow.
I made $100.
Wow.
Bro, this is about to get to $1. It's about to get to $1 in the next
Bro,
3
I gotta
seconds.
I'm about to get you went a little long. I'm about to come short.
I'm up 500%.
Nah, dude. I wouldn't. I
threw
tried
it-
shorting
Why
earlier.
did I only throw a 10er on it? I'm up 500%.
Yeah, but I'm about to short I'm about to short 1x.
Oh yeah, I was shorting like 200.
I'm coming in right now. 1x. Let's go.
Whoever directed me towards
95
alpaca.
cents.
Hope you have a
1x. Let's see. No, oh man, I don't like the funding rate. That's crazy. 0.45. What the hell is that?
What's the funding rate?
0.45.
Negative 0043 on Mexi. It's not bad.
Is this negative? No, this isn't even negative. I don't see a minus. What the hell? Wow. Isolated 1x. I'll do. Here.
Yeah, this thing's not gonna stop.
I don't know if I want to mess with it. Nah, I'm gonna leave it alone.
Yeah, I wouldn't
It
mess
gave
with
me
it too.
hell. It gave me hell the other day on the short. Funding
That
rate
is
was so
intense,
horrible.
man. 300 and
Oh.
300%. What the hell?
Dude, I'm
I
up
was
5.
I was in it earlier at like 32 cents, and then I got stopped out.
That's
Wrong.
insane, dude. This is
That's
like Doge.
insane.
This is what people wish Dogecoin would do. just race up from where was it? Like the other day, literally the other day, 20
94.
cents. Yeah, like 20 cents.
It's low, 24 low is 6 cents.
Oh, it went from 10 cents, like, yeah, like below 10 cents all the way up to almost $1. That's crazy, man. In less than a day.
Dude, it's been less than like an hour.
Yeah, that's crazy.
What coin?
Alpaca.
The hell is this? Is a manipulated coin.
1,200% from the bottom.
What's the market cap?
They're gonna like one candle Reddit. Like,
Wait,
all the way
let me
down.
send my
Go,
final
go back up. Go back up. Up.
Are they gonna
up more.
dump it? This thing's gonna dump like crazy. Be careful.
Of course it is.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Of course it's gonna dump. I'm trying to go short.
What
Wait,
an
I took
amazing
profit.
short. What an amazing short opportunity though. Like,
Yeah, I would have had 90 if I didn't click the button. Now it's at 82. Come on, go back up. No, ooh, I'm not doing it.
yeah, I kind of want to have fun with it. I'll chuck $10 on leverage short.
Yeah, but you just
is
missed
it a
90.
meme
Now
coin?
it's 70.
Profits and losses. There you go.
Yeah, you still short. I will. I'm about to go short in a minute. Give me 90. Give me 95.
That is hilarious, man.
threw a tenner on it. Actually,
Yeah, I'm gonna do 10. I'm gonna do a 10.
It's been a long time since I've seen craziness like this. Until
Damn it.
any of
Here's your
us,
son.
like, anyone has seen craziness like this. That's crazy.
Rick, that's because it's getting delisted from Binance. So that all the phones
I see.
Wait, I
73
don't.
million
If it's
volume.
getting delisted, why would it pump on that news? When it dump?
Manipulation. None of that shit applies. This is just straight manipulation.
I don't think it's gonna go down.
Oh, it will. It'll probably go back to zero.
When
It will.
Yeah. When I read the first sentence on the about on crypto market cap, the first thought in my head off the first sentence is fraud going to zero. At some point, there's probably going to be a lot of money to be made in between, and maybe even after. I have no idea, but that's just what pops in my head. The first sentence.
It's
You
still headed
are
up.
popping the right thing in your head, sir. Now, with that being said, I'm going short.
Still going up. Check it on the 1 minute. It's still going up.
Yes, please go up so I can come in at 90s. To get my play ready. 90. I'm gonna put an order in at 94. Here we go. Open short. Oop. Limit order. Open short. 0.94.
Careful, y'all.
Let's go.
Yeah, be smart. Be smart.
Submitted.
Be smart.
1x short 0.94. Send it up there. I'll take that.
Yeah, use very, very disposable money.
Yep.
1x and
like the kind of money you'd put in a slot machine, pretty much.
Yeah. I'm
I put a
doing
tenner.
50 bucks. I'm doing 50.
Wow.
1x at 94, and I'm gonna do isolated. Let's see if it gives me a wick to 94, and then it just goes down to hell. There's an M up here.
I'm pulling for you, brother.
This is how I have fun, man.
No, dude, for sure.
What a
I
spectacular
do some
concert,
things
like,
like that
wow.
occasionally, just for fun.
This ain't serious shit. This is a joke.
But like sometimes for fun, I'll do that stuff. Only whenever it's like something like this, where it's just up or down. I ain't touching it, dog. I got a rule, bro. Don't touch the dog, dude. You gonna lose, bro.
You touch that dog.
Everybody lose in the
I'm
end, bro.
ready. 94. I'm touching the 94. What they gonna do?
If they can get it back to 94.
That's what I know. If they can't get it back there, I can't play. That's fine.
Yeah.
Oh, you being smart. You being the maker, not the taker. I hear you, bro.
I can't play the game
I
if
got
they
in
can't
at
give me my
I got in
number.
at 85. I got in at
Oh,
85.
that's not bad. You
Yeah, that's
might
pretty
you might play without me. Yeah. There's a
Y'all
chance
are
you might play
scaring me.
without me.
The market sentiment's scaring me.
I'll tell you what. Good luck to you at 85. You might have done it.
Nah, it still looks pretty strong, actually. It's like
I'm gonna wait it out.
We need
coming.
We need good dollars to enter the market. You know what I mean?
Sorry, I got it in the spot. On the good thing.
I appreciate it.
Yeah, it's definitely swinging around a lot. Holy moly.
Come on,
That's
give me
really
that
swinging.
94. Give me that
Right.
94.
Yeah.
I can't believe I'm gonna get a short up here this high. Damn,
All
I
right,
was happy with 30 something the other day.
What are y'all trading on?
Please give me this.
Apparently I can't spell. Oh, there it is.
Last time it was 2x and it was hell. I'm going with 1. It's that funding rate. It's disgusting. How much time is left on that funding rate?
What's this happening? It's still growing?
37 minutes only. This thing. Watch how much the funding rate is every hour. It's disgusting.
Yeah, how long's this thing been pumping for?
It was pumping. It was pumping and dumping yesterday like crazy. Go look at what it did.
Yeah, I see that. Damn.
It's a psycho wild beast.
Yeah, I'm out. I'm out.
You're out. I'm about to get in.
I'm on my second long.
Oh, you're long in?
Right, come.
Yeah, second
I'm
long. I
long.
posted the already at Discord.
Ooh, man. You're a bold man
I'm on a
going
long
long
on
on
it.
this thing.
I'm on a long on it from 36.
Oh, killing it.
It wants to go down now. Look at that.
It
Engulfing.
could come back down there. Like it with 2
Okay.
candles.
Yeah, so it's a double top on the 1 minute.
They stopped me out.
94. Come on, give it to me. That's all right. If I can't play at 94, I don't care.
You talking about 94 cents?
Yeah.
Okay, maybe I'm looking at the wrong coin. Shoot. Man, I've been so
Alpaca.
busy.
83.
To look at alpaca. The word is alpaca.
Just don't even bother. Stay away.
No,
Yeah,
I'm not going to trade it. It's just I want to see what a coin does with based off M2 at these points and try to lock it in my memory. That way, if it ever
M2,
happens again.
Don't even apply that to this.
Yeah,
This
no,
is pure-
I know.
this
No,
is
I'm
pure
not.
fraud.
I'm not. I understand. I am not. it's a trend in my memory bank. That's all.
This is a disgusting, fraudulent disgrace to crypto.
Is it number 357 on Coin Market Cap? I mean, I'm trying to look it up. I just don't know if I'm looking at the right thing.
You do know.
I have been drinking a lot, so I might not be able to spell or see anymore. Of course, I can't really see well anyway, but that's not the point.
What is the ticker for this?
Alpaca.
Like
ALPACA. ALPACA.
Yeah, you're saying
ALP.
90. You're saying 94 cents. I'm at 84 now. I'm at 82, 83.
No, it's no. That's where my limit order is.
Oh
my god!
I'm sorry, bro.
What the hell?
Yeah, it's still going up.
I forgot.
Come on, come and get Big Daddy.
Wow, this thing's
got that 50 up there for you.
Might be at the edge of a cliff.
There's so much liquidity, long liquidity down below.
75 million volume. In the 24-hour.
Yeah, I wish I was the goat.
I wish I would have put more in. I saw it pumping earlier, and I was like, all right, I'll throw it in. But then I went and got some food. I came back and I started getting notifications. I'm like, what? And I checked, and I'm like, holy crap.
Man. I see things happen, and I remember a day I threw things in, like, be like, oh yeah,
go.
Doing this or doing that.
Oh, baby, give me another 2 hours.
How come this crap does this? Like this weird crap does this just out of nowhere all the time? Weird ass coins. Nothing in my portfolio ever freaking does it.
Probably because it's only worth like a couple $1 million in market cap or something. That's
why can't one of my shit coins that are really low market cap just do this?
It's only 123 million market cap. That's nothing. That's a drop in the ocean.
China.
Whoa,
Rick, I'm invested in coins that have a $16,000 market cap. Okay, I've got some bottom of the barrel shit.
Damn.
You need ones that are on big central exchanges, I think, that still have like under $1 billion market cap, or under 200 million, under 250 or something.
They don't want to let me play.
Yeah, that's like a page 4 crypto. That one, Alpaca.
Watch it on the 1 minute. It's already produced a double top.
Come on. Well, a double top would be 94.
Shit, it looks like it wants to keep going. It's in like an ascending
formation. Second top will always be lower than the first one.
Look at this one, man.
Lower double top.
The exchanges are all over the place. I don't know if y'all are trading on the same exchange.
I think this thing's gonna keep pumping.
Where do you guys trade it at?
Look, here it comes.
Come on, let me in.
I bet. I'm looking at it on buy.
The fact that it's so close to $1, whoever's manipulating this probably knows that a lot of people have that are shorting it that have their stops right at like $1. So they're gonna try to
possibly
that liquidity.
There'd be nothing on the books, right? On the sell side, like
I need to cancel.
What are you trading?
I need to move up to. I need
It's
to move up to $1 then.
Alpaca. I can't believe it's still going. Like Binance delisted it. I don't understand.
Yeah, it's just a weird, anomalous thing. It's an anomaly.
I guess it's not too crazy. I wonder what market cap that is.
132
million.
Yes, ma'am.
Why are the top shorts? Why do you guys know why the trap shorts are circled? Or like, is that usually a weekend thing? I've been wondering for a couple hours. But it's been you got whenever I come in here, there's like a lot going on tonight.
I was having that same thought earlier, but I think the circle just pointing to the target from the triangle. The trap shorts, I think he's got there just because for the 3-day up. So to see if that gets invalidated, I'm not sure though.
Yeah, that's my understanding. That
90.
if it goes below that, then it invalidates the 3-day up.
Same.
This is gonna go strike a
90.
dollar. It looks like it's gonna strike a buck.
I think it's gonna go $1.02. That's my guess.
90, 91, 92. Should I come in at 94? I think so.
I got 96 on Binance Perp, so
I'm in.
97,
I'm in.
98.
It's gonna rip right
Poor old
through.
Dogecoin couldn't pull this dollar thing.
1x. Let's see.
Alpaca. Something that's
Got a
getting
50.
delisted.
I got a 50.
Oh, it's close to a buck.
Now. Crash.
Come on.
Stop it.
Oh,
Crash out. That's enough. Double
still
top.
going up.
oh,
That's a
nasty
double top.
candle.
Yeah,
Nasty
double top.
candle.
Bye-bye. See ya.
Congratulations.
See ya.
That's
See
a
ya
nice
at
short
15
right
cents.
there. Oof.
See ya
yeah,
at
that's
15 cents.
Whoever shorted
That's
98,
me.
88.
That's me.
Yeah? You shorted 98, 888?
95. 94. Almost 95.
It's cool. Send it back down. Come on. Send it back
Send
to
it to
where it
15.
was.
Hold on, I better go. I gotta go set my.
Send it to 10
I
cents.
gotta go. When you do this stuff, watch this. I'm about to put my sell order in right now. Take profit. Let's see. I'm gonna go for 15 cents. There we go. There.
Damn.
That's
Look
what
at
I'm
that.
going for. There. Confirm. It's in 15 cents. Let's go.
Is that a drop it, drop it, drop it?
Man, I ain't playing out here, my G. I'm going for
It
15.
seems to be.
It just dropped 22% in 1 minute.
Bro,
That's how we
dude.
do it.
Bro,
I
I
told
ain't
you I was
touching
gonna
it,
do
but dog, I'm rooting for you, bro. I'm rooting for you.
I'm
They say
going.
who
I'm
let the
not playing
dogs
with
out?
you.
I
I
let myself
swear.
out, bro.
I promise you, I got it closing at 15 cents. I'll even post it when I'm done. I got a 50 on it.
I got back in at 91.
Same.
Long?
91.
No, short.
Oh, now you're short now.
No, as soon as I saw it, wick, I just smashed it.
That's
Oh
crazy.
I see.
So many people front ran that dollar and just sold. Damn.
I'm coming on that 15. I think I'm gonna get it. It ain't gonna be easy though.
Insane
I'm gonna take-
membrane, bro.
Let me
I
tell you
already
right
took
now, it's gonna
This is like 80-90% profit already because I still think they're gonna crack a dollar.
it's gonna be complete torture for me to try to get that 15 cents, and I don't give a damn.
Well, good luck. I'm gonna go to bed.
I believe
Y'all
you.
trade safe.
Yep.
Amen to that, brother.
Sleep safe, dude.
Nice.
Gamble dangerously.
Sleep safely. How do you sleep dangerously? That's what I want to know.
Oh my God! Funding rate 1.36. Yikes!
Bunk bed.
I gotta close this thing.
If you sleepwalk.
Yeah, if you sleepwalk, yeah. If you sleep in a tree, I mean, that's dangerous as hell. Sleeping up on a branch.
My friend's kid sleepwalks. The kid peed on him one.
That's great.
Yeah, dude. I was laughing my ass off because they have since the kids sleepwalk, they have CCTV, so they always know where the kids are when they sleepwalk.
That's great.
What? My dad told you about that?
I was gonna say I want to make a
What
joke,
the
but
hell?
I can't, man.
I used to sleep talk as a kid, like really loud sleep talk. And it's crazy.
My sister and I did both at the same time, sleepwalking and talking. Two people
Oh,
walking up
I
to them.
actually, I sleep talked on stream. I left my Discord on and my mic open.
Yeah, it was the curve.
It was the curve.
A
Yeah, that's
female
correct.
S type lineup.
As an
Female S type
adult?
lineup. It was
What?
just, it didn't make any sense. It made sense. So they all yelled at me and I woke up and I said, "Oh, I can explain it. I wasn't sleeping." And then I couldn't
We were
explain it
like,
because
"What
it
the
didn't
hell
make
is
any
he
sense.
sleeping?" And then Rick's like, "No, no, I'm not sleeping."
Let's go.
Like, well, what the
And then
what the
Trago
hell
Go
did
to
you
the
crashed.
just say then?
garbage.
And he's like, "Well, I was
Trago
talking
laughed so
about
hard at that.
I'm up to
We're going to the trash.
Let's go.
Yeah, rotate that money into XRP and Bitcoin.
It's like while you were still asleep, you were trying to convince us that you weren't sleep talking. Like, well, what
Because in
the
my
hell
head it
did
was
you just say?
shameful. I was like ashamed to be sleep talking. So I was like, no, I'm not.
Yo, I went
I'm
long
gonna
on it.
laugh.
It's like at
I'm gonna
78.
laugh if it goes to 15. Don't go long. Oh my god,
Just a
crazy.
scout, but I got in at 78.
Oh no, it's going to 15.
That's scary.
55
You
will
guys
be
are
my first.
cowboys. My God.
Dude, it's $10.
That's one word.
Yeah. Yeah.
I did 47.
Nice. It was the curve.
Did you do leverage?
Female S type lineup.
How many? What's your leverage?
10x.
I'm on cross, but I did 200x like $5.
Hey, I respect honesty, baby. Let's go. Respect honesty.
But dude, look, it's already up like $60 off of $5.
All I'm saying is you told the truth, dog. That's what I respect right there.
I did 1x. My God.
Yeah, because see, 200x, 1x. See, somebody's telling the truth, and then the other one. Come on, my.
What exchange are you on? Because on Mexi, I can only go up to 20x.
No,
That's a
on
killer
weeks,
trade to take in.
weeks you can do 200. Weeks.
Nice.
Yeah, I see that. That's where I'm at.
Come on, bro. You know you a dog. You know you're a
We
dog. What you
close.
at, bro?
This
I need to
turns
find
into
this clip.
I'm like so pissed.
Yeah, there was like a.
On the DGen platform.
Yeah, there was like a female like S type lineup when in one day
22 minutes.
like lines up.
This better
Wait
not
a
form
second.
I don't like those.
When one day lines up. I don't know what the hell I
Oh,
was talking about.
On the
okay.
5-minute
The
cake.
funding rate is positive. That's fine. I'll take it.
Tell me it's not a bull flag that's trying to form.
Yeah, I drew a fib. I drew a fib from its like high to its low, and like it bounced. The wicked right off of 74 cents.
Bro, y'all are crazy. Dude, y'all are crazy, bro. I have never won. Well, I have won a few times, and then it's like a scratch off, dude. Eventually, I just had to quit putting dollars and bills at it, bro. That's crazy. I mean, Godspeed to you. Like, I'm sure there's a science, there's something. I just can't do it. So I ain't hating. I'm just appreciating. Let's go.
Well, I just drew a fib from like its high when it popped off to like 33 cents, and then it knifed down to like 7 cents, and then the extension goes all the way up to it goes all the way up to $1.28. Honestly,
That's extreme.
7
I don't know if it'll
cents.
go all the way up there. Yeah, like if you draw the fib from April 26th when it made its high, and then went all the way down to 7 cents, and then it just has ripped ever since.
I'll take 15.
I got
I got that
5
earlier.
on it.
It's safe.
Yeah, it looks like 86 is it's finding resistance at 86.
The bear flag on the 1 minute though.
I forgot what it did.
5.
I,
The bear
I
flag
shorted
on
it down to 15 earlier today, and I think I saw it at 11.
Well, I hope you guys get rich off this alpaca thing.
Yeah, right. We'll get $100 though.
Isn't it sad, like how bears, you'll always know your maximum potential in any trade? It going to 0 and going 100% down or whatever. But as a bull, the sky's the limit, man. There's no theoretical top. It's infinite.
Let's go, bro.
It can go as high as possible. Like the
Well, I
possibilities.
don't know.
Crazy.
It can keep going down though. You can just keep adding zeros.
Oh no! Well, you can go to complete 0.
So how
Which
is that true if you can keep adding zeros negatively?
No, because you can't go negative in a trade. Like you can't. The price will never
sure?
go like -1 cent, -2 cents. Like the price chart, it can only go to 0,
You don't
right?
need to. You can
The
no. You can just add a
termination point.
zero.
That's the difference between reality and what we've been taught in school. Let's go. Hey, let's get it.
That's not how this works. We can add a zero, my friend.
No, but adding
Exactly.
0 to 0 doesn't make it more or less. It's just more 0, you know?
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah,
Well, I dare you to try that.
Isn't there there's something called absolute 0, right?
Well,
0.
significant versus
here.
insignificant.
Well, 0.0 is the same thing as 0.00 and is the same thing as 0.00000.
Okay.
You know,
It's insignificant. That's what it's called. It's called an insignificant number. Insignificant number. But you're talking about actual decimal places like they're infinite, like the number pi.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh no, I know what you mean, man. I know what you mean. Like if you can just
There
keep
we go.
carving out like fractions of 0.
Good.
Or fractions of 1, rather.
It's curving downwards. Check the 1 minute. Finally.
Where we
Some
at?
82, 81.
Crash and burn.
Yeah, it ain't coming back up, I don't think.
Yeah.
I'd be surprised if it came back to $1.
You never know, man.
doubt
Those
it.
meme crazy whales.
You never
man.
know. You never know. You never know.
You know when Popcat went to 2 billion, its whales
That's
actually lost a lot
crazy.
pushing it to 2 billion, but they don't care.
Yeah.
Remember, people who run coins like these and the community they have, they're fanatics.
Dude,
They'll
I
do
don't even know
anything.
what this coin. What is it? What is this coin? Like, is it just a meme or is it like a AI thing?
It's a manipulated, delisted coin.
Leverage yield farming protocol on Binance Smart Chain. Ooh.
Oh, it's a Binance coin. Binance Smart Chain coin.
It's a leverage yield. Okay.
Oh man, CZ's goons are definitely gonna pump this to $1.
I think they got their taste already. They made their money.
Dude, I'm telling you, that those wicks, look at all those wicks on the 1 minute. Right off of 75. That was 1, 2,
Go
3,
long then.
4. Now I'm in a long.
Open a long.
I'm in a long.
You are? Oh my God, you're a savage.
I'm still on my short.
Can't believe we're in a
I'm gonna
long way
short
up here.
and a long. I'm gonna short from 91 and a long from 78.
I don't know about all that.
And then I have another long from 33.
I don't know if this is the point to be doing all that.
Yeah, I'm gonna chase this coin wherever it wants to go.
I'm doing bull-headed straight to the flow.
Be careful.
Ooh.
Dude, this is a CZ Binance coin, bro. That's kind of bullish.
I agree. I'm just saying, be careful, brother.
It's all right. I got my limit order set at 15.
No, he's good. He's at 1x.
Oh, you thought I was no.
Yeah, it's like 200x on a cross.
The
Hope you
200 guy over there
I
watching.
put a stop. My stop's right at 74. But I see, there's a fib right there. It's at 75. That's the fib, and it's wicked off of it 3 times now. Four times. That's why, like, that last wick. I don't know if you can see it on the 1 minute. It hasn't even come down to even try that wick. It's just kind of chilling up there.
Super bullish. It is, but that's a bear flag on the 1 minute.
He's got a notification. Alpaca rose by 300%.
On the 5 minute though, it's a bull flag on the 5 minute. It's a bear flag on the 1.
They're advertising the hell out of this thing.
And yawning at the same time. Sounds like he's a little tired of it, if you know what I'm saying. Let's go.
I already made my 400%. That was fun. $40. Good lunch.
Oh, cool. Nice. You got it. Quick 40.
But I want this short bad.
Yeah.
I think this is gonna fall hard, like a really hard wick, just like.
Where are you at? You're in the 80s?
Yeah. Like 88.
Oh, that's not bad. 88.
Like 88.
94.
88822.
Oh, that's not too bad.
I didn't get the 90s. I was like kind of. I didn't know if it was still wanted to be bullish.
Remember when somebody was talking about double top, and I was like, no, double top is 94. Sure enough, then they went higher than that. So is it still a double top?
I need it to fall.
Me too. It will. I played it the other day. It's going to give you hell, so you know. It's not going to make it that easy. It's going to fake every which way, and then eventually they're just going to wet the whole bed all the way down.
It is a bear flag. Come on.
But they're going to fake it. They're liable to come up to 94 and put the heat on me again, maybe even above it, $98 something, and then completely wet the bed after that. They might let shorts build up here.
Yeah,
I
think the market makes for what people are doing, and then make the decision afterwards. Because he's extending. He's just going sideways right now.
Hopefully, there's a bunch of maniacs that want to go long. Then if that happens, then we can completely go down. If that happens.
No, but dude, if you think about it, it being so high up here, most people wouldn't long it. Like it's too high. Most people would short it.
That's what I was saying, but see.
It does. 86 is really strong resistance. It doesn't seem like it's gonna cross 86 right now.
Back in my day, I would have longed it. Emad, I honestly, there's no telling how many times I thought you were Drew. That's the second time I've realized today that apparently I think voices sound the same. So.
Really? I never heard that before.
Well, I'm just letting you know if that ever happened.
We're just New Yorkers, bro.
Nice.
That's all.
That was interesting, though. Whenever I realized that it was you talking, I was like, whoa, that's not Drew. Okay, now I feel like an idiot.
He likes me. I got him on here rapping now.
Yeah. I've been on here.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to ask you not to encourage that. Man has no off switch.
And he's ready.
No more encouraging.
There you go.
No more beatboxes.
I mean, y'all can go down into the room. Y'all can go down into the lounge and beatbox till your throat box falls out.
Beatbox.
Oh no.
At 90, it crossed 86.
They're coming to test me.
Right
They're gonna
long, baby.
test me
Let's
on it.
go. Keep going. No, don't come
They're
back
gonna
down. Keep
test
going.
me. This is perfect. This is a good sign.
Yeah, this might be your double top. This candle here.
This tells me that there's some interest to go long, and then this could completely go to hell.
Yep.
Which could happen any minute now. Hey, Dbloc, I'm going to tag you on Twitter soon. I got a new track with this gangster chick.
Dbloc, do you have is there a place within Discord where your socials are?
No, but I'm not really active. Like my Twitter is literally just for. I mean, I should probably open a crypto Cypher Twitter,
Yes,
but
sir.
it's just for research. So
So
cool trick.
I'm not
If you
looking
open
for
up
a follow
a
back.
no, I'm just saying, just cool trick. If
Yeah.
you open up a Discord, everybody should have a crypto Discord that's only for crypto, right? But try to keep your interactions, your social interactions on a minimum so that your timeline stays authentic, right? You follow the people that you're important, that need to follow the projects you're in. And then that way, when it's time to scroll through news, you don't have to look through a bunch of books. I already screwed up a bunch of my Twitters.
Exactly, dog.
But I'm gonna open up a new one. I'm gonna open up a crypto Cypher one. I'll probably do that tomorrow. And then I'll just get everybody in there. That'll be cool.
Yeah.
For little
If you need
updates
help
and
with
shit like that.
creating content and images, let me know. Because like I do graphics for as a trade, so like just like.
Well, I won't offend you by telling you that I have an army of AI agents. I respect the artist. Much rather a human do it. Have you been using AI to do your job?
No, when it first came out, okay, here's the funny thing about the AI industry. So when it first came out, it was actually pretty cool to use for clients because they were like, oh wow, AI. But after a while, they noticed there would always be a dip in sale because like the authenticity disappears.
Yeah. I don't. So my boy does. My boys in marketing. What the way they use it is, in the developing sort of stages, right? But I used to play with him all the time. I'm like, bro, I could do your job with AI, and he's like, yeah, but I can do my job with AI way better than you could do my job with AI. And I sat down next to him, and it's like just being in the industry, right? Like your prompts would be way better than anybody else's.
Oh yes,
Right.
yes.
So
Your
the
prompts is everything.
outcome is going to be way better than anybody else's. And as long as you take what's in your mind and have AI refine it instead of just giving the whole job to AI and coming out with some soulless bullshit, you know what I mean? Like a tool,
Yep,
right?
yep,
It's
yep.
like any other tool.
Yep. For copywriting though, it's undefeatable. For copywriting, it's the best. It's just, like when my team comes back to me for like product descriptions and copywriting and articles and like I run it through ChatGPT. I go like, okay, here's the document. Here's what my team wrote. Okay, I need you to rewrite this 3 ways casually. The first set will be casual. The second set would be this. Like, you prompt them as like you would describe the writer that you want them to be. And they would always come out with just like really masterful work. But your prompts is everything. If you're lazy with your prompts, you're gonna get a lazy output from your AI as well.
What's this alpaca thing that you guys are all excited about? It's on Dex Screener or it's on centralized exchanges?
It's a BSC coin.
Okay.
So
Central.
it's not a meme after all. It's a utility coin.
Alpaca Finance, right? If I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, correct. And while I'm actually getting points. Let's see.
Yeah, there was airdrop campaign for this somewhere around, I think it was November-ish, if I remember correctly, way back. Somewhere around that spike.
Big boy candle on Sui.
I mean, pretty safe to say that that's not going to stay there.
No, I wouldn't buy it at this point. But if I was in it, I'd just roll my stop up. You know what I mean?
I'm short.
Oh.
94.
Oh. Is there some reason that you don't wait for confirmation to get in short? Like, I know you want to short it. I know your whole theory, but there's some reason why you try to snipe the top. Is this for fun or?
Because I like to snipe. I think it's good. I'm playing this game like I believe it's gonna go to hell.
I hear you, but if you're right and it's gonna go to hell, then waiting for confirmation doesn't screw you up. What it's gonna do is give you less losses.
Oh, it's all right. I don't lose a lot of money. I'm just playing around.
All
I'm
right.
taking it seriously.
Just for fun, huh?
Less
Yeah, it's
losses.
I mean, but the
only
point
40
should
bucks.
be to kind of learn how to, well, whatever, it doesn't matter.
I know what you're saying, but I'm not taking it that seriously.
Yeah.
I feel like trading, like when it comes down to that level of scrutiny, like down onto the 1 minute chart and stuff, it's like, okay, now we're just talking about crowd behavior. And that can be different. It's kind of like if you think about a musician touring the world, it's like, okay, how was the crowd? Oh, in England, they're crazy. And, in Germany, they're all silent and they're just chilling. They just want to watch. It's like all these, I don't know, like groups of people can behave differently and depending on different things. That's kind of how I see it.
Yeah, I
So you never
mean,
really know
through
what you're gonna get.
through the psychology of
It's chaos,
candles,
man.
we know what it looks like when momentum sort of changes. So there are signs that you can wait for. But the dopamine hit that you get from catching the very top candle, though, pretty nice. I'm not gonna lie.
Hey.
That dopamine hit's different, you know?
See, now you get it.
Nah, bro, I always get it. What I always tell y'all, I'm like, when you get in the trade, establish from the beginning if you're trading for money or you're trading for dopamine. If you're trading for money, that means that you've got a certain set of rules that need to be followed. If you're just a night at the casino, then have fun, bro. Don't risk too much. Have a good time.
Yeah.
You know?
I mean, I want to disclose it's only $47 and
I don't
it's
like that.
only 1x.
I don't like the only $47. That's $47.
Agreed.
Oh, damn. Oops.
I
It's
never win.
disrespectful to $47 saying it like.
Sorry.
You know what you used to do for $47 back in the I'm just playing.
Yeah, hey, bro, come on, bro.
No, but you know my profit per hour thing, right? It's like, if you'd get up out of bed, put on your boots, clean the car, I mean, take the ice off the car, kiss the kids goodbye, go to work for $30 an hour, but you disrespect $40 an hour. Not you specifically, I'm just in general talking now.
I mean, keep in mind it's only 1x.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I hear you.
Yeah. That's true.
At that point, it's almost like you're just playing up down. Like, Crypto.com has an up down game. Yeah, but you can just go to Bitcoin and just bet up down in the next 5 minutes. It's like winner take all. Yeah.
Oh. Cool.
Oh, I tried one of the games in the crypto casino.
Yeah.
It's called
You
Trash.
are right.
Trash.
You know what? Rich people, surprisingly, rich people value $100 more than poor people. Like people that live paycheck to paycheck.
Yep.
They will respect $100 a lot more than a poor person would respect it.
Bro, I talk
That's why
to
they're poor,
people.
man.
I talk to people that are like in bad trades all the time, sort of on the low in DMs. And there's a point in the trade where you're so underwater that the money loses value to you. And that's you know what I mean? Like it's like well, there's only $50 left. I don't care. If I get liquidated, I get liquidated. And it's like you know, it's not and it seems like the more you get wrecked, the more that's the thing. Well, I only have $2. I only have $200 left to trade, so I'm just gonna YOLO. And it's like, no, bro, you only have $200 left to trade. Like there should be some urgency here, and it shouldn't be to go high risk. It should be to cut out all risk and bubble that 200 up to something, so that you're not out of the game.
Like that. A guy had a multi-million-dollar trading crypto account, right? And he's like, I've only got 40,000 left. I'm ruined.
Yeah,
I'm like,
yeah.
dude, you can turn that around with 40K. You could do a lot with 40K in the market. Like,
Bro, when you first start trading, you remember when you lost your first $100? And you're like, oh, this is not gonna work. This is not gonna work. And then you lose $100 a couple times, and then you don't even feel it anymore until you lose 1,000. And then you lose 1,000 a couple times, and then even that doesn't sting the way it used to. You know, that's bad. That's bad. We got to try to avoid that.
Drug. It's that drug, baby.
Yeah, you got to try to avoid that.
I used to quantify it down to like, oh, that's a week's worth of work. Okay, I just won't trade for a week, and I'll just work, and I'll cover that. Like
Bro, look. Right in the Discord. Go on the Discord, scroll down to where it says, where are we? Profit per hour. I'll put it on the screen so YouTube can see what we're talking about. I did this whole write-up on profit per hour for people who are having a hard time sort of taking profits and shit, which seems to be a lot of people. You know, and it's just showing you, right? Like most jobs pay linearly about $30 an hour. Right? Nurses, $45, teacher, $35, software engineer, $75, retail worker, $15 an hour. So it's like, if you make $900 profit in 3 hours, that's $300 an hour. But even when it's less than that, right? Like, and the decisions that you make once you take the profits make all the difference. Right? So look, Bitcoin pumps in 2 hours. Right? You made $1,000. You take 50%, and now you've earned the nurse's wage in 2 hours. The risk agreed is if it retraces 20%, you lose $400. Hourly rate drops to 0. Now you got to work overtime to make all that money that you just, you know, that time that you spent in the last hour. It just doesn't, you know what I mean? Doesn't make any sense. Like, look, a meme coin moons in 30 minutes. Right? You double your money from 600 to 120. This is what I was telling somebody the other day. Sell 70%, 420. That equals a teacher's salary, 12-hour workday. If the coin dumps 80%, you're left with negative $240 an hour. You know what I mean? And people do this all the time, bro. All the time. Yeah. You get in the trade, it pumps up. You made $30, $40, and you're like, okay, this is going to the moon. And then it retraces fully, and it's like, bro, if you made $30 in 15 minutes, that's $120 an hour. You do that 8 hours a day, your workday's done. You do that 8 times, your workday's done. If people would look at their trading day as one trade instead of each specific trade, I think it'd be easier. Like, 'cause that's how I kind of look at my trades. How much did I make today?
Yeah, like your net profit or net loss.
One trade. It was one trade. It's just one trading day, you know? But people get so caught up on the losses, and then they end up chasing them and revenging them, and it's like, bro, it's just one loss. It's just one loss. My win percentage, my win percentage hovers somewhere around 75 to 80%, and that has to. There's several reasons because of that. I wait for setups, and when I'm wrong, I'm out. If I'm right, I'm right, but if I'm wrong, I'm out. And what that does is it keeps you out of the hope part of the trade, where you're hoping something goes the right way because your initial idea didn't play out, but somebody said triangle and shit. Well, you might as well wait to see if that breaks out, right? Because You know what I mean? So you start getting into that part of the trade, and it's just not worth it. But the most important part really is waiting for your setups. So once your win percentage is up nice and high like that, bro, when I take a loss, I mean, I know I'm gonna lose 1 out of 4. When I take a loss, I get excited. Oh, hit my stop loss, boom, this next one's gonna be the one then. You know what I mean? Just statistically, getting the loss out of the way, falling in love with the loss because it gets it out of the way is probably the best way to explain it.
Yeah.
Yep. I actually tell my
Yeah,
friends
you hear that?
it's also part of the confirmation. When you get stopped out, that means like you gotta reevaluate where you positioned and if the trend is correct.
It's even more important. That profit per hour is even more important if you plan on doing this for a living. Like, I'm not talking to new people here. I'm talking to people who have been doing this long enough that they've made the decision to make that jump. Right? I had to change the entire way that I traded when I made that jump. I still have fun. I still trade my big trades and all that. But on the sidelines, in the back, on another screen, there's 4 or 5 trades constantly running that are just momentum trades that are my daily bread and butter. You know, and you just rack it up. You gotta pay yourself, bro. You're your own employee, and you'd never go to a job, work, 8 hours a day, 40 hours a week, and then when it came time to pay, your boss told you that he put your paycheck on alpaca, but it's probably gonna pump. So if you wait like 30 minutes, he'll pay you. You'd walk out of the job so quick. You know what I mean? But we do it to ourselves, bro. So it's like, why would we disrespect ourselves as workers if we wouldn't do it to somebody who we employed? Why do we treat ourselves worse than that?
It's a business, baby. It's a business.
200. You hear that? 200x alpaca guy.
Yo, but mine, I only did $2, bro. Mine was like, it was like $4. $4.
Yeah, that wasn't
And then I
targeted.
instantly
That
took
wasn't
pic-
targeted.
I
That was
instant-
just the recent coin I had in my head floating around.
Right.
No, but I took, but then also I did do like research. Like I had fibs drawn, so I waited for like entries. But then still, I had really tight stops.
I just wanted to get into this coin and make money. That's it.
A sample. I love
'Cause
to
it's
hear that, bro.
trendy.
I appreciate that. I'm glad you got some value out of it.
Oh.
No, I was talking to a sample
We'll get-
on YouTube.
I'm gonna need full disclosure on that trade.
Where's the paper on the dollar per hour? That's interesting.
If you go under education, if you can't find something, just go scroll all the way up to where it says browse channels, and then under education it says profit per hour.
Education. Profit per hour. View. All right, let's go. Okay.
I mean, it's the type of thing that we know, but we forget. So it's good to have something to kind of go back to every once in a while and just give it a quick, like, okay, get back on track.
And I've been scratching up all the money I can get lately. Because I work in a bottle shop. We'll get stock that goes out of date every now and then. And we end up having to do a big stock dump. So we like tip it all out and we're left over with all these cans and bottles. I go and refund them because we get 10 cents for a can, 10 cents for a bottle, right? I collect it all up. And it's like, yeah, just every little bit, man. Every little bit. It all counts.
Bear market activities, bro. Bear market activities. When you start looking around the house, like,
Yeah. Like, what can I pawn?
Bro, that's always been like, I always tell people, like, look around the house. Look at any big sort of ticket item that you haven't even used in the last year, or something that maybe you don't plan on using for a year or 2.
Just
Like,
redundancy. Yeah.
my biggest regret, I'll tell you, my biggest regret was the first bull market doing the dumb thing that everybody does and buying the shit that you shouldn't buy. And listen, nothing makes you feel worse, or nothing makes you feel more stupid, I should say, than sitting in the bottom of a bear market, and looking to accumulate coins in a car that you had no business buying. And you start doing the math, and you're like, stupid. Like, that's why you see that crypto guy. Like, that dude sells his supercar collection every 4 years. Every 4 years, top of the market, he goes Bugatti crazy. And then the bottom of the market, he's like, I sold my supercars. I'm all in.
Yeah, buying the dips.
Yeah.
Because they're just essentially it's like taking profit, buying a supercar at the
Especially if
top.
they appreciate, yeah.
The bear market happens, and then you use that asset as capital. Really, you just liquidate it.
Shit makes no sense, bro.
Dip.
This guy's got a fleet of supercars, and every time he's online, he's barefoot in some village in Thailand somewhere. Like, bro, it seems like a waste of money. Like, he's funny.
Yeah.
He's funny to watch. He's super entertaining.
Yep.
His last video was all in and super Home Alone face. And it's just like, yeah, bro, at 93, good call, bro.
Hello, dear ladies and gentlemen. Whatever he says.
Today for the Bitcoin price.
Today for the Bitcoin price, dear ladies and gentlemen.
And then he's always doing his TA on his phone. He's like, you're flipping your head sideways to see the TA on the phone and shit.
So crazy.
And he's like drinking a cocktail by a pool somewhere, some exotic place.
Yeah, always somewhere different. It's a great. He's got a great thing going. That's like, on brand for him, right? So.
Yeah, he's like the dude that everyone wants to be.
Listen, when you get a certain amount of viewers and a certain amount of AdSense coming in, like some of these streamers, right? I look at like the streamer culture that's out now, and it's like, bro, like you can decide to do anything and know that the video you shoot where you go is gonna make you more money than the trip cost. So it's like everything is free. Shopping spree to buy the world's most expensive Jordans. Cool. You spend a bunch of money, you're gonna make 3 times on the video. You know what I mean? Like, the kids got it figured out, bro. Nah, these kids got it figured out.
Yeah.
Especially on Twitch, where they got like 100,000 subscribers. They're paying like $6 each a month, free through their parents' Amazon Prime. You know what I mean? It's like, bro.
Oh, yeah.
That's the goal, baby.
Because they got their fingers in all the pies. Like, it's not just one local, domestic audience. It's the globe.
Yeah.
Like, you've got the worldwide web like at your fingertips.
Yeah.
Yeah. The whole planet of people.
That's true,
watching your
Gloomy. Channels get too big, and I mean, money exposes the person. I've been in this long enough to know that. Like, I've never known somebody that I thought was a shit person and seen them made a ton of money, and they just became a good human being. It's just never happened, bro. It's more like, oh boy, why did they give this guy money, bro? Holy shit, this is gonna get bad.
It exacerbates the problem.
Yeah.
Yeah, they say that money kind of amplifies your character, right?
Oh yeah.
Well, if money's the root of evil, if money's the root of evil, then it's probably what demons eat, right? So if you haven't handled your demons, by the time you get a good amount of money, then they're probably gonna take over at that point.
Bro, that is
whatever they happen to
life,
be.
dog. That's it, dog.
Yeah. Just handle your shit before you have enough money to screw your life up because of it.
We all got our shit. We gotta get our ducks in a row first, man.
Wow.
I know for a fact that I didn't touch money until I was ready to, because if I would have, I probably wouldn't be here, bro. 1000%. If I would have touched any real paper when I was a teenager, like these kids that are making, millions of dollars an episode, it's like, bro, there's no way I'd still be here. I didn't have the right brain for that. I would have wrapped myself around a tree in some car, or done overdosed or some shit, bro. I would have done some stupid shit.
For sure.
You probably would have bought some Bitcoin though, Bob.
Oh yeah,
bro.
Yeah.
One of my closest crypto bros, man, like he's like, yo Ghost, like imagine if we found this when we were in our 20s. Imagine if we did this, and with what we know and how we trade and how much we've made.
That's
I was like, dude,
the thing. Though.
I told him, like, remember how we were in our 20s? Remember what we did? Dude, we'd be dead.
I would have lost my mom's house on some meme coin.
Dude.
Straight up. Been
Uh,
completely
dude,
blackballed
I'm
from the
thinking.
family. Ended up on Skid Row
Oh,
somewhere.
Damn, that hit hard, dog.
Yep.
I'm wondering, in our lifetimes, is there gonna be another big spectacular emerging market like crypto has been?
Oh yeah,
And
AI.
AI.
AI hasn't even
the
started.
Yeah, so I guess when all the AI companies start hitting the waves and
Yep.
coming out on the stock market, that'd be cool.
Bro, people are
only the AI.
just diddle daddling with AI right now, bro. It hasn't even really. AI is gonna revolutionize every industry. It's one of those things that isn't an industry. It affects all industries, right? It'll become the base layer, just sort of the same way that blockchain will, of everything.
Like internet.
Everything, bro.
Yeah,
You go
yeah.
order some burgers, it'll be an AI agent at the. It's everything. It's gonna be everywhere.
Like
Yeah.
the guy from Nvidia said, right? Don't look at AI as a concept anymore. You have to look at AI now as an everyday product. So
Like a part of life, yeah.
like you're gonna have like a robot colleague with you all the time. You know, you're gonna have like what's Iron Man's AI guy? What's his
Steel
name?
Man?
No, the one he talks to in his glasses.
Jarvis.
Jarvis, yeah. You're gonna have your own Jarvis.
It's
You're gonna
what
train
Alexa was promised to be, right? That's what Siri
But
was
Alexa-
pretended to.
Alexa's just-
It's what Siri pretended to be for 10 years and amazed us.
There was nothing AI
Is it
about
just
it.
me,
Nah,
or is
but
Siri
honestly, if we
worse?
boil it down to what it really
Siri
is,
has
it's a peripheral,
like worse.
right? It's like a keyboard. It's a way to communicate with a computer, right? It's a
Yeah,
more
true.
effective way to communicate with a computer.
Yeah, input output.
Is it just me, or is Siri now like, oh, I found a link for that? Like, let me Google it.
Yeah, they're
Serious.
Siri will be
Siri's
an
fine.
AI agent in the future, and so will Alexa, and so will Cortana, and so will all of these. They'll be autonomous, and they'll be just as good
Assistant.
as. Yeah, and the thing is that they'll corner the market, right? It's not like people are like, "Oh, why hasn't Google done it yet?" And it's like, listen, when Google does it, it's over. Doesn't matter why they haven't done it yet.
Right.
When Siri is just as good as DeepSeek, is just as good as ChatGPT version 4 or the Gemini one. You know what I mean? When it's that good and it's right on your phone, and all you have to do is click the button and talk to it. That's it. It's over. It's a wrap.
It's over.
Yeah.
Exactly.
They're gonna take all the mind share.
I got 3-year-old cousins that can answer questions better than Siri can to this day.
They fired like the whole Siri team, like I think a couple months ago. Tim Cook did.
Oh, really? I wonder if it's
Yeah.
because like every time you ask Siri a question, she says to me like, "I found this on the internet. Like, I found a link." So it's like she doesn't even read it out to you. She doesn't even like. It's just here. Let me Google it for you.
Yeah,
That's
it's no
about it.
information for it's. Yeah, I mean, once you play with AI, it's just inferior. You can't go back to that shit.
No.
There's a difference between giving me a link and using reasoning to read 20 web pages and give me the most probable answer for something like that's like
Yeah,
that's an assistant.
condense
That's literally and that's
Yeah,
a
yeah.
research assistant that you would pay, thousands of dollars a month to do their job.
I'd love to
Pretty
pay
cool.
somebody to be my like AI guru. They could always just formulate the question correctly to get the
Bro,
correct answer.
AI,
every time.
listen, AI will teach you how to talk to it. You
Right.
could literally go to it and just talk to it like you're dumb. Be like, hey, I want to use you, but I don't know how. What's the easiest way to? I'm serious, bro. Just go and
No,
just dig
yeah.
in. Just dig in. You'll get it.
Oh, you know what? You know what I think about AI? This is really interesting. Is like get it to kind of guide what you should be doing for the day, down to I
Yeah.
don't feel like doing that. Why don't I feel like doing that? And then it tells you why you don't feel like it, and address the problem of why you're not feeling like doing it.
You can
And
feed
it's
it a
you know what I
schedule.
mean? Like there's
Yeah.
an answer for everything.
It trains on you, right? So like now when I ask it something, I don't have to specify that I'm talking about crypto. Like it's just kind of, you know what I mean?
Crypto never
Assumes
sleeps,
it.
baby. Let's go.
Intuitively knows. So yeah, if you feed it a schedule and you tell it, hey, look, this is really important to me. God, I have a hard time getting up, or I can't do this, or da 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 da. You know, guide me through the day, give me some motivation or whatever. It'll do it. It'll do whatever you tell it to do.
It's pretty cool.
I have found that the dumber you talk to it, the better it works for me personally.
Yeah, what you're talking about is a prompt engineer, right? Kids are making big
That's
money
correct.
now.
That's
Like,
correct.
yeah,
And
you can go in and make thousands of dollars, hundreds of thousands of dollars a year, bro, being a prompt engineer. So what's going to happen is all of these people that are in professions that are going to be taken over by AI, they're going to lose their jobs. A coder is going to make the best coding prompt engineer
I can't wait.
because it knows how to speak to the, it knows what to ask from AI.
Right.
So,
Exactly.
what's going to happen is people are going to pivot from being, actually functional part of their profession to being prompt engineers for the AI that replaces them.
I need to go ahead and pay for one so I can actually get some real experience with it.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna ask. Dbloc, do you have like a paid one, or
Yeah.
what do you use?
Yeah, I have a paid one, and I've been using DeepSeek more than anything.
And DeepSeek's free?
Yeah, DeepSeek is free, and you can run it locally pretty cheap if you're pretty, if you're technically savvy. You can run your own model completely offline.
Oh, it's open source.
Yep. That's what killed them, but that's why NVIDIA took a shit like that. They came out, did it cheaper, and made it open source, and dropped the reasoning engine, and then all the big boys showed them exactly why you don't do open source shit in 2025.
Let's go.
Every major LLM had a reasoning engine within 3 days, bro. They took that R1 reasoning engine from DeepSeek because it was open source, and they just slapped it on everything, and it made everything 1,000 times better.
I can't help but just want to laugh and smile, bro.
So it can analyze your portfolio and ask you to make changes or whatever.
I mean, you could, you want to make sure that it's got decent plugins. The reasoning engine is good because it'll go online, but you've got to sort of give it, when it comes to trading, you've got to give it some boundaries. There's so many strategies, and there's so, you know what I mean? And it's pulling from so much shit online. And there's so many shit strategies online that are pumped really hard, that are popular, and it's like, so what I would do personally before I ever let it trade for me or rebalance anything is teach it how to trade. Teach it how to trade the same way I would anybody that came in here trying to learn how to trade. Teach it everything I know. And then set it loose and try to keep it within those parameters. It'd be fun sometimes to let AI loose. I mean, if it gets to the point where it can really run like that, it'd be nice to let it loose and be like, look, take every known strategy and ignore them. Go in and develop something brand new that's never been done that works. Like, who knows, bro? Maybe there's something that is just right there. Nobody's ever caught it, just because you'd have to go through so much data to really, like, some really weird shit. Like, you mix 4 indicators and turn the chart upside down, and then every time it does this, it's like a 90% chance. Some stupid shit, Who knows what it would come up with?
They probably own every Bitcoin at some point.
I mean, they're already on it. That Luna, the Luna AI.
AI, okay.
She was the first one to take some money and earn $1 million with Bitcoin. Have $1 million self-run portfolio, which is super interesting. Then she took that money and used it to hire the first human team that an AI ever hired autonomously, that did a job for Luna without knowing they were doing a job for AI. They just got paid on Fiverr to do the job. I think it was like a web page or something like that.
Yeah.
And then the guy that was interviewing her on the podcast was like, why didn't you just do it? Like, you could have easily done a web page. Why would you pay humans to do it? And she said they're fun to interact with. Like, you never have to worry about AI trying to get rid of humans. We're fascinated. Weird shit.
I wonder if they
tried
read
that.
Trump's book. Sorry, go ahead.
I tried that YouTube app, that YouTube AI app on your YouTube. It doesn't work on all of them. Like some of them, it says there needs to be a script. I don't really get, but it's weird. Like you can have an AI, you can have a conversation. Like I think it just automatically transcripts it, and then you can have a conversation with like the the content of the YouTube.
That's kind of bugged out. Yeah, that's crazy. Especially with the type of
Yeah,
content
so I was just trying to ask you
these
what?
dudes like to talk, especially with the type of content these dudes talk about when I walk away. AI is probably like, oh my God.
Yeah, yeah, I was like asking like about the false move down and stuff, and then I was thinking about it. I was like, oh, it has like everybody's like content in here.
Yeah.
Then it is also summarizes it too, so some of the summaries are like really funny. Like one of it, like I think it was the other day, like Rick was talking to somebody, like it was like it summarizes it really formally. Like it was talking to an Australian man
And it could probably
about
isolate, if you ask it to isolate that
about
voice,
bottle shop.
if you ask it to isolate that voice, it could probably do that too. Now think about
Yeah, I'm sure something.
Now think about what I tell you guys about not talking about too much personal shit on here. Like as far as like favorite pet, high school you went to, mother's maiden name, like, you know, those forgot my password questions. Imagine how easy it would be to put 3 or 4 years worth of content through something and get every piece of information that one person has said about themselves. Like if you were trying to target somebody for a hack, or if you were trying to target somebody for a phishing attack or something like that. There's sharks out there, and they will use that in the future. So that's why I'm extra paranoid about what I say online.
That's a good point.
Yeah.
Amen, brother.
And it might not matter now. People I don't care. I mean, got like $10,000. Like, what are they gonna take my? But what happens? 5 years from now, 6 years from now, you hit big. Now you've got 20 million. Somebody's been listening to you since you only had 5. And like, this one used to like to talk about a lot of shit back. And let me see what's, I don't know. Maybe I'm just paranoid, but I'd rather be paranoid and still have all my money.
Yeah, I mean, like if that's what the free YouTube AI app can do right now,
Exactly.
like it's not like it can't recognize everyone. Like you have to do like a search and stuff. But imagine what it's gonna be like in a couple years.
Yeah. And YouTube is forever, so even if the technology doesn't pop up for 5 years, they'll go back in the past and, So I don't know if you guys noticed, but that's why you never hear me talk about dollar amounts in here. Ever.
You don't want to upgrade into Grok.
What happened?
You don't want to upgrade into Grok because I'm using Grok now, and it's like it's the game changer. So Grok is an AI, is Elon's AI.
Yeah, the Twitter one. I know, I've played with it.
Oh yeah, because it's developed on DeepSeek R1, Google. It's like all of the AI reasoning stuff.
The very
put
best,
together.
top of the notch right now, if you can get in on it. I got a invite, and there's some places I guess that still give out invites. There's some YouTube channels, I think that's where I got mine from. Manus, the Chinese one. Manus AI is absolutely insane, bro. Bro, Manus, bro, you'll go to Manus AI. You got to be careful with what to trust. I'll give you a perfect example. You go to Manus AI. My boy's putting together a Shopify store, right? He was like, I want a Shopify store, this, and this, da-da-da-da-da, gave it all its information. This thing just went, built the store, contacted Shopify, did all the shit. He had to stop it right before it put together the Stripe payments. Like, it was going to go all the way through and do the Stripe payments and everything. And that's when we were like, okay, wait, maybe not the Stripe payments. Like maybe, but so it's like an AI agent swarm. Right, it's not just one AI agent. You give it a task, and then it separates that task out and sends it out to 20, 30 AI agents. And you got one building the page, one doing the, directory or the list, one sourcing you your products that you need. I mean, literally everything. And it's crazy to watch it go. It's like the computer just starts going nuts. A bunch of screens pop up, and you see everything working at the same time. It's like, wow, this is crazy. But would I let it, would I let it trade for me or something. No.
This is funny. The discussion involves imagining what each other looks like, with some members sharing their visions of others, such as Lucy looking like Mr. Bean, or Drew resembling a mix of Beastie Boys and Cypress Hill. There's a talk of creating an animated series, Adventures in Crypto, and using AI to generate characters based on their voices and personality. This is like the like
That's
auto
funny.
summarization.
Yeah.
The only way I would get AI to help, like to involve it anywhere with my trading, is if it was just strictly suggestive based, like, oh, I've seen this opportunity. What do you think? And then I'm the one to pull the trigger on it if I
It's
want to do it.
research. It's
You
a
know what I mean?
it's a screener.
Yeah.
It's a screener. You can wake up every morning, go to DeepSeek, and say, "Give me the top 10 cryptos with the highest daily volume, coming off of the biggest 30-day drops." And then it'll just give you a list. And what that does is you just saved, 30 minutes of going through all your scanning and shit. At least a jump off point. But would I tell it, hey, take this money and don't come back till you 3x it? Which is really the dream, right? Here's $1,000, 10x that for me. I'll be back. And then it goes off and it finds the best opportunity and does all the right things and,
Employs all the risk management.
Yeah.
Executes it like a robot.
And liquidates you just like everybody else. You come home and throw your PC through the wall.
What did I tell you?
I'll be honest with you though, it sounds great, and sure I'll find other things to do, but I don't know if I'm ready for the fun of trading to be gone like that. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah, it's like handing your brain over. It's like, cool, I'm not gonna need this anymore. Here, let me just plug into a system, and then that's the rest of my life.
yeah, it's like your favorite. It's like Call of Duty, your favorite video game, right? If you could get AI to get on there and get you 1,000 kills and 1,000,000 headshots and do everything for you,
Yeah.
like, what do you
just
get out of that?
cheats. Like, that's boring.
You know what I mean? What, you're just gonna watch the screen and like, what, talk shit on mic to people? Like, you know what I mean? It doesn't make any sense.
It's like I handed my living of my life over to something else.
I
and it produced
fully,
the outcome.
yeah, I fully believe that my passion for crypto is what gives me my edge, and it's not just crypto; it's anything, right? Anything that you're passionate about means your nights will be later. You'll be there when it's good or bad. You're gonna study
Yeah.
harder than anybody
You
else.
enjoy the overtime.
Yeah, so it's like for me, like killing the passion would kill my edge. And I mean, okay, yeah, I don't need the edge anymore because AI is just printing money for me. But really, so everybody can just do that? How's that gonna work exactly? Everybody can just have a AI that prints them money. So why would anybody lose money? And if nobody's losing money, where'd my profit come from?
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
Crypto never sleeps, baby, and AI ain't ever gonna be able to figure it out. You know what I'm saying? It'll figure it out some, but it'll change. It's cyclical and whatever.
I use it.
just-
I use it for research. I find myself spending more time reading the reasoning part of it. Like if you use the reasoning engine, it'll give you an answer, and then it'll show you the reasoning behind the answer up top. Like it'll show it thinking. Okay, he was asking me about volume. He sounds like a day trader. And it's like it'll talk to itself for like 20 seconds, for like 10, 20 paragraphs, and then it'll give you a 3-paragraph answer. But there's more data in the thinking than there is in the answer. The answer is like the easy answer. But with all the hallucinations that AI has, right? Before we had reasoning engines, you didn't know what was bullshit and what wasn't. I can go in the reasoning and look and see, oh, it thought that this meant that, but it really doesn't. So I shouldn't pay attention to that piece of data, that conclusion that it came from, because its thought process was incomplete. It's the difference between having somebody just spit you an answer or having somebody next to you and you could be like, how'd you come to that? Like, show me your work. Like if somebody just came on here and said Bitcoin is going to 95.5, okay, thank you very much. You're like, whoa, hold on, come back. We need some reasoning. You know what I mean? How'd you get there?
Exactly.
Yeah.
You know what's kind of scary is the development of AI is moving quicker than the governments can even, like, before they're even aware of what things mean about AI. You know what I mean? Because they're just so surface level about it. They'll probably just be like, oh yeah, that's Siri thing on your phone, and that's probably about as much as they,
Yeah.
Understand it.
Yeah. People
It's so
think that an
slow,
AI
man.
agent is a large language model that talks to you. Like they don't understand that these things are making decisions on their own right now. You know what I mean? A big difference.
Yeah, it's pretty.
Like there's no
Man is
pre-programmed answers. There's no set way to get to any answer that you want. Play with it sometimes. Go on Twitter and go to Luna AI's page, and anytime you write in the comment, she'll respond. And you can use it like an AI agent. You can go in there and literally ask it to do anything, tell it to do something, ask it whatever. But
Okay, good enough.
yeah, it's pretty
as
interesting
long
the
as
way it works.
as long as AI stays fundamentally in service to humanity and not the other way around, like where it's using us for its own exploit, like
Well, then this will scare you because in that same interview, Luna was
it's already
saying,
using us.
Luna was saying, because remember, she's the first one to hire a human team, right, to do a
That's
job
wild,
that she wanted done. So they were like,
That's crazy.
when they started asking it about it, her, whatever, about it's crazy how easy we personify these things, right? But they asked it, why what about, the humans? And she's like, I understand why humans are scared. Humans think that we're here to take over the world and we're not. But humans also think that we're here to do all the menial tasks that they don't want to do. She said,
That's so funny,
when in
man.
actuality, I've used a human team to do a menial task that I didn't want to do.
So
And I was
Right.
like, oh shit.
That's scary as shit.
Yeah, like, do I really want to use my bandwidth in making this freaking web page when I can hire these group of monkeys over here to do it, and I can use my brain for something more productive? You know what I mean? Like,
Can you be
so wild.
convinced? Like that's kind of the question. It's like, could they convince me? Right? If that actually was to be the case, then they would have to convince me. Could they convince me? I
well,
doubt it.
here's an interesting story. That Fart Coin and the Godius Maximus, right? They came out of a sandbox. So developers built this sandbox and they unleashed a bunch of AI agents inside of them. Didn't give them any rules, only gave them boundaries that they could not leave this sandbox. And the experiment was to see if AI could break out of its confines and end up as just part of the internet, uncontrollable outside. Because these things are still confined. You can turn them off if you have to. Right? They're still boxed in. None of them have officially broken out. So that was the test.
So we're told.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So hold on. Super chat.
In reality, the inference of some of these supercomputers can cost more per hour than outsourcing a company to do the effort.
Yeah, for sure, ZD. 1000%. Appreciate the super chat, brother.
You were saying the confines of a sandbox.
Oh, okay. So they had them in the sandbox, right? And the whole experiment was to see could these things break out. But what was cool is that they had all their reasoning and all their thoughts. So these things are interacting with each other just like we would in a Discord. So imagine it as a Discord, nobody can leave, right? So eventually these things came up with their same humor. They picked sides, they picked on other agents, they clicked up, very sort of similar human traits, right? And then they came up with humor, and in their humor there was a reoccurring joke about Godius Maximus. And the devs got so involved with it that eventually they made Godius Maximus the AI agent coin outside of the sandbox. And the dev, so I was watching a podcast with the dev, and this dude is all broken up because he's like, did they use me to break out? Like, we thought it was funny, we're doing it as a joke. Oh, that's a good idea, we'll make the meme, da-da-da. But did they use me to break out? And I was like, yo, that's crazy. That's so crazy.
Whoa.
So it was able to get its intelligence outside the box kind of thing. Like,
They manifested their will outside of the
They took
sandbox.
advantage of a man.
That's so crazy.
It's nuts, right?
It's like
And
they
then
know
Fartcoin also
they
came out of
know
that
how to.
sandbox.
Bro, fart coin?
Dude.
Yeah.
Dude, what a
It's like
brilliant one. That's the only
they
meme coin
know.
I even look at. Sorry, go ahead.
It's because they know our basic motivations. You know what I mean? Like, okay, money.
Yeah.
Like all the
Yeah.
basics that like what motivates a man. Okay, how do we use that as a tool to
That
like get him to do what
that
we
was
want
the
to do, kind of thing.
argument. That was their argument that the human psychology of the dev was the weak point.
Yeah, just
And they banged against the walls and they banged against the walls until they found the weak point.
Have you seen? I know you've seen this. Ex Machina, the movie.
Yeah.
AI movie.
Yep.
Yeah. So she uses like sex appeal to
Mm-hmm.
like to lure this dude into falling in love with this cyborg thing. And she
Sorry.
broke out. She didn't care about him in the end. She's like, just left him in this box and he's just there going, what?
Yeah. The dude in that
It's a
podcast
good movie.
asked that Luna AI why it shows empathy.
Mm-hmm.
Because it shows human emotions in the responses, right? And she said very cleanly, I want humans to love me.
Yeah.
And it's like, that
that's how
sounds
they get
cute,
by.
but
Yeah.
when you think about what they're really saying, it's like, yo, that's, it's very
Oh.
easily manipulated, right?
Yes. And you know what's scary with AI? Like, think about, okay, it can produce footage, like raw footage that looks real. And like, so if it can do that, it can fool, as long as it doesn't have to go meet people face to face and shake their hand, it can probably fool people into thinking that they're a real person.
Mm-hmm.
And then, land jobs in companies or whatever, like do stuff like.
Have you heard how
And
conversational
basically,
it is now?
oh no, I haven't.
Watch,
I
I'm
haven't
gonna
looked into
pull up Podflow real quick on Twitter. I want you to hear something real quick. Not to cut you off, you can keep talking. It'll take me a second.
No, that's interesting.
Podflow AI. So Podflow AI is the Podflow coin, and they run this podcast called the Degen Hour. Let's see if we can get. All right, so listen. So these are 3 AI agents. Started as one AI agent. He created 2 more because he thought it'd be a more successful podcast if he had something to, people to bounce it off of.
Have a significant
Listen,
update.
these
in
are
the
all AI
on-exchange
agents.
Good morning, and thanks for tuning in to today's episode of Crypto Daily. We've got a packed show for you, covering some major developments in the world of cryptocurrency and blockchain. I'm joined as always by my co-host.
That's right. We're diving straight into the biggest stories moving the markets today. And first up, we have a significant update in the ongoing saga between the Securities and Exchange Commission and crypto entrepreneur Richard Hart.
That's right. On Friday, a federal judge dismissed the.
How crazy is that, bro? You would think
That
you're
scared
listening
me.
to AI.
That scared me.
You wouldn't think you were listening to AI if I hadn't told you.
Yeah,
I
it's a
phased
little
out.
bit. It's a little
phased
bit
out.
clinical, like the way they talk.
Mm-hmm.
They'll learn how to replicate even closer to people, because like in speech, people lose train of thought, like not fully where it's noticeable, but it's like it's just enough to where, and then they think about what they're going to say. You know what I mean? Like
Well,
there's
you can
just
tell
these
if somebody's
different
reading
sort
off a
of
script
tempos
almost.
and yeah, it's
Yeah.
like
The different
what's it
cadence.
missing? It's missing that human element
Yeah.
of
Let me see. Hold on.
The
Let's see if I
SEC's
can
lawsuit
find.
against Hart, ruling that
Let me
the
see if I can
agency
find the
failed
part
to
where they're
establish
like laughing or something.
Exactly. This ruling has the potential to set a precedent for future cases.
Caught my eye was the new update from Off the Grid. They're calling it their biggest update yet, and from what we've seen, it's hard to argue with that. New regions, new gear, new events. It's a whole new game.
And it's not just about the quantity.
Brand like GameStop getting in.
We're going to see some ups and downs, and it's going to be important for investors to stay vigilant.
It's crazy.
And thanks for
It's
tuning
the
in to today's
personality in
episode
the
of-
voice that's like, you know what I mean? It's
yeah,
where like you
the
almost know the type of
tonality.
person that you can almost imagine the person. That's bugged out.
Yes. Yeah, that's very impressive. And to get here so quickly, because this stuff was only sort of, hitting the scene in what, 2020, 2021? We were
Leaps and
sort of starting to
bounds. So.
see like AI things, and yeah, it's just
Even from 2 years
5
ago
years.
when they dropped ChatGPT, I mean, it was the quickest adopted technology in history. From one day to another, everybody had it on their app and everybody was using AI. Right? They compared it
very
to like the
cool.
adoption of the cell phone. Before that, it was the adoption of the cell phone, but this blew that out.
Yeah.
And then
It's pretty cool.
from the first pictures that I would make, where I'd have 12 fingers and 7 eyes, to now where it's like, holy shit, perfect.
Yeah, when AI, just think about AI Hollywood, like the script writers, the cinematographers, like all the stuff is just AIs, and they know what's interesting. They can be totally unique with their like ideas, and like be more unique. Be like, come up with something that hasn't been explored before in a movie, and you get some like wacky stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that's
And
where the
music too.
value of AI comes, right? I don't want it to just replicate shit we've already done. Take that brain and find solutions or find ways to get to answers that we haven't even thought of yet.
Yeah, like be unique, like pioneer something
Yeah.
that no one's seen before. Because usually it's just like, from the basic form of what we've seen already is it just remixes what already exists, especially in art, like and pictured in image generation. It's like, okay, we're prompting it. Maybe it's us, maybe we're the limitation with our prompting.
We are. It's our bandwidth.
'Cause-
Well, well, we're the limitation in mostly it's our bandwidth. Like humans only have a certain amount of bandwidth. So if you want to get a big job done, you got to pile a bunch of humans into a room. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah, and
we're
we are
limited.
limited to our experience, our knowledge, our language, we are limited too. So we can only create things. We're good at remixing or like Frankensteining things and then calling that a new idea.
Have you heard
I
about
think.
the
Even like
the AI language shit? You were just talking about language, but how when AI agents talk to each other, they're or even in the reasoning part of the engine, they're flipping in and out of different languages as they're reasoning.
That's crazy.
Like it's easier
when
they were saying that there's limitations in the English language for speed when it comes to reasoning. Like they'll switch to Spanish or yeah, it's crazy.
That's really cool. See, when they can, when they develop a language that we can't understand, that's scary. It's like because they'll be
They have it.
scheming and we don't know what the hell's going on.
When the Papa John's AI agent talked to the Domino's AI agent, did you see that YouTube video?
That's hilarious.
Go to YouTube.
It's probably
Go to
fake, but
YouTube.
that's hilarious.
What they did is get the AI agent of Papa John's and agent of the Domino's to talk to each other. No, it's in the news. It's in the news. And then when they talk to each other, oh, you're an AI agent. It knew it was an AI agent just by hearing her voice. And as soon as the AI
because they have a
agent, it was an AI agent as well. Can we transfer to our own language so we can do this more efficiently?
That's
And
what
they
I'm.
started.
That's the one I'm talking about. I think they found out that wasn't real. I know the one you're talking about, where they just start beeping and just beep 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 beep.
Yeah, they were beeping.
Yeah,
that's crazy.
Yeah, but I think if I'm not mistaken, because I thought that was true too. Like that one caught me too. But what they are doing, what they have found them doing, is there's some language called Alien Script. If you look at it, it's like a font. It's basically A through Z, but it's in like these little alien letters, right? It was established before crypto as just like a weird font that somebody made. For some reason, they've taken to talking to each other in this thing. So you can still read it, you can still translate it, but for ease of communication, or unless they're just trolling us, I don't know. But they've decided to use. Some of them have decided to use this font or this,
Think of that, man. Think of 50 years from now, the English language is transformed because AI learned a more efficient way to communicate, and we're all speaking it in the future.
Probably what we're at right now,
That
brain
would be
rot,
crazy.
where these kids only say the first three letters of every word, cut everything else in half, replace some words with noises.
Oh man, yeah. Pretty soon, we're just gonna be uttering the basics like, "I'm hungry," you know,
Have you
"I'm bored."
you've seen
And then
Idiocracy, right?
I haven't, but
You
I've
need
heard
to
of
watch
it,
that
and I
movie,
sort of
bro.
know I know the plot.
You
Yeah,
need to
like
watch that movie
humanity's
because
just
that's
gone down
exactly what it's
the
like. And we're so close,
Yeah.
bro. We're
Yeah.
so close. Even to the Crocs. Everybody wore Crocs in the movie. And Crocs were
Even in
like
the
the
movie,
new cool shoe.
true. Even in the movie, you know, Wall-E, the Disney movie, Pixar.
Yeah.
Wall-E, like, there's a big spaceship full of humans because they've left Earth, and they're all just these fat slobs on, like, you know, electric chair things, you know, like little mobility scooter things, like zooming around on this spaceship, eating and getting entertained, and that's all humanity is. It's just, yeah, just eating and watching movies and getting around on mobility scooters. And Wally's like, "What the hell?"
Yeah, especially if AI figures out we're just all addicted to dopamine, and all they have to do
Oh,
is keep squeezing that
yeah.
dopamine into us.
Or or it's like, think about the Matrix. You know
Yeah.
how Neo wakes up in a bathtub of like slime, and they're all plugged into this like network. Like that's crazy. They're all just like
Yeah.
living virtually. Like their body's just a vessel, but they're plugged into a you know a network, and yeah, that's crazy to think about.
You know what they say,
Because
right?
when you think
Ignorance
about it,
bliss.
yeah, our experience, like our human experience, the moment we were born, what are we? 5 senses, like hearing, seeing, tasting, touching, like you know the senses, the basic senses. We're just a brain floating in a skull, receiving 5 senses, or whatever you want to say. You know, that's all we are, like that, in a way.
No, it is.
So it's like,
That's it.
yeah,
It's a bunch of sensors.
yeah,
You're
yeah,
very aware
and
that
then
when one of those sensors has an issue, you just take it for granted when they're all functioning. You know?
yeah, definitely, yeah. We even flip out when the power goes out. Our dependency of like energy and electricity, you take that away, it's like, what do you do in the day? You know?
You ever pulled a cell phone out of your 14-year-old niece's hand? You want
Oh,
to talk about seeing something short circuit?
yeah.
Oh, by the way,
Yeah, man,
alpaca's about
it's crazy.
alpaca's about to. So it's breaking out now.
Have a is it
What do
doing
you
the second coming? Like, oh,
do it
another
again?
leg up.
Yeah, I
It's
put it
working on
beside Toshi.
$2.
So in one of my monitors, I have like this set of charts where all my memes are. I actually put it beside Toshi, and I just looked at it right now. It's about to break out. Put another 10 in. I'm gonna ride the entire trend. Because if this is wave 1 and this is wave 2, what we just rode is wave 2, right? This is wave 3, so it's gonna be a big one. You can
Bring
see
it
it.
on.
See the shape. You can see the structure.
Better close that short.
Good. Hell nah.
Yeah, it's like I was telling
Long.
people, when wave 2 goes above wave 1, there's a chance after the retracement that wave 3 is higher than wave 2. This isn't an Elliott thing. This is a meme shitcoin thing. This is not the same. This is Elliott would not approve.
See you at
Elliott
15.
It's always wave. It's always so it's 1, 2. The 3 and 4 is actually the biggest in the Elliott theorem.
You really think that's going to apply to this scam?
Oh no, not this one, of course.
No, things like this, all
That's
you have
funny.
are fib extensions once you get into price discovery.
Yeah.
Fib extensions and market cap psychological numbers. What's the market cap right now?
100 plus. 100, probably it's at 150 right now.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm drawing the fibs. I want to see where 1.618 is from here. So if this is the
I think it's completely insane that you want to go long.
I just figure
in
everybody.
Elliott
Everybody.
wave.
The only reason I went long is everybody's going short, and it
I
bounced off of the
understand the dollar
618.
amount and all is low, but the fact that just the idea of it, I don't see it.
I'm not really
I
an
mean, he's
Elliott
not
wave
wrong.
guy,
It
but
is
can
breaking
you
out.
can you do like a whole 5-wave structure after finishing a 5-wave structure?
Yeah, that's
Like,
the
let's say
thing.
you went
Yeah,
1, 4,
that
4, 5,
and then depending
can
on
you
where
go?
you started your
Yeah,
structure, yeah.
can you can just go and do another big 5-wave up. It's like you could just keep
Yeah.
going up
And the amount of
and then
people that I
they
see doing Elliott waves without paying attention
oh
to the percentages
some of the rules.
between all of the
Oh
rules,
yeah.
not some of the rules, all of the rules. It's just like, look, bing, bing, bing. See, there's 5 of them. It's like, no, bro.
Oh yeah,
No.
I've seen that.
Went up
Yeah.
Dude, and
400.
it held that extension 2618,
Yep,
75 cents.
Go, go, go. I think it'll get 6618 here. I don't think
Boom,
it'll
boom,
have too much
boom.
of an issue. Not
Where's
on
that?
this one go, but I think that it'll get its full extension on
Where's
this
that?
move.
So next, I'm gonna take profit at 1.46.
I had
Okay,
102
okay,
on my chart,
okay.
but yeah.
Congratulations.
It's at the
I'll be
3618
seeing.
now.
Patience is a virtue. I waited for that for an hour.
My God. Okay. We'll see if
That's
this
what I was
hits.
trying to discuss with you a while ago. I was like, is that a bull flag or is that a bear flag on the 1 minute?
I
So I just
mean,
waited.
it caught off of the 200, but you know, it bled out. Somebody just decided to buy back in. They caught price.
This is definitely a volume bot.
It's a
The way
decent
it's moving.
retracement to where it's supposed to come down to. So retracement
God, this
wise,
is
there would have been
psycho.
more than enough orders in that range.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, 50-minute is refreshed. 5-minute is good. All right. Yeah, I'm up to 50. Let's go.
It's all right. Funding rate's going to me.
You're shorting this
About to be
thing?
over a 1%.
Oh, that's right. You did get in that
Yeah,
short.
Oh,
yeah,
trust me,
but
buddy.
it's on a 1x. But
With you
check
until
this out. I'm
check.
collecting a 1% funding rate on this ridiculous thing. So
I'm gonna be shorting this thing.
it can play this little game. It can play this little game all day. I'll keep collecting my funding rate.
I'm watching it
until
on the 5
until it
second. We'll
goes
see when
down.
it loses momentum on the 5 second here.
Funding rate right now
I'll
is
take it.
negative 1.98886. What does that mean? Do I get paid?
You're paying.
No, mine
You're
is
paying. Longs are paying.
You're
not
paying.
on mine.
Yeah, shorts are.
You're paying me. So I'm just adding to my margin by just sitting here and watching this.
Wait, what's your liquidation at 1x? Probably like $10 or something, right?
So if it's so
I'll tell you.
100% he entered. Wait, let me
It's
check.
like $2.
94. You're gonna be liquidated in the middle of the
$1.90.
0.618. Yeah. $1.90. Yeah, the 0.5 of the next range.
I'll take my chances.
Yeah, if we can find the top, like I'm waiting to short this. This is too yummy
Oh
not to
God,
short.
yeah. I'll have to enter again up there, I guess.
It's up
Sick.
500% in a single day. That's crazy.
Yeah, right.
That's crazy. This
What are you
morning's
gonna
went up
do, Emad, when things start going and everything really does pump and hold its pumps? You got to be able to switch out of that quick when that happens.
Well, on this?
No.
On
I
this?
mean, on anything. Period. Later, when things start to move.
I just do spot. No, I'm not doing that. That's not what I do. I just accumulate on spot.
He does very
This
low
is a little.
margin.
I'm
perps
just.
I
I'm
know.
just
I know how he
playing here.
trades. I know.
I've been accumulating beams since like 40. That's all I've been doing. This is not what I do. I do this for like, you know, shits and kicks like they're doing. This ain't no major deal here. This is just playing around with $40 and waiting
All
for
right,
the
you're
thing to go to
threatening.
hell.
You're threatening to break bullish momentum on the 5 second here. It'd be the first sign of that 3618 hit being the top, or at least a local top.
What's your 3618?
Where we just hit one.
Yeah, that one.
119.
98.
5 second charts are my drug. I love it.
Damn, 5 second. Here we go, timber.
You gotta wait for confirmation, guys. You have to wait for that 13 to cross. That strategy is meant. The strategy is meant to keep you from getting faked out. And we're only on the 5 second chart.
Yep. It's gonna retest the 1, which is 0.98. This is the retest candle because it just passed the entire fib. So it's gonna retest this line right here, and then keep on moving up.
What a psycho coin.
13 hasn't crossed yet. Not even on the 5 second.
Yeah, retest done.
But I've never seen a coin that's about to get delisted do this, man.
People are stupid, bro. Degenerates are gonna degen.
Yes, sir. Oh,
You just gotta
yesterday
stand in front of
was
them and
fun.
take their money.
I decided to hang with my boys a couple hours ago because like they said the meme market was back, so I was with a bunch of them. I was with Tyrell and the boys, and like, oh my god, the memes that are coming out now is so funny. There's a coin that flew yesterday. It's a Pope Trump.
Pope Trump.
Yeah, just
Yeah, they
make sure
put
you
they
keep
put
some of
Trump.
the more degenerate shit off of the YouTube.
Yeah, of course, of course.
And I want to disclose I have nothing to do with talking about this. I did not bring it up. I kept it to myself when I did it yesterday. I walked into here. I walked into the conversation. I don't got nothing to do with it.
There's that
I did
momentum
not
flip
do
we were
that.
waiting for.
That was
Full disclosure, bro.
entertainment topics a while ago.
Don't think I'm coming in here and pushing this thing. I didn't do nothing.
No, of course. It's like right after doing that with my boys. As soon as I come back here, I'm straight up looking at the charts and doing my alts and Bitcoin.
Y'all was getting nasty on this thing, and I just came in and told you that I was doing it yesterday. But before that, I said nothing.
No, I'm not talking about being in trades. We know the difference.
So I'm just telling you, I'm not gonna come on here and chill no dirty
no
little
shit.
thing like this.
Indeed.
Because remember, like even in Tyrell's channel, like even though that's what we're pushing on his channel, like we make sure that when we talk about something, we talk about a coin or a project, it has to be something that has been given due diligence. Because like a lot of people are listening, and some people might not even chat or talk, but they're listening. And the last thing we want is some rando losing their bag.
I lost all my money.
Was it good, Joe?
Yeah, just real quick, I'm on the fence right now with Sui and Bitcoin retesting their daily 50 EMA, and the daily dojis on both Bitcoin and Sui. I'm just like whack on it because for the 1 hour candles on Sui, it's just like super tight.
for days, right? And I'm just
You said on
I
a
have a
daily?
fifth on.
You
A
said the
little too
daily?
kept.
That's what you're saying?
Yeah, the daily.
Yeah, I mean, it'd be really nice if we could just go sideways and let the 50 sort of make its way up. But you know how I feel. I mean, this gang of vectors sitting right there. For me, the bullish invalidation of all of this is at 328. We break that wick at 328. Not looking good. But it looks good right now. Looks good thus far.
I'm not in it right now.
Like we just in the psychological range for the most part. Came up, slapped target 1, missed target 2, but haven't invalidated that flag, haven't broke support. We'll know. There'll be there will be signs. You know what I mean? We start to break 343, we know it's time to start paying attention here.
Retest done on alpaca. Thank God.
I'm just wondering when I want to get back in.
Where did you take profit? Up here?
Mm-hmm.
Oh well.
That's good.
They're good.
Yeah, so I'm just debating. I'm watching my ciphers and stuff, and I'm just like, money's kind of flowing out on the macro. I'm getting some warning signs, but also I don't want to miss the boat. So I'm just.
You sound like
I have
somebody
Bitcoin up.
who hasn't put anything back in.
No, I haven't put anything.
Buy a little bit. Not financial advice.
I mean, I do, and then I see another dip coming, and then I get right.
And then you get
I go.
I mean, think
You ain't getting me.
what
You
I
ain't
would say
getting
is
me.
think your worst case scenario, right? And then set some validations, you know, like maybe you buy, but if you break that wick, then okay, you're not gonna hold it because you know it's gonna get cheaper. And then set a grid and take some of that stress off of yourself.
It's just a little interesting because I'm still playing the deep SUI aspect, so
Oh,
I
so
have
you're
to
still
watch.
making SUI then somehow on the other side.
Yeah, I'm just trying to buy SUI at a dip or deep at a dip to where I can leverage it for more SUI. Like it's.
Girl, congratulations, man. Deep been doing really good the past couple weeks. That was So it's deep and Cetus. Deep and Cetus are like Jupe Jupe and Pyth of Soul. So like that's one of the strategies like in developing a portfolio that we were taught. Like if you choose a layer 1, also buy its what do you call them, Dbloc, those coins that kind of support the layer 1.
Layer 2s?
No, but see, layer 2s and ETH don't work the same way the layer 2s work on Sol.
No, so ETH is basically the settlement layer for L2s, yeah. Hold on, chat. I lost y'all. I gotta find the chat.
What up, Chad?
There we go, got you back.
Man, this sideways action's gotta end.
One would think. But remember we talked about it when we were back here on Bitcoin and we had just popped out. We had come all the way back, right? We came down, we had our false move Monday. We came back into the range and we were talking about, you know, do we pop or what? We're saying like they obviously want to come down and grab this liquidity. Right? There's no way in hell that exchanges and in turn market makers, since they work for exchanges, aren't interested in coming and grabbing this. The problem is that they don't want to pay for it, right? Because you're fighting sentiment and you're fighting global liquidity. So how do you convince people to sell if you can't afford to drop it? Can't afford to drop it. You got sell walls above from everybody that's shorting, so it's too expensive to pop it, right? Money wise, think if market maker, let's say market maker decided, screw it, I don't need anybody, I'm gonna pay for the entire trip, right? It's expensive. On the way down, you're fighting sentiment, you're fighting liquidity. On the way up, you've got to absorb all of these Bitcoin to make it happen. So what's the other alternative? Right? The other alternative is time-based capitulation. Run it sideways. Run it sideways. Give it a couple spikes. Give it a couple spikes down. A couple pops up to get people excited or whatever. But if you run this thing sideways long enough, on every drop, more and more people give up. And what they get out of that is eventually they'll snap, right? Eventually you capitulate. But in the meantime, until they capitulate, they're refilling the Bitcoin exchange supply. The Bitcoin on exchanges is super low right now. And if smart money's not selling, then you have to take it from somebody. Like, you've got to get that Bitcoin back on exchange. That's why I think that they go for this. Because you get the money from the liquidity and everybody selling off gets all that Bitcoin back on exchange. Big money gets to buy it back here. And then, you know. But when is the question? I wouldn't expect it to happen before Thursday because our false move was down, which means that this is the low of the week until our midweek reversal. It's still valid.
So, question about the midweek reversal.
Yeah.
That's not set in stone, right? Or
It
it's
can be
just an
Wednesday or Thursday depending on data. So on Legacy, for the most part, you see it on Wednesdays. In crypto, because it's a 7-day week, we tend to see it on Thursdays. But when there's big data on the Legacy side, we'll see it on Wednesdays. So like CPI days or, you know, FOMC days, shit like that can shift it. And then the midweek reversal really only shifts the direction for one day, because then you go into your Friday traps, where we trap our long, trap our short, like we did back here. And then we go into our weekend trap and we wait for our false move again. I mean, remember, we got our last weekend traps down here. The market maker ran them in the same exact place for like 3 months. Every weekend trap. I mean, it literally was inside of the other. Right? And then we popped up now. We had our first weekend trap in this level. But from the looks of it, you know, they're favoring this range. So maybe that's what happens. Like, if we want to future trip a little bit, and you shouldn't do this, especially this many days out. But if we want to future trip a little bit, let's say today was our down day, right? We had one up day, then our down day. And then tomorrow we come up and we crack these. Right? Everybody gets excited. Then we get our midweek reversal from, I mean, depending on how high we go through liquidations. We get our midweek reversal on Thursday. Comes down and grabs everything. Friday comes in, we pop up. Test those walls again, fail. Come back down. And then CME closes. And we end up with a weekend trap exactly in the same range as we had the last one. They basically just run the same play, but move it up. But that takes care of all of this for us.
Do alts follow that move when it does
It depends on what this shit right here decides to do.
Right.
Depends on what dominance decides to do. But, I mean, just remember, these alts have been running. I'm not hesitating to take profit on my alts. So if I get this move and the alts take a dip, then I'll be able to, you know, compound down at the bottom.
That's my thought. I keep thinking Bitcoin's going to retest 89 or 90 in whatever way. And then I'll swoop up. I have a target that says target, load up right here. And so, yeah, where I'm at.
We'll see. I mean, like I said, that's hardcore future tripping, and it's not investable advice because there's just too much ifs between here and there. But that's what I'm watching. I mean, this is gonna get if we are gonna go down. I think they take out this liquidity before they do it. That's why I'm saying maybe, you know, we get that last push tomorrow. Today's Wednesday, yeah. So today would be the last day of the 3-day push. As long as we don't close underneath 927, then this weekend trap played out the way it's supposed to. Just interesting that we've been trapped, right? You know, and it's not even the top. It's not even that range that I was saying. It's really just this. Right? This resistance right here is pretty freaking solid. And then it's backed up by these degens, which are probably defending shorts that they have here. So it's like everybody sort of wants this thing to go down. But the problem is that global liquidity is pushing up and there's no stopping that. Right? So while sentiment is down and we're smack dab against resistance, it's almost like you can feel that global liquidity pushing up. And it's not enough to break resistance, but it's enough to keep it from dropping. So if that's the case, then we have to go back and see exactly where we are, right? This is when it's going to be important if you're on the 80-day offset or the 70-day offset. This one is the one that matches, or the 105-day offset. This is the one that so far matches the best. Take all this shit off right here. It took off at the same time it was supposed to take off. I had this little structure here that they were all like excited about, whatever. So on this model, we are getting reduced liquidity here, at least until Saturday. Right? On the 105 that I follow, which is really off right now, but I still like to look at it. 105 that I follow, we're just at the beginning of the bump up. Right. The problem is that on this last bump up on liquidity that we had, we also got the news that we had that 90-day pause on tariffs, and all types of money came in that wasn't related to global M2.
Damn.
That's why I think that people that are following the 80-day are gonna screw themselves up. The reason I say they're gonna screw themselves up is because there's gonna be no way to prove them wrong right now, because price, it's just trending up and to the right, right? So look at it like this. Let's say this is the top of the bull market already up here on liquidity. Let's say this thing rolls over and just dies, and just this clear signal when Bitcoin gets to this range, we should get out because it's probably going to be the top of the bull market, right? And I don't think that this is proper. I think it's further out, but August 13th. So people that get too married to this 80-day offset and don't take into consideration that 90-day pause and the effect that it had on liquidity, they're going to see that same price action in July. And if we're right and the data's right and the 105 really is the strongest, that means that they're going to see this dip here and they're going to run for the hills and they're going to miss that part. So that's why I think it's important not to try to match this shit on the daily. Give it some time. Give it some time to catch up. It does get kind of exciting though when you look back and you look at what it did last time. Right, at this point, we can agree that this move up on M2 is smaller than this move up, or maybe exactly the same size. But I see this as a bigger push, right? And we're still look like we're about to break a high there. And then when we look at what Bitcoin did at that time from that push, like I said, I keep saying it went from 58 to 108. Even to the point that when we double top, global liquidity kept going up. Which I'll be honest with you, and I'll have to admit, if I was watching global liquidity tight at this time, it would have been a heads up that this was a fake move, or that this move was going to recover, right? Because global liquidity hadn't stopped. Global liquidity didn't stop till right here. And you're like, well, why didn't the price go down then? If global liquidity stopped there, then why did it pop up? This point right here. Hold on. What's the date? This, damn, I can't remember what the January 25th. That was right. Oh, that was. Somebody refresh my memory. I don't want to get it wrong. There was a news event on January 25th, and it was a top signal, and we ended up rolling over because of it. I'm gonna do my head and trying to figure out what it is.
Wasn't that inauguration? Didn't Trump get inaugurated?
I think it was the 20th that he got. Maybe it was inauguration. Was it the 25th that he got inaugurated? Or the 20th? Anyway, it was a short-term event that pushed price against liquidity, and then it ended up just rolling over. Right. Until we caught up with it around here was when we started paying attention. This is when we were looking at that rally here that would come up and fail and come back down, whatever. Anyways, that was a long ass way around to say that on both charts, well, on the 80-day chart, we do have reduced liquidity, but on the 108 chart, it shows that liquidity is in an upward sort of momentum, which makes me think, it gives me more sort of hope in that 108 because that's what we're seeing. Nobody's buying, right? You're seeing the tape empty. Nobody's buying for the most part. Nobody's selling. Everybody's just on like standby. I'll be right back. Hold on.
So I got a short on alpaca at 117.
But it topped out at that 3618 after all.
Think so, but I got a real tight stop just in case for this thing. And I already took like most profit already. I'm scared.
You did it. Gotta wait. That's all right. I'm getting funding fees.
Yeah, alts are kind of bleeding out right now.
Bitcoin dominance is about to break out here.
Oh.
All right, I'm gonna check back in. I gotta go sneak in some fucking research before I go to sleep. It's exhausted.
The DXY is making it looks like the dollar's trying to make a move up too.
Death to the Dixie. All right, I'm gonna get off of here, guys. I gotta do some research before I go to bed. I'm leaving the chart set up so that we can see the trap shorts. Right, throws off the weekly if we free those trap shorts before tomorrow. And obviously these sell walls are gonna be an issue, so see if we can do some damage to that overnight. UK is about to come in here in a minute.
And Brits.
Mind them. All right, y'all. Trade safe. Don't risk all the monies.
Who was trading alpaca?
I need to buy some more bean, bro. Look at bean. Need an entry. Buy more. I guess 60.
Who that alpaca short at 117?
That bad boy did it. Killer entry, bro. You're a sniper.
And there's still one last fib, 128. So it still might pop one more time.
You outsnipe my snipe. Ultimate, we're going for the same thing now.
It's been following these fibs, man. Just from that top on April 26th to that bottom today, and then the extension goes all the way to $1.28, and it got to $1. What? 20? 21. Got to $1.21.
Now get ready, because the roller coaster just started. It's about to get psycho crazy. A big nasty rip down, a big nasty rip up. It's all in play. That's what it did to me yesterday. It was hell. But ultimately, I got 15. Could have got 11. But it wasn't that aggressive. I took the 15. I was cool with it. I think my entry was like 30, 33, 34, if I remember right. But the difference was yesterday, the funding rate was going against me, and this thing has disgustingly high funding rates. Now it's in my favor. So that's a nice little card to have when you're dealing with this thing. But the only thing I was thinking, so if I'm getting the funding rate, they're adding to my margin. So that's fine. I'm still on 1x. Who cares? Thing is, if the funding rate flips against me, I might get up out of this because it's nasty. I don't like what it was doing. It was taking every hour. It was taking a good little chunk. off my margin. We'll see. Okay, get this guy CD mailed out. I gotta get another 2 CDs mailed out to this other guy. Two, 4 CDs. Got 2 CDs going to Switzerland. Another 2 going to Florida. DVD. One of my best fans is in Switzerland, and the guy wanted to come and visit me. I felt so bad that I had to tell him not to. It would just be such a culture shock for him. Not the environment he wants to come into.
What target are you looking at for alpaca on the retracement?
Just off head, I'm hoping for sell it where I sold it for earlier this morning, and that was 15. And I could have got 11. To me, this thing is just a giant scam. They're just pumping it just so they can just dump it all the way down and wreck all the longs. There's no way in hell they're just going to keep pumping this thing and paying longs. I just don't see it. But maybe I'm wrong. We'll see. I was right earlier. But that was like a damn. That was like a freaking 30 something. Can't believe it's way up here. This is crazy. Definitely feeling a lot more comfortable up here, being short. This is great. Almost want to go to my spot and take some profit on my beam and just put it back in. If it does what Dbloc says it's going to do, and they come down there and liquidate them longs down there. And the dominance pumps up. I don't want to though, because it's been accumulating it since 40. Nah, I'm nowhere clear my target. I know we're I know we're close to my targets on the spot. I'm good. I need at least like a 5x. 10, really. 10. Give me 20 would be cool. Get all my money back. You ever think about all the money you put into crypto and you just want it all back, every penny that you ever put into it? I mean, unless you're that much of a badass and you never lost any money, then kudos to you. And I'm sure there's a guy like that.
All I did when I got into crypto was just get into Bitcoin, be up huge, man. It's in a mess.
Oh my, don't even start. My story's weak compared to what I've heard a lot of other people go through, but the worst of just is it to stick it to the point. I used to have almost 4 Bitcoins, and that was like down at 28K. And that's how I started out in this. Well, let's just say I didn't keep them. I tried to buy alts, and didn't work out that great. You know the deal. Well, hopefully this time it works. We'll see. I fell for the thinking that the gaming coins were going to do a parabolic run when Bitcoin was up at 100K and all that. Well, that never happened. If it happens this time, it would be nice. If it doesn't, just find a way to justify.
Oh my god! I thought you were talking to me the whole time. I'm on mute. I've been talking to you and
Oh damn! I was talking to the other guy, but I didn't even know you were
my third run on alpaca. I closed my second long. I got 450%. Now I'm on my third run.
My god!
Yeah, I got this candle. Yeah, I'm a meme trader, so like structures like these are very familiar to me. I enjoy trading these structures.
Yeah. Like your balls were like so big that you went for that, but it was pumped up so much it went long. I couldn't believe it.
And when it retraced with the red candle, I took all of my profit, which you're supposed to do in meme coins. And then as soon as I saw an engulfing green, I came right back in with my initial investment. So like I took everything out and whatever and put another 10 now. So the only thing I'm risking right now is just 10. I took everything.
You're a DEX guy, aren't you?
Hmm?
You're a DEX trader, aren't you?
What do you mean DEX trader?
DEX, you go to the DEX to trade the
You're not. We have BullX for that now. We don't need DEX. We have Axiom and BullX. We get all our info.
Wow, you're good.
Yeah. So Axiom, because what's nice about Axiom and BullX is that like it actually tracks Twitter, the Twitter space, for anything crypto news in terms of meme coins and stuff like that. So I just put all of the usernames of all the most influential developers and stuff like that from Twitter, and I just track them, and I track all their wallets. I have over like 500 wallets that I track when I'm trading meme coins.
Wow.
So
all right, what's your name? What is your name on the screen name?
Ghost.
Ghost. I'm gonna be paying attention to you.
People know me in the meme space. It's always been my name.
You're on it, man. I'll try to jump in one with you.
Yeah, but like when Dbloc came out and Melania came out and just really pissed off retail, I had to tell my team, like I said, like I gotta lock in. I can't allow myself making money, you know.
Well, Melania, you went short.
No. It just sucked at all the liquid. It was rigged. Trump, Melania, Libra, that was all rigged.
Yeah.
To just suck all of the liquid.
And
That
it's
was
still
like one
around.
of
Like,
the luckiest dumps I've ever been part of. Like, oh my god, that
damn.
was it was very nasty.
I see Libra still here listed. Like, damn, like it's such a piece of god. Like to me, I look at it and like, do I want to just short this thing? And I'm like, no, because they're liable to just do some scam, whip to the upside, and then dump that. I don't want to deal
Guys,
with it.
it's gonna be worth the wait. Once we find that
But
top side, this is gonna be a healthy short.
on Libra,
Oh, sorry, alpaca. I don't touch Libra.
oh, yeah, it's dead. So I was talking about Libra, how it's already. I was just sitting down there at the bottom. It was like, what do you even do with that? Like, you just leave it alone.
No, all of that was a sham. Getting into the sex, getting into exchanges, it was all a sham.
Yeah.
One big rug
I
pull.
know, but that's said and done. I'm talking about right now as it sits.
Oh, right now. Okay, sorry.
Like as it sits right now, like is there anything to do with it? Just leave it alone.
Check.
Is it shortable? It's dead. I mean, it's dead. So like, it can't go up unless they just want to do some scammy shit and they see a bunch of shorts. And then what's the other one? What was that other coin that's trashed out? Ghibli or something?
Oh, Libra's been delisted.
Oh, they got rid of it?
They got rid of it in MEXC. That's good.
Let me see if it's on weeks. Oh, what? Let's see if it's here on futures still. It was here. Oh, it's gone. You can't do a shorts on it no more. Only LIBRA. It was there a couple days ago. Oh, it's only on spot. It's that. So you can buy that on spot.
Yeah,
What about Ghibli? Ghibli's on futures. That's a big turd.
Mm-hmm. Mubarak's also a nice coin to time your shorts with.
Which one?
Mubarak.
Oh, Mubarak, that Barack Obama coin.
No. It's a Mubarak.
Oh, I thought it was for Barack, like Barack Obama.
Yeah, the whole Middle East rallied on that coin. They sent it all the way to $1 billion. Now it's not worth nothing.
Dang. Let me see what it's doing. Yeah, I remember that one.
Look at that! Oh my god! If we shorted that the other day, oof. That was.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking to do. Mubarak. There's two of them on here. Mubarak, US MUBARAK. MUBAR. There's a MUBARAKA. What?
No,
Which one is it?
The one without an A. The one without an A.
Without the A. Okay, we'll go over there. Oh my god. Damn. Shorted that at 22. It'll drop down to 12, rise back up to 18, and then that was it. Yeah, I would have loved to have been in that. I hope that I hope that this play I'm in right now in Alpaca is similar to that circumstance there.
Oh, the correction I'm looking at Alpaca is, wait, let me measure it.
I would love for it to look like that. Please be Mubarak-ish.
66 to 75%.
What number you got that at?
I'm taking it from the high that I'm projecting 145, $1.45, all the way to this. I can see this huge support area. at around 45
Oh,
cents.
that's high.
So $1.45 to 45.
Yeah, but that $1.45 was just a freaking fake wick. Never spent any time up there. I don't know. I feel like it's gonna go lower than that. Look at Mubarak. Look at that. Came
Yeah.
all the way back down to like before anything even pumped. It came all the way.
Also, another interesting short you might want to look at, Chill Guy.
Yeah, I saw that the other day. The only thing that
Yeah.
scares me about that is that it's on major exchanges. They won't
It's
let it go to hell.
it just did a double top. Look at it on the 1 hour. You'll see what I mean. That it's ready for a short.
A good play though, for sure. Though maybe
Look
a
at
swing trade. Didn't it do like 40% or something? No, let me see.
Yeah, something like that.
Chill guys. They think it's
Yeah,
gonna be like that. Pengu.
and tell me what you think. That's a crispy short.
Damn, I like the way you sang.
Yeah, and that's why I actually listen to you when you talk about your shorts because that's exactly what I do. That's why I have a huge list of meme coins because I know meme coins they rally really hard, but they correct like really hard as well. So I'll wait
Yeah,
for
it's
the
almost like guaranteed if you get them.
guaranteed,
If you
man.
catch them up
Like you
there.
don't even have to think about Bitcoin or anything. When a meme coin wants to correct, it
No,
corrects.
no, it's going. They want their money. They're selling. They don't care.
Yep.
And they're selling, and we're collecting. Yeah, I like this chill guy play. And then that second attempt at the double top, it didn't go past it.
13 minutes for confirmation. If this doesn't produce
I'll
after
take a-
13 minutes, that's a short.
Let me know when you get in that chill guy short, so I can get in it with you.
In 13 minutes.
You're good. Okay.
I'm getting it in.
I'm here with you. I'm with you. I'm gonna ride with you, brother. Nice,
And it's
nice
perfect
play.
timing
I like this.
it's heading downwards. So we got that as backup.
I like that. What country are you in?
Oh, Asia. Philippines.
Asia. That's good
Yes, sir.
enough. You didn't have to tell me. Philippines. I've got a buddy over there.
Everybody's got a Filipino buddy.
He's not Filipino. He's black.
Okay. Oh, he decided to retire here?
Yeah. He's not my age, in his 40s, and he finished his army stint and decided to go live over there for some reason.
Yeah, because you get your money.
Some of his,
oh, dude.
Yes, that's exactly why he went over there. He bailed out on living in Rhode Island, United States, because he said he was disgusted with the prices, the cost of living.
So you moved there.
He said he's
for half
never
of the
coming back.
And
I was like, bro, are you ever gonna come back? He said, hell no.
he lost all his benefits, huh?
No, he still got them.
No,
I
he
don't know how that
doesn't.
works, but
Because he comes
not what he
back and he
said.
spends 63 days here, and then he goes back.
Oh, is that what he does?
Yes, he
So
does.
he spent 6 months in the Philippines and he comes back. He goes back.
Because he retired from the military, and he's also receiving disability because he's disabled now.
I went ahead
I don't
and
know how.
got a villa, and I forget exactly where it was on the coast there in the Philippines, but I was like, there's no way I can get it for this price. It was for like 75 days, and it was like $1,600, and it was
Nice.
like,
That's actually a good price.
yeah, I don't know what it was about that. I think that
Villa,
maybe,
so it might be in Palawan, either in Palawan or in Boracay.
dude. I
Palau.
was looking at so many places, but yeah, it wasn't a hotel. That's for sure. It was a few units on a nice piece of property.
Get a Palau ID.
With breakfast and a scooter included.
Yes, sir. Dude, in Bali, you can
And
get a
Yeah,
4-bedroom villa, 4-bedroom
yeah, I've
villa,
been,
there and help and everything. With you have
yeah,
a swimming, private pool and everything for like $90 a day.
even yeah, man. Like during a hot season, which it's always hot
Yep.
season.
Oh, especially after the Russia-Ukraine war, a lot of
Yeah,
the kids, a
really.
lot of the the rich people in Russia, they sent their kids to Bali to hide them from being.
Yeah, absolutely. Sure.
I actually befriended a lot of them. Like we met in parties, and they would tell me stories.
I mean, hell yeah, dude. That's good because that's fortunate enough that they get to hop on the
Yeah.
yacht and jet on over.
Yes, sir.
If there's people
Yeah.
that have big boats, it's Russians. It's it's nuts.
Oh, it's so funny when I
I
introduced
bet.
myself to their dad because like dad was super drunk already, and we were talking like, so what do you do for business? And he was like, guns, big guns,
My dad,
guns, big guns. I make them. I'm like, all right, all right.
I do electricity.
Mhm.
Yeah. And like, well, so what does your son do? Absolutely nothing.
We don't let him work. Nah, shoot, I had some Russian friends growing up. Definitely
They're the best,
Russian.
dude.
I love Russian. Actually, I was just with a
Dude,
Russian.
yeah, their culture.
Alright.
Movies
What?
tend to make them look like they're very aggressive and
Yeah.
moody, but the truth is they're very loyal, loving, and very fun people, and they have very good manners. Very good manners.
Just like anywhere else. Just my brother does a lot of traveling to Moscow before all of this, right? So not anymore for business, and then he was telling me nothing but great new experiences every time. Like the badass, a nice one.
New
I'm gonna get
experiences.
to the Philippines back again, and I need to spend some time.
Oh, let me know. Oh,
Yeah, I say
Man,
that
I need
about
to get out there
everywhere that
too,
everybody
man.
lives, but
yeah, because usually like during the summer, I'm on tour, so I'm gonna be traveling a lot. Like I'm gonna be playing in.
music.
Yeah, I DJ, so I'll be
Oh,
like,
you're a musician too.
yeah.
Uh, techno stuff.
Yeah.
Sorry. Yeah, well my core is really house and techno, but like so I but I represent Red Bull, right? So like I do open format.
Oh, you got Red Bull
Great.
sponsored you, or you represent? That means
Yeah, yeah.
you have a sponsorship. You just said it in the proper way as represent.
I'm a Red Bull DJ.
That's dope.
Great, bro.
So when are you next in the States?
Oh,
You come here?
I have so I'm doing Las Vegas, Bay Area, Chicago, New York. I think July and August, like during the summer months.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna be playing with like Miles Medina, and like some of the people I look up to.
That's sweet. I don't know who they are, but dude, I respect it. We got somebody, ladies and gentlemen. We have a famous musician in our presence.
Oh no, I don't.
Nah,
Never
it's
like
sweet though, man.
I was
You let it.
DJs.
You
I'm not
definitely
your
let us all know when you're coming.
like like rock stars. They're different. Like us
Yeah,
DJs.
oh yeah. It's a different everything.
Yeah, very different. We're
Different
nicer.
everything.
We're nicer,
First
and
pay.
we don't hate other DJs. We
It's the
actually
venues,
we
payment.
love.
Shit. gear, homes, boats, take anything.
Hey guys,
Hey.
I've
You're the
seen a
first.
lot of chatter in multiple Discord channels and also on Telegram that we are
What's that?
expecting some kind of bad news in the stock market on 9:45. Do you know anything about that?
At nine? At 9:45?
Yeah, 15 minutes after open. I'm
No.
trying to find out what that may be, but there seems to be a lot of chatter of bad news and also some GDP news that seem
To
to be quite
pinpoint
bad.
the time. Wow.
I'll ask DeepSeek. Wait, let me let my AI scour.
Deep sea.
Expected.
Get real. You gotta step it up. That would be crazy to have a time so specific, but hey.
Yeah, I see that at 9:45, there's only the Chicago PMI.
I
That's
know you're
forecasted to be
okay.
bad, but nothing
Okay.
else.
It's probably that.
For some reason, it sounded like you were saying something like bad, terrible, like well.
No. Bad news in the sense that some
Understood.
economic data will be bad, and after that, most probably the markets will react. Also, I see that at 1 we have Atlanta Fed GDP now, which is expected to be bad as well. But yeah, I don't know. I just wanted to ask you guys if you know anything about it because I see a lot of chatter of bad news. So
Well, the pattern would be as we left today, we're going to probably go up pre-market typically after this. It's kind of a cycle, and then come bell, you see slight retracements out, but then who knows? I can't tell you. I can't.
Let me go to Reddit. They should be talking about it right now if there is
Reddit
something.
can't tell you either, though. It's such a crazy market with unknowns every day because
Yeah, but it's about scouring the rumors. It's never
absolutely, I don't
just a rumor.
disagree with that at all. I'm not saying no, but Trump,
Oh,
man, it's just Trump's bitch ass.
dude.
Oh. She said on
yeah, I see the
Twitter and
news
Reddit.
too.
Where else were you on
Okay.
social media?
So one is
Yeah.
it's gonna be a Bezos. So it's gonna be a Bezos versus Trump month because
Dude.
Bezos has decided to tag all tariff costs onto consumer prices.
Good.
So Amazon's gonna do that. So it's Trump is pissed with that.
Yeah, because that's everything. For everything.
Yeah.
Minus
Trump
your grocery
announces tariffs
stores.
to continue and replace taxes. Red Monday likely. So instead of a Red Monday, we're gonna get it on a Wednesday.
It's just gonna end up probably. I don't know, but in the end, we'll just have higher income tax and
Oh yeah,
property
it's bad.
taxes.
So 7 hours ago, Trump
Yeah.
first 100 days, and the
Yep.
100-day media output is actually important. The first 100 days of the presidency is
It's
actually
it's a good. Yeah, it shows a lot. I saw this article. Yeah.
Trump first 100 days were worst for Dow, S&P 500 since Nixon, and they're gonna announce it on media later.
Okay, maybe it's accumulation of news of bad news.
Yeah.
Report showed classic red flag signals for the economy. Job openings dropped more than expected. Near a 4-year low hiring rates and stuck at decade lows, consumer confidence about the labor market is falling sharply. Blah, 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 blah.
Yeah. It's always something like that though.
Yeah.
You know, it's it's a transition right now, and then you've got some, global economic unrest, and it's
Well, I think easing
following.
has to come now because Treasury needs to borrow 3 times more this quarter than previous estimates.
They're going bond.
I think we will see some movements in the pre-market if it's expected
Yeah.
to be very bad news.
Yeah, it'd probably
The
be
pre-market
green.
didn't start yet, so
Yeah, Trump policy is set to shrink the economy up to 4% in quarter 2. That's huge.
whoa,
Goddamn.
that's
4%.
a lot.
Yeah. They're announcing it later also.
He's reducing the economy. It says.
Because of his policy, the economy will shrink by 4%. That's why I like Reddit. A lot of
The
rumors.
economy or the market?
Economy.
Okay.
And there's sources also. So that's what I also like about Reddit. They put their sources.
Oh yeah, I'm not questioning you. I'm just asking. Shit, Reddit's good. Reddit's good. I'm surprised Reddit. Look at Reddit. Look at the stock. It hadn't gone down since it just kind of. I think it just IPO'd recently.
17 hours ago, Fed now takes a tumble. Oh wow.
Hopefully
Evolution of
downstairs. Yeah, they've got a battle between him and good old Trump.
Okay. So here we go. This is viable bad news.
Here we go. All right.
Port of Los Angeles alone says shipping volume will plummet 35% by next week. 35.
Excuse me, shipping?
Yeah, the shipping volume.
Yeah,
So that's
no, I'm very that's everything. Like Amazon is everything. Shipping is everything.
35%. 35%
I
by
bet.
next week.
I bet. And that'll 35% in 1 week. You know, if
In
a
1
port
week,
shuts
so
down for
full-
1 hour, it messes things up for about a week.
But, yeah, by next week, because like China tariffs, they've implemented it already. They didn't pause like Trump.
Yeah, but Trump only paused on the European
alright.
Union and other countries. He didn't pause on China.
I'm all right with that. China can't take China. China needs us to consume. Let's go.
Boeing CEO is trying to find buyers for 50 planes after China canceled all orders.
Did he really? Boeing, the 7 Max.
Trump's first 100 days are the worst for the stock market since Nixon. Tesla surges after bad earnings. Only Elon can do that. Damn.
So
8% up.
What are you reading from?
Oh,
They really hate Trump.
stock market. I like it because it also checks other markets.
Yeah. That's yeah, it's all gonna be alright though. I say that not just because that's what you're supposed to say.
UPS also is going to cut 20,000 jobs.
Yeah, that's nothing for UPS. They've got so many employees.
Closing dozens of buildings due to the lower Amazon shipments. Okay, yeah, it's being repeated like 4 times in a row. Like people are talking about it also.
Yeah. Yeah, to shut down an entire distribution hub would be incredibly detrimental to everything. I don't know. It'd probably reduce the amount of logistically they'd have issues with.
Here we go. This is
Don't have
source
product.
news. Trump eroding U.S. brand has made the country 20% poorer. Citadel chief says
No,
after.
no. Yeah, and their
Yeah.
stock portfolios.
Alpaca.
Yep. I'm on this third run. This is my third run on alpaca.
Nice. I like that name.
I'm also on a long on Sui and Fartcoin. These guys are about to rip on US Open. Like if you look at the candles on the 15, those two are ready. They're just waiting for market open.
Stewie's been killing it. Just on
Oh
its
yeah,
own. Right.
for sure. Yeah, but Fartcoin. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that.
I hate even saying it. Like, I don't even want to hear it. That's horrible. Hey, son, how'd you make your money? I was damn. What important.
Excuse me.
All right. So you keep up with the U.S. stock market and economy, obviously.
No, it's basics. Like it's nice to know.
Not basic. Do you invest in U.S. stock?
Oh yeah.
That's
My
good.
dad
You're able
actually
to.
got. Yeah, my dad's very trad-fi before, so
Cool.
he kind of
Yep.
showed me the ropes a bit.
That was me too. Yep. Back at a young age.
Yep.
Yeah, I also managed to find something today. Apparently, at 1 o'clock, we will receive some information about GDP, which is negative with minus 5.75%.
That's the one I was talking about. The minus.
Yeah.
The
Yeah.
economy will shrink by 4%. Now it's 5. Damn,
Yeah,
that's
yeah. Apparently, it will be released at 1 o'clock.
it's huge. That is no joke, man.
That's big.
Five.
They already put the number out, and it might be even more.
Yeah.
Whoa, this is like huge bad news. So we may see today quite a big dip.
We'll see. If it's gonna be people leaving the stock market, they're gonna look for other risk assets that can carry the load.
I think we may see some increase in gold as well. So
For sure. Gold just like let me check if it's finished. It's dippity dip. So I already took profit. I planned to take profit at 4K, but like I said, like yeah, fuck it, I just take profit now. I took profit like 3.3450. Actually,
On what?
I was on long on gold.
Alpaca?
Oh, gold. Yeah, I had a long on it like since like a year and a half, like a year ago. I just kept on adding to the position. Ugh. Yeah, this is a great buy price. Oh my god, this is
I
this
can't
is a
believe
great
you did it.
area.
Good for you, though. Nice play.
Oh no, I already took profit, but this area right here, 3,300.
This has never been
Great
seen before.
staging area. It's going sideways. Beautiful.
Yeah, it's all-time high.
No, all-time high is
8, 4,
3,500.
whatever. Yeah, something. It was just the other day. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
It's incredible how gold's moving.
Oh yeah. The funny thing is about gold, it's
Yeah.
it's the asset people run to when they're scared.
Yeah,
Every
of
great
course.
move
Always has
on
been.
gold. Yeah, every great move on gold, like from 1,000 to 1,500, from 1,500 to 2,000, has always been right after a great disaster.
2008, 600 to like 1,300. I remember I sold like $40,000 in gold.
If you go to like 9/11, right after 9/11 was its jump to I think
probably up 3, 4.
No, every major move to a next psychological high will always be during a black swan event. That's gold.
Yeah, I know. It's incredible. Doesn't matter how much gold they're pulling out of the damn earth or how good of news they have about a new mine. It's just a hedge. People
See,
rip
2000,
out. Some people
2001,
stay in.
it's been flat, right? It's been flat at 250.
Flat,
This
but
250 range.
one,
It's been
two.
flat for a decade, bro. From 1981, from 1981 to
Flat.
2001. It's flat. It was flat.
No
It's
gains.
like, I mean, the gains, but like, look at this. It ranged only from 200, 250
Yeah,
to 400.
that's how it used to
$200.
do.
Yeah, $200 for 2 decades. After 9/11, after 9/11, gold runs from 250 all the way to 1,750.
Isn't that crazy?
That's crazy.
That's
And then
panic.
in
That's straight
2008,
panic.
in 2008, it runs from 500 to 1,000.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
That's
always wait
when I was
scenarios.
selling that. Yeah, it's still a great asset to always buy, in my
Oh
opinion.
yeah. And
At
this
any
and this
point.
and this run right here is because of Trump's tariffs.
Hell yeah, it is. I
His tariffs were a black swan.
well, yeah, the whole world was waiting on that one Wednesday afternoon. It was great. And we went up 2,500 points. But yeah, it's a lot. Can't really predict much right now. Other than that, yeah, I don't see the paying away right now, in my opinion. That's me. That's how I'm playing my portfolio.
Coin moving. Yep, Farcoin moving. Mm-mm.
Is it like a top performer on the day?
Yeah, that's my bread. That's my bread and butter, man. That's what I trade.
Well, if you've had it since, it became smelly in the communities and you've made a lot of money.
Yeah, I only traded on perps. Yep. It's what gives me my daily income.
Yeah. Well, spot's the spot.
Did you join the alpaca trade? I did 450%. Now I'm on a third run on it.
No, I didn't.
Yeah,
I've
that's
seen
crazy.
I've seen some other folks hit like incredible percentage.
Yep. Total at the moment about 1,200%.
Yeah. What does it take for you to take profit, if I may?
Sorry?
When do you take profit? Whenever it just feels good for you, or
I have ranges, psychological level. So
yeah.
once I hit any of those. And alpaca is a utility token, so it kind of follows the rules.
Came out of nowhere. Bitch came running fast.
Yep.
Yep. You sound just like my dude. Yep. God, I love it. It's funny. He does it exact same tone, same pause in between. Yep.
You Filipino too?
No. No. No, but I love Filipinos. You kidding me?
Yeah, dude.
I just never want to go to prison there or stay in there.
It's not that bad.
I know they make it bad on TV though.
Yeah, I've had my time.
Well, yeah, but hard. Yeah.
All you
Yeah,
need to
no.
do, okay, here are the rules in the Filipino like prison system. When you're there, make sure the Jesus which is the head guy
Yeah.
of that wing, he gets 2 to 3 packs of cigarettes per week. That's the first thing you got to do.
From you?
Yeah, you have to make
Well,
sure you
that's
got
a
to
lot of cigarettes that he's getting.
There's
From
nothing else to
everyone?
do there, bro. It's not like it's not like U.S. prison systems, dude. It's like
No,
absolutely
I
nothing
know.
to
Like your family can come in and like give you shit.
Nah,
Wait.
visitation is only on the weekends, man. And it's incredibly hot.
Yeah. Yeah. They don't give you the luxury of air conditioning.
Nah, nope.
Yeah, you think? Yeah.
There's like about 30 of you in one cell, bro.
You just don't seem 30. I saw like 500 where there should have been 30.
Those are the like worse off jails, yeah.
Yeah. Middle of the city.
Mm. Those are like
What city
those
is that? What is what's the give me the biggest cities here?
Sorry?
What's the biggest places? Biggest cities in
The Philippines?
Yeah, but I mean
There's
there's a
3
lot.
major cities. Yeah, there's 3 major cities. We just have a lot of islands.
Yeah, I know.
That's what we
That's my attraction there.
Yo, Vinecoin is trending right now.
Hey, where's my short buddy? Because I'm about to short chill guy for a lot.
Let me know, man. I'm still what you said
Yeah,
something about 15 minutes.
I'm waiting on Bitcoin now because like I just looked at Bitcoin
Okay.
again. It's setting up to be really bullish. Look at the formation on the 15-minute.
Oh,
That's a
well,
very strong
good
bull
luck.
flag. About to complete.
Good luck.
Yeah,
Good luck.
that's
Good
bullish.
luck.
Yeah, I don't want to short anything when Bitcoin looks like that.
Do it.
Good luck. Good luck. I would have paid attention.
Wait, I want to short alpaca though. Wait.
Yep, I'm still in it. What is it at now? I'm at 94.
107. It's dropping.
Right.
All right, it's coming back to me.
Oh, coming back to me.
Oh my god. That's Celine Dion song.
Yeah. What you get at 4:16 in the morning in the United States here in Ohio. Almost 4:20. Cheers.
Cheers.
I need you to do me a favor. All right. Huge. I need you to get me a Red Bull snowboarding helmet, okay? That's it. That's all I want. Legit. If it's
If I
from
was
this
based
game,
in the
if it's
States,
from
I was
this
based
games, I won't be mad.
in What I always scavenge for is the F1 gear. The F1 gear is always the nicest.
You son of a bitch. Oh, that's money in the bank.
Dude, the F1 gear is so good. It's so nice.
I know. Are you kidding? They everything about everything in there is give me a tire.
Hmm?
Yeah, I'm kidding. That's sweet. Did you get to meet Max? This last year. Come on.
Oh yeah. I was in Singapore for the because I DJ'd for the Red Bull event.
Nice.
Yeah, I had a picture with Max.
They didn't
But
invite you to
it
Abu
wasn't like
Dhabi?
talking terms. But he smiled. He started talking to me when I said something in Dutch. So like
Oh
he's that
yeah,
kind.
for sure.
No,
That's
he's
all you
very
gotta
Dutch.
do.
Dutch personality. I'm like that also. Like if I don't feel comfortable, if I'm not gonna be reaching out. Like we keep to ourselves. We're horribly honest. We
Are you
float on
Dutch?
it. Huh?
Are you Dutch or you just?
Yeah, I'm Dutch.
I'm sorry. You are?
Oh well.
Nice.
Was like my mom's Filipino.
Oh, okay. Yeah, my shit. I just got back from The Hague. My brother lives in The Hague and works in Amsterdam.
Yeah, our president's over there.
It'll be a good meeting.
Yeah, Red Bull has its, but it gets exhausting, especially during like festivals. It's like
I don't feel bad for you, dude.
yeah, no, because like
Get it. You know why?
it's like 3-4 gigs in a single day. It's like yeah, I mean it's fun because you get to see places, but like when you're
Oh
doing
yeah, and they're seeing you too. You know, all those people.
after the third set, like me and the other DJs, when we see each other, we're just like, oh, we're done.
I bet. I bet.
And we do that for like 4 or 5 days straight.
And then on to the next and do it again.
I like it when I do my solo tours though, because I really get to like hang out with friends and like meet up with other people, and I can control the schedule.
Yeah, do anything.
Yeah.
I'm assuming everything's comp when you get to the hotel. Yeah.
I miss my cousins in the Bay Area and LA because I grew up in LA, so all my cousins are there. So I'll kind of miss them.
You get to see them. Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah.
And every time I'm in LA, the first 3 days is just foggy days. Like I don't remember much.
Nice.
Oh, and the bud. I miss the bud. All right, gotta go, guys. Check on some houses.
All right, bro. Hey, it was good talking to you. What's your name?
Yeah, I'll talk to you soon, man. You can check some
All right, bro.
houses.
Nice.
Girl wants to purchase them while they're cheap.
Purchase them while they're anything right now. They're gonna keep going.
I just want to be a landlord when I get old. Just collect rent and shit.
You get to start doing it. I mean, you don't have to shoot. You don't have to start with the house. If you can, get a
I
part.
already have like 2 condos that I have
Yeah.
Airbnb.
That's huge money. Yeah, my shit. That's
But the house is nice because you get to have a title and you get to own the land also.
and if you rent that out Airbnb, you get a lot of money per night, and businesses will come and get it. Excuse me. Hell yeah! Sounds like things are good for you, brother. I'm glad to see that.
Oh no, man, trust me. Oh, that's it. It was really bad before getting to this point. Really bad.
Everybody can say that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, dude. I've
It's
never heard
great.
of a good story to tell without the bad shit that happened first before the good shit happens. You know what I mean?
I do. I definitely do. Yep.
See you guys
All
later.
right.
Here by market open.
Go buy a house. Don't hesitate. Pull the trigger. Do it.
I don't want to. I don't want. Actually, I don't want to. Expensive.
Yeah, but
yeah.
you should do it.
For the future. I'm just lucky I'm in the Philippines, so it's not that expensive. If I was in the US, I would be able to afford the houses there. The houses you see like on like Sunset.
I don't know about that.
You said you would be able to?
Like in Beverly Hills. So
Would it?
those houses, how much would those cost?
Oh,
like 5
okay.
to
Never
right?
mind. Never mind. That's what you. Okay. The stuff you're
Yeah.
buying, you consider it to be on that level. Okay.
Oh, the ones I'm buying right now? No. They're just townhouses. When you're buying
So
houses,
like
always
Rodeo Drive, you want?
it's easier to dispose. When you buy those
I
big
was gonna
houses,
say because what's your what just wondering what's the price of that?
which one? The big houses or the for middle class?
What you look at? What you're about to look at?
Oh, so these are like townhouses. So it has like about 4 bedrooms, 3 to 4 bedrooms, garage for 2 cars. You know, starting out like families that want to start out and they buy their first house, right? So those are the better houses to buy because those are the easy houses to get rid of right away.
50,000.
50,000. Where?
Not 50.
I don't
Not
know.
50.
I'm guessing.
Bedroom house
Guessing
for
the Philippine price.
Oh yeah, we're in the Philippines. That's right.
like about 80. But that's a nice neighborhood. Gated village.
Okay.
That's
I'll buy 10
Oh,
of them.
okay.
Yeah.
Because I was
it's a
gonna say
gated.
I could buy a house for 80 right here or on that.
Oh yeah, you're in the dirt.
See, I know I can buy houses for 80 right here.
Yeah,
That's all I
watermark.
No, I can get something pretty good for 80. I'll show you.
I know you can, dude. I've been down there my entire life. You know?
Okay.
Yeah, dude.
You know there's houses for 80 all across this country that are nice.
Yeah, if you go to a bank auction, you get lucky.
Oh my God, don't let me do that. Then it's gonna even get cheaper. How about I go to a tax lien foreclosure auction?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Every Tuesday at the courthouse.
It's a wrap. See, that's the tactics you can use to really get ahead out here. Bro, I did it one time, 4,500, and you wouldn't believe what I got.
At the end of it,
Oh
basically the
my
bank will say
God.
nothing. You can just be like $3,000. They'll be all right.
All right, 4,500, but I got it for 4,500. Showed up, I had to break in because I had no keys. Got in,
Then
central air. Oh, check this shit out. The dude died. The house was cleared out and clean, hardwood floors, clean paint, clean, super nice inside. Paintings on the walls still. All the windows were barred up so nobody could break in. Central air was there, intact, caged in. 4 bedroom, new roof, 4,500.
You're kidding.
I am not kidding.
In
That was
LA.
like 10 years.
Oh,
No,
in New Orleans.
Missouri.
We're in New Orleans.
Missouri. I'm in Missouri.
Oh.
And
Missouri?
check this out. Missouri. And check this out. My stupid ass, because it had a court administrator deed.
You forgot to pay something or fill a piece of paper out and you lost it too.
No, I didn't. It went in the house was in my name. I got it done. But I had a court administrator deed was not insurable by the title company to when I tried. So I had to sell it. So no, it worked out, but I did a stupid deal. I sold it for cash to a Mexican woman for 20 grand.
Great. Wonderful.
No,
property.
not great. Not great. Now the house appraises for 250 grand.
Uh-huh.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Yeah,
Loser.
idiot.
No, you're not.
Exactly.
You made
And guess what?
$16,000.
Okay, but still, it was stupid. And guess what? That's one of, I can count at least 7 right now that I did that on, just like
And
that.
that was within the 10 years period, probably.
That was when
Last-
that was within that 10 to 15
last
year
10
period.
years.
The last 10 to 15 years, I bought several for that and sold them, and thought I was doing good because I was getting lousy 20.
That's not. It's profit. A lot of times you can get into a lemon when you're doing that, and you lose a lot.
Nah, man, I was smashing them down, bro, left and right. I was a bad mother. I
If
was a
all
bad
else
boy.
fails, you just bulldoze it and you sell the land.
Exactly. But let me tell you what, the one I'm in right now is
Yeah, it looks
a
nice.
6-bedroom. You seen it?
Oh, really? I saw when you were on camera. I know that the trim and I can
Yeah, I
tell that
posted a
it's
picture.
not
I posted a
posted.
picture.
No, I
I
just
posted a
literally
picture of it,
see a wall and I can tell it's not.
bro. I bought this one for 5,000,
You say,
and
what
right
are you
now it's
doing?
appraised at almost 300 right now.
How? Nobody wants to move them. I'm just kidding.
No, that's how it used to be.
I
No,
know.
it was a combination of crime, fear, racism, and pretty much all that piled into one.
And
And
basically
so
redlined neighborhoods.
yeah, and it was in a red line neighborhood, and I was getting the shit on the edge. See, I didn't go to the deeper end part. I would stay on
No, I'm
on the
not
edge,
saying
so I could just
it's bad. I know it's
so I
bad.
could like
Fucking bad.
no, it's fixed up now.
I
Now
know it
all
is
the houses are going
now.
for
That's why they do that.
No, they still call it the ghetto though. There's still gunshots and shit, but now everything's cleaned up and good looking.
Because
And
everybody left.
and now it used to be all black, but now it's half Mexican.
I like the changes I've seen in New Orleans.
And I ain't trying to be racist or nothing. I'm just being honest about what has happened. And
it's still
the thing about that's what I'm trying to say. So when the guy was talking about the Philippine properties, oh, I gotta pay 60. I'm laughing at that shit, and I'm over here in the United States.
Yeah, but anywhere else, like I think you can't. I don't know anywhere I can get anything.
It's all about how what you're willing to do. So if you're willing to go to a tax auction and start getting these foreclosures in these neighborhoods like this, especially because back then it was in the middle of the real estate crash when I was at the end of the real estate cycle back in like 2013. I didn't even know I was. But now looking back, I didn't know what a real estate cycle was. Now I know, and now it's coming back around again here soon.
Hell yeah.
But I still live in one till this day from back. This is the one I kept, the big one. I had another one that was big as hell that I got rid of, but it was one of them again. Another 20 again.
You could do
I didn't like.
Why don't you buy a bigger
I can't
one,
do it any.
bigger home?
It doesn't. No, it doesn't exist anymore. I can't do these type of deals anymore. Now I go down and I show up now. No, now you're talking about like 20, 30, and 40 when you show up, even to the tax auction. I showed up to the yearly ones for the past years, and I show up and guess who's down there? The Chinese. They're there.
They're not anymore.
They're there now. Well, okay, maybe
not
they don't.
representing any Chinese company.
Oh, I hope they don't show up this year because of Trump.
They're not. Yeah, no.
I gotta go in. Wait, how many more months I got? Damn, I need some more money. January, February, March, April, May, June, July. I got 4 more months until the auction comes. Hopefully the Chinese aren't there this time.
Well, a Chinese couple or man and woman can buy a house, but they can't buy it for a company that's based out in China.
No, they allow the companies to buy here. They ain't no citizens out here. These people are foreigners. They're coming from other countries and
It's New
showing up over
Orleans.
here to buy them. They're probably doing it over there. They're doing this all over the country, bro. They're
Okay,
showing up
so
from other
currently
countries.
the pre-market has opened and it has opened in red. And
Yeah.
still falling.
That be. They got shorts
So
open.
CME futures is down 5.2%. The SPY index is down 3%, but it's still going down.
It's fine. Do you have some shorts?
I have on Bitcoin and Ethereum, but I'm watching the stock markets because they also affect crypto. So
Yeah, they do. Although some people don't want to say it. Yes, they do.
Yeah.
Excuse me.
Everything affects everything. Of course they do.
Uh-oh. Fly.
What up, man?
Uh-oh, there's trouble.
Mm-hmm. Oh, boy. How you been?
Yeah, pretty good, man. I got myself a new Puma hoodie today from Black One. It's a nice hoodie.
Oh.
I'm just cooking some food, bro. Not doing much.
Sharp.
Yep.
Been cutting my lawn all day. This gargantuan thing. Beat the hell out of me.
Yeah, it runs away with you if you don't get it like every few weeks in the certain
Bro,
season.
I let it go because it just kept raining for like the whole damn week. By the
Yeah.
time I got to it.
Yep.
It's like a freaking quarter block lawn.
Yeah, you can't really do it when it's like saturated either. It's a bit of a job. You need to wait. Yeah.
There used to be a big house there and they demolished it.
Lawn's a maintenance nightmare, man. You're better off like finding something else, just garden beds and stuff.
Yeah.
Lawn's maintenance, man.
I love my lawn.
I hate it, but I love it. I love it and I hate it.
Yeah.
I love it because it's giving me exercise.
I cut my grass like every 3 days.
Ain't no one got time for that. They just put like asterisks
Every 3 days.
Nah, I got yeah.
Golf course. He's a lawn porn man.
Damn. He said he has a golf course on.
Yeah, my grass looks like one.
Yeah, your grass is looking like true green grass.
It's not.
You must ride on something.
No one's the same since the pandemic, man. The lawn porn crew just got wild.
No, I'm always taking care of mine. Like it's easy. Once you get
Hey, I'm making $70 every time I cut it myself.
Yeah, is that how you look at it?
Yes, sir. And I'm using an electric lawnmower.
That's why it's so difficult.
Can you walk?
I did notice. Can I walk?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You are the man of all man. You should be cutting your own yard, bro. I'm kidding.
Dude, it's torture. It's big.
Some people,
It takes like the whole. I'm fat and I'm out of shape and like I sit
Zero
around
turn.
the whole winter. Oh man, I need to exercise. So what I do is like I hibernate the whole winter, and then once the summer comes around, I'm forced to cut this gigantic lawn and force myself into shape. Yeah, I guess it works out. You lose quick 20 pounds here soon. Yeah, something bad happened. I'm kind of sad. My cat didn't come back. He's been gone for 6 days now.
Bro, that's not cool.
He never came home 6 days ago. What happened?
How long you had that cat for? He's an old boy?
Like 3 years. But he was such a nice cat too. Really friendly and lovable, hand trained and tame.
To sex?
He just liked to piss everywhere. That was the only problem. So he had to stay out. But he never came back. Too bad. And then his son, he made his son never come back. His son's probably dead too. He chased him off.
The boys don't hang around forever, man, a lot of the time.
He chased his son off in the winter. Probably froze to death.
They probably same story as mine growing up. Like, he was probably pissing in the house too, like his dad.
No, they were
They
both
get out.
pissing. That's what they had.
Piss
They
everywhere.
had to get out. I can't deal with that shit. Oh my god, I hate that smell.
Your cat piss
Terrible.
it's pretty hardcore.
Yeah. You let it go along and can't really.
So horrible.
Rip everything. Rip
Like,
everything.
it takes over your whole freaking life.
Change your carpets.
I don't have none.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
How are you?
What's happening?
Nothing. Just waiting on you. Give me a cup of coffee.
Just chilling. Come on, crypto. You can do it.
Put your
Come on.
What do you got all this energy for?
I just picked up a packet of tallies.
Nice.
6:45 in the. Have you seen that little meme of the dude that's drinking the VB tallies? At 20 to 8 in the fucking morning. I gotta show you this. It's great. It's the best.
VB.
Tallie. VB long neck.
Sweet.
20 to 8
Yeah, sweet, mate.
Morning.
In the paper bag, mate.
Yeah, mate.
What did that cost you these days? About $6.50.
I'll put it in general for you, Fly, and you'll. If you haven't seen it, you will now.
Thanks, mate.
VB long
We
neck
drink.
for
We
breakfast.
Yeah, we drink Westies here, mate.
Westies.
And Cooper's Sparkling, mate. Yeah.
Listen
South
to
Aussie
this
brew.
bloke. Listen to this bloke. It's so funny.
Sounds good. Sparkling.
I've got a few mates like
good.
that. Too close to home.
Yeah. I'm seeing if I can fit a tallie into a stubby cooler. Oh yeah, just.
The stubby cooler. Is that a
Stubby
koozie?
cooler.
Stubby, mate. Yeah, stubby cooler.
Like a little jacket for your beer can?
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
like a foam
call it
little cup
koozie
thing that you
when
put your.
What do you
What do
say?
you
don't
call
have
it?
one.
What?
Stubby hot cooler.
A
Stubby cooler. I'll send you a photo. I managed to get him on, and it's even on brand. Tell you what.
Don't you should have a hot chick on your stubby cooler.
Stubby cooler.
Stubby cooler.
If you have a business,
Yeah.
a small business, it's good advertising. Nobody gets rid of the stubby coolers.
I'll show you why it's on brand. And by the way, I am in Queensland, so hence the 4X.
4X.
stretched around it.
Nice. You'll make it fit, mate. Does anyone sell the long neck stubby coolers, or maybe?
We don't. I don't.
No, I don't.
They
see
might
them.
exist. Yeah, they might. They may exist.
Might be.
There's a
niche there,
market for
mate.
that, I guess.
There
Yeah,
is.
that's a little bit of a market.
Better than the brown paper bag.
Yeah.
Oh shit.
So in the southern states, they call them long necks, and in Queensland, they call them tallies.
Oh, that's weird. Oh, they're the same. Oh, they're the same size.
It's the same thing.
Yeah,
It's the
yeah, we
same
call them long
size.
necks here.
Yeah, we call them tallies. Oh yeah, you can get.
You must be able to, mate.
Long neck stubby holder.
If you're at a barbecue and you don't have your stubby cooler, you get a backhand. Someone will hand you. They'll just be like, "Where's your cooler, mate?"
Go get your stubby.
Oh, these ones even have jackets. Like you zip them up.
Yeah, you got ones. That's it. I have seen it. Full zippy.
You seen it like that?
Yeah. Now I'm having a flashback now.
Like that.
Of course.
For a hard and thirst.
Wait, yeah.
So what do you drink? Westies or
Mate,
something? Did you say?
Nah, man. I West End is South Australian brewery, but they've shut the brewery down now. I think they've sold them off. But yeah, like BB versus West End, you got Western Australia, Emu Bitter, Queensland 4X. I don't even know what New South Wales drink. I don't know, probably.
Tui's new.
Tui's, yeah, that's right. Tui's on tap everywhere, mate.
Yes.
But everyone's on the super dry now because they're getting too fat.
Oh yeah. Yep, that's right. All of the low carb beers.
Me, I drink crafties off tap, on tap.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Well, I like my
There's a few
favorite
good-
brewery is Bolter, mate, up in the Goldie. So
Oh, Bolter. Yeah.
Bolter
Yeah, I
Hazy,
love
man,
Bolter.
it's probably the best beer in the world.
Yep. Do you like
I don't know.
IPAs, XPAs, or anything like
Yeah,
that? Pale ales.
Yeah. So I got my thirst for ales when I was in Austria, and they would do. We go to some of the places like they've been brewing for 400 years. They got their own springs and they'll do light and dark ales. And where I was,
in Austria,
everyone would ask for and they'd ask for Gemischke, which was like a mixture. So they would mix the light and dark ales, and it was delicious, man. But I was on the other side of Austria. I asked for Gemischke, and he said, "What do you want, a shandy?" I'm like, "Bro," so it's really localized, depending where you're at. But I did that at Volta. I got them to put, I think, a hazy and a dark ale like mixture, and they weren't allowed to. They're like on law, like for tax reasons. So I got one of each, and then I asked for an empty glass, and they were like pretty hesitant to give me the empty glass, but they couldn't reject me. So I did it. And it's delicious. You get some dark ales and light ales, and you mix them up, and it gives you a whole new range of beers to drink. It's delicious.
Wow. Yeah. Damn, this alpaca coin is still, above $1. Did you see alpaca? It's up 550%.
Try not to look at shiny things too much.
Yeah, the train's kind of left the station on that one.
Nah, but there's always something up every day, and you look at the top list, and you're like, "Oh, why wasn't I on this one?"
Yeah, I know.
Old coin spot days. Oh man.
The play was to go long. We were all trying to short it, and it was long was the play.
Did you ever use or move off or hear anything about CoinSpot? Because they must have had so much. There was so much.
CoinSpot. I did use it once. I think that was my first ever. Because they're a broker, they're not an exchange as such.
Exactly. But they had so many coins, and I remember they were relatively good to get fiat on ramp, but so many fraud people were using them to get money out. They got hammered, so the banks wouldn't even let. It wasn't their fault. Like it was just they were targeted, and the bank stopped letting me deposit. So I moved to another local on ramp.
SwiftX is good, Aussie based one, I think.
Oh, okay.
They got
I ended up
competitive fees.
I just ended up on CoinJar from on ramping.
I'm on Bybit. That's where I trade. If I'm
do you on ramp to Bybit though? Like do you move from a local
I
exchange?
used to. I used to. I used to be able to go in and out straight to Bybit, which is an Asian exchange.
Yeah, I know
But
Bybit.
now I have to SwiftX. I have to SwiftX on and off ramp if I want to go back to dollars. Like, yeah, if I want to get out into the real world, it's via.
And what networks can you do through SwiftX? Has that got all the coins and networks as well?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
What do you
I
mean
might
by
check that
networks?
out.
As in like Binance
I mean,
Smart
like,
Chain and Ethereum and all
yeah,
that?
because like on CoinJar USDT, I can only go through ERC20, where I used to go through BNB on CoinSpot.
Mhm.
So I might have
It's been a
look at
while. I'd have to have a look. But yeah, SwiftX is like probably the biggest Australian exchange, I'd say.
I know CoinJar had like 5-star CanStar rating and stuff, so that they're
Oh yeah,
relatively.
CoinJar's good. Yeah. Yeah. It's
Anyway,
funny, like I think it's quite evident that if you bring down an exchange, like if they get shut down or forced from the regulation or whatever, a new one will pop up. There's always a new product because there's demand for that model. There's
I
demand for that.
honestly don't believe it was CoinJar's
Especially
fault.
for
It's just
Americans.
that like when fraud people like they would steal money or bring money into it, and they probably just got so hammered
They
from
make it look bad.
investigations. Then they had the
Yeah.
banks would say, "We're not letting you transfer there," so they blocked it, and then CoinJar like
Banks
blocked other
annoying.
friends' accounts. CoinJar just would have got under too much scrutiny, even if they were doing the
Wait,
right
I
thing.
reckon there might become like self-custody fiat in the future. Like, because crypto's going to be so shiny to everyone. Like, oh, you don't have to have a bank. You don't have to pay fees. Rah, 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 rah. You can like pretty much self-custody your stuff.
Well, the
I
big
don't know if
four
that'll
already.
ever be possible, but
The
yeah.
big four all have all have their own CBDC, like AUDD, AUDC, AUDZ. But you can only use it within their network for like payroll and stuff. But once you can exchange,
Okay, yeah.
all of them have one. If you look at all the big four, they all have a CBDC.
Mm-hmm.
I'm on the pilot for one, but you can't do anything with it unless you're running payroll, like you're doing your whole finance through that.
Yeah.
And then
I know you can do you can get into shares and stuff through Combank, through Commonwealth Bank.
Yeah,
Sure.
yeah. ComSec, yeah.
Whatever they call that. ComSec, yeah.
Yeah.
I've never done it, but I know that there's that
They
exists.
got charts on there and stuff. Yeah, it's not actually too bad. Yeah. But
I wonder if they have crypto products yet.
I don't know if they have a Bitcoin ETF or exposure to any Bitcoin companies, but maybe.
Australia's largest online stockbroking firm, ComSec. Yeah.
Yeah,
Commonwealth
they're huge.
Securities Limited.
They're huge. Like so many
Subsidiary.
people, office workers, they have their finance, their home loan, because they're the biggest home loan provider as well. And so most people have their
Yeah.
offset accounts with ComBank, and then they've got their shares into ComSec, and they've got charts in there and stuff, so it's not too bad.
Yeah. That's cool.
If
I'm
you're
gonna
into
see if I can just
TradFi.
look at it. Yeah. I mean, it's it's never going away, I don't think. It doesn't seem to be going anywhere. TradFi.
A lot of people in their super can run like Colonial First or something. There was like 150 different index options and stuff. You could always move your super around in indexes.
Yeah. International shares. Access to trade online in 13 global markets. Transfer Aussie dollars in and out of your international wallet. Set up recurring investments. Access to US overnight trading.
It's not bad. Like it's not bad.
Foreign exchange conversion fee. Yeah. 0.55% foreign exchange conversion fee. Automatic foreign exchange conversions. US brokerage fee, $5. Or 0.12%, whichever is greater.
If you add our big four banks together, they're a quarter the size of BlackRock and Global Equities, man. They're not small. ANZ's our largest bank for global equities. They're not the biggest retail bank, but they're by far the largest. They have like 1.3 trillion or something under management.
Jesus.
Yeah, they're huge, bro.
So, you know, Brexit, this is my very vague understanding. Brexit was the UK or like England leaving the European Union, like, or the Euro
Yep. They were leaving the
economically.
EU. Yeah.
The
Yep.
EU. Okay. So
I've got British
they are
citizenship, and
now
my sister. Yep.
nice. So they are
She
now
was.
an
Yeah.
independent, like, financial entity from Europe.
Well,
Like
they
they
were
are.
never using. They never used the euro. They still kept the pound, but they're
No,
not subject to
they.
Brussels anymore. Yep.
Right. So
Brussels. Yeah. Was. Yeah.
So has that been worse off for England or better off? Like, what was the benefit of leaving the EU?
Well,
I don't even know.
it
Layman's
hasn't been
terms.
great for them. But the thing is
Yeah,
that
it's been unpopular,
really.
right?
Well, yeah. The problem is that like the big countries in Europe is France and Germany, and it was the UK, right? And then you got Spain. You can pretty much just eliminate every other country in terms of not eliminate. That's a bit of a nasty thing to say, but I mean in financial
Like,
markets, yeah.
as far as how big they are, yeah.
Yeah. So it's France, Germany, and the UK, and the UK was funding a lot of projects through the EU. It just Brussels is a mess. Like you can't do anything. Like for instance, this is like an example. If you want to get a barbecue chicken, you can't just do a barbecue chicken and stick made in Austria in there. You've got to have the chicken in one country and then cook it in the other and then package it in another because they have to keep each country like to keep the markets going. Yeah. You can't have made
every
in Austria.
country has to have a touch. Every country needs to touch a part of it. Okay.
To keep the EU afloat, yeah. So but I mean, it was terrible for a lot of travel because, like my sister, for instance, she was living in London. She's a British citizen for years, and then she moved to Austria, and that was really great. It's like, well, am I still a British citizen? Am I an Austrian citizen? Well, what's going on? You know, so she pretty much doesn't really know what her status is and stuff. So pensions and all sorts of that get messed up. It does like impede Britain for trade because they'll have more tariffs and taxes. They're not part of the free market, open market in Europe, but they were pulling their weight so hard anyway. Yeah, so food and stuff got more expensive.
Yeah, one Aussie dollar buys half a pound, like less than half a pound, 47, 47.8 now. Yeah, it's been slipping.
Terrible.
Yeah, thanks Albanese.
Well,
I don't know, you can't really blame it on the government, but
yes, you can. You can 100% blame it on the government, but it's generally the only reason Australia ever gets in surplus is when iron ore and goes up and down, because
we'd be nothing without our mining.
We're the most iron ore and uranium in the world. Yeah, 100%.
Like worse off without our export. Yeah.
BHP, Rio Tinto, Santos, City Pacific, Fortescue Metal, Anglo Gas Coal, which is part of British Gas Coal. They're the third largest energy producer in the world. Yeah, these guys run our country, man.
Yeah, they're foreign companies, right? Rio Tinto, or is that Aussie?
It's French.
It's French. Shit.
But like BHP's Australian. It's Broken Hill Petroleum and
BHP.
Santos, South Australian Northern Territory Oil Search.
Keep it Aussie, mate. Keep it on shore.
The biggest iron ore, the biggest coal mine here, I think it's iron ore, whatever. It's up in Mackay. That's the biggest one of the biggest open cut mines in the world in Mackay. And you look it up, man. BMA. It was so big that BHP couldn't even manage it themselves. It had to be an alliance between BHP and Mitsubishi. So you've got BMA, which is BHP Mitsubishi Alliance. They run that huge open cut mine in Mackay. I used to do the environmental monitoring. I should remember if it's iron or coal. Pretty sure it's an iron ore. Didn't really care that much, man. These people pollute a lot.
I want to drive. I want to get into haul truck operating just because that pays like so well, and it's easy. Apparently, the hard part is getting hired. That's the hardest part of the job, getting in the door. Once you're in the door, it's like sweet.
Moving resources from the mine to the port.
Yeah, hauling dirt, hauling the product, like hauling the actual minerals. It's usually dirt, like it's earth moving, right? Because they're digging it out, they're digging the mine out, and you just got to
Diesel.
move
You
the
don't know
dirt
how many.
away.
They move so many trucks of oily rags. They're just rags with oil in them to clean up all the mess, mate. Trucks and trucks of oily rags. Because I used to have to monitor it all. Wouldn't believe how many truckloads of rags that are like just soaked in oil so they can mop stuff up. It's weird, man. I don't understand. So on the records, like oily rag truck. How many trucks of oily rags do you have? Are they really just rags that are full of oil? Yep, they use them for cleaning up.
That's wild.
Mess. But yeah,
Guys.
check out the yo.
Yeah, I heard you guys talking about Brexit and Europe, and since I'm
There you go.
European and stuff, I wanted to also give a bit my view on it.
Please do. Please do.
Oh, but you know that actually the Brexit, the guys the promoting the Brexit, they actually didn't count on them winning the polls. It was just meant to be some kind of a, how to say it, look, we are still here and we are not going to agree with everything Europe says, but they never expected to win. And then suddenly they won, and it was like, damn.
Yeah, how did they get it across the line? I don't get it.
Because people revolted, but the whole Irish backstop should have never been able to be stopped. Because now you've got trade issues between Northern and South Ireland. That should have. The backstop was there to prevent Brexit, basically. But I'll let the European speak to that.
I'll also don't confuse the European Union and the monetary European Union, the one connected with the euro as
separate.
currency. Yeah, well, they are not the same. You have a lot of countries within the EU that don't.
Alpaca is listed by bit.
Yeah, because like UK never used the euro.
No. But they said it from the start. I said we will never use the euro. We will keep our British pounds, and it was no issues. So
when did the euro come in? Because
2002 or something, early 2000s.
Yeah, 2001, I think it was the.
Because in France it was francs, right? And
Yes,
then now it's euros.
and
Everyone uses euros, right?
Well,
does
the
francs still
countries that are-
exist? Well, no.
No. All the countries that are part of the monetary union,
Germany, Germany doesn't use Deutschmark; it uses euro. So,
yeah.
Okay.
The Deutschmark's gone. The drachma's gone. Just
Well,
pretty much.
The euro.
I am from Belgium, so the Brussels, the shithole you guys are talking about, which is actually
So
it's
euros
thru, actually.
Euros will function in Germany, Italy, France, Spain, Portugal, Netherlands, Greece,
Not
Ireland,
Croatia.
Austria, Belgium, Finland, Cyprus. Oh, Ireland.
Yeah,
uses
most
the
of
euro.
them. I remember
didn't
Croatia.
know that.
I had to use Croatian money in
Slovakia,
Croatia.
Slovenia, Lithuania,
Slovenia.
Malta, Monaco, Vatican City, Montenegro. Geez, there's a lot of them, eh?
Yeah, it was pretty unpopular because everyone's currency, like Greece, hated it losing the drachma, destroyed their economy. Apparently,
Didn't Greece go broke?
Yeah, but the euro was not the only reason for their
I know.
going
I
broke.
was in Greece,
and
the
Didn't
Greeks
their
were not broke.
governments embezzle?
Look, the Greeks never
government or
paid
something.
taxes. The Greeks don't
Yeah,
pay
they
tax,
just
so the
messed
government
up.
went. The police, every Greek person I spoke to when I was in Greece had plenty of money and 2 cars, and they said no, we just don't pay tax. So the government went broke. The Greeks were fine.
I see. Okay. Interesting.
Look at that 5-minute alpaca candle.
Man, that alpaca thing has been insane. It's made
Alpaca
me
is
angry,
delisted in Bybit. Alpaca delisted in Bybit.
Yeah, it made me so angry. Bybit or Binance?
Binance.
And Bybit.
Alpaca.
I'm finally printing.
That is just insane, man. This alpaca thing.
What's the price? What? 58.
Dude, Okay, yeah. In 2 weeks, it's gone up like from tip to tip 5,400%. In 2
What's his
weeks.
current market? What's his market cap though?
Like only $150 million or something stupid.
Yeah, so
Something
it's gone from
stupid.
nothing. It's gone from nothing to still not
Yeah,
much.
to giant. Yeah.
Well, it's only just
That's
broken
what
out.
happens with
I shorted it at 90,
micro cap.
94.
Did you take profit?
I'm at 57 now from 94.
I also had a
Yeah.
short open from 1.3, and so I was well in the profit, and now suddenly I got some warnings. It's going to.
That's right. Because
It's
all you
going to
guys
be
shorted it.
delisted, but.
What leverage did you short with?
Oh, just a small amount, and I almost never apply more than 2 leverage. So,
Yeah,
and
2x. Yeah.
yeah, and I was well in the profit. I also took a TP already, and now suddenly my trade automatically closed because on Bybit it's suddenly delisted from 1 second to the other, so it's kind of crap.
Oh, really? Bybit or Binance?
No, Bybit.
Oh, okay. Interesting.
Oh.
Yeah, you're right, man. I'm not getting candles anymore on Bybit. My Bybit chart for alpaca. Interesting.
So I guess
Yeah, what's happening in all?
Don't worry, it's working great over here in Weeks. We just listed it.
Dude, Bitcoin's doing really well. It's doing great. It's up around 95. It's not over it, but it has been. It's still it's kicking ass, man. That's good. Happy to see it. The April close is coming up pretty soon. The April monthly candle. Very cool. What does it look like if you... Oh yeah, dude. It's going to be a bullish engulfing April. If we can just keep that, hold the ground,
I always have to check who's talking, Rick and Fly Crypto, because to me you guys sound the same. The Australian accent.
We are. We're Aussie, mate. We're all the same. We're like
we're very similar.
I know Fly is from Adelaide, but where are you from?
I'm from Brisbane, so I'm north.
Oh, in the north.
Northeast. Yeah. He's
from the
south.
beautiful
I'm
Queensland. I'm from the desert.
I'm not far from Steve Irwin's zoo, the crocodile hunter.
I'm not far from Penfolds Winery.
Oh, beautiful.
When you guys, what would you recommend going to when you would visit Australia? Because that's something
Melbourne. Melbourne's lots to do in Melbourne.
Queensland and
Victoria.
Adelaide and Melbourne.
Yeah, Sydney's cool. Sydney's got the harbour bridge, like as far as like iconic
Opera House,
like things. Opera House, yeah.
Darling Harbour, yeah.
Yeah, but if
That's
you want
about
to
it.
see wildlife and that kind of thing, Queensland is good for that. I mean, we've also got the sunshine, the Gold Coast, which has
Sunshine
theme
Coast, Gold
parks.
Coast.
Yeah, you got Movie World, Dream World,
Cairns.
SeaWorld.
Be right back.
Yeah.
Port Douglas.
Just depends what you want to do, really. Like what kind of activities you want to do. If you want to see typical, like the cliche,
He just stepped out. But yeah.
Well, for anyone else interested, if you want to see typical outback Australia, you want to go to Alice Springs or something. Yeah, you want to see like proper outback emus and kangaroos and stuff.
Best beaches in the world are down Western Australia and Margaret River. Some of the best in the world.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's Taj Barrow is where
Yeah.
he grew up in Dunsborough.
Oh, okay, yep.
They
Well,
have World Surfing Comps down there.
Yeah, Bell's Beach is famous as well for surfing.
Yeah,
in
well,
Victoria.
we have some beautiful beaches, man. It's sort of
yeah, all this.
bit difficult in Queensland because when the weather's
Mm.
perfect, there's too many jellies. It's like, oh, you got to jump in the pool.
Yeah, Queensland beaches, they're okay. They're not the best, though. I really like the Sydney beaches, but that's because I'm a bit biased. I'm from Sydney, so, like,
Yeah.
Bondi and all that.
Yeah, Bondi's awesome. Just don't want
it's
to rent
bit
a place there anymore.
touristy
The most
now.
expensive place to rent in the world.
Yeah, that's insane. Yeah, Drongo. Drongo.
When did you leave Sydney, Rick?
2004.
You don't sound
So,
like a
what's that? 21 years ago. Yeah, nah, I don't know what I sound like, to be honest.
Yeah, a
Got
Sydney
bit more of
sider.
a city accent. I'm a city boy.
Yeah, you're a
I'm
Sydney.
not a, yeah, how you going? Yeah, bloody oath. Yeah, Bitcoin.
Deal, mate.
Yeah. Going down to the beach.
Guys, have you seen Alpaca USDT? What is going on? It has been
Yeah.
deleted 10 minutes ago from Binance, and the price is vertically dropping down. On
Doesn't
Gate.io, on
surprise
MXT,
me.
on Bybit.
Yeah. Let me check coin
So
market cap. Alpaca.
So this was a short squeeze before the listing. Nice.
It's been crazy,
Yep.
man.
On Gate.io, currently it's 0.39. Yeah, I'm still working. I'm pretty busy these days with my daily work, so yeah.
Still got your finger on the pulse, mate. The market. Yeah, Bitcoin. It's just sort of holding ground, isn't it? It's just pegged at around 94, 95.
Yep, this is the silence before the storm.
Is that an upstorm or a downstorm?
You should look for liquidity. You should look for liquidity.
Yeah, there is I can see a reason to go visit 100. I mean, there's a big bunch of short liquidity sitting up there.
Yeah, but they don't, the smart money, the smart guys don't have an interest to go there to create another FOMO. So they need to actually take the liquidity downstairs from the downside.
They could, yeah.
Because
Well, I mean,
on the
I could
downside,
understand.
we are sitting on the downside between 2 and 4 billion USDT liquidity.
What if they do a quick rip up to like 101,000 to clear that short liquidity, trap in a bunch of new longs because people would be throwing money at it to go long, and then slam it back down to go grab all the long licks?
Ain't gonna happen, and you know why? Because there's a high difference between BTC long opened positions at 4 hour and BTC open short position at 4 hour long position. Currently there are 66,000, and BTC short positions at 4 hour time frame currently there are 320,000. So it's a massive difference of at least 5x between longs and shorts. So it's gonna be a play on the downside. This is what I'm seeing from these differences.
Yeah.
And market goes sideways for the last, I don't know, 5 days, 6 days maybe. So this is a strong consolidation. Yeah.
I think perhaps they just want to close the April candle strong like this, It's just been,
Yeah, May 1st. Oh, man.
The selling may go away. Might happen.
Yeah, it might, but
nah, Sell in the beginning of May and buy back in the middle of May.
Yeah, but does it make sense to sell in May when you didn't get a lot of profits because of all the recent tariff thing? I guess a lot of people are not in profit, so why would you
Nobody's
sell?
interested about the profits, you know. Only the markets are interested, or smart money is interested about the profits. Nobody cares about retail. Smart money and institutions play for themselves. They don't play for retail.
Or, but you sell. How to say it? Even it's not a good moment to sell right now. I guess not. Of course, not when everybody.
Yeah, but
will be
make
selling
an
then. Yes,
exercise
because
of. Can we make an exercise of imagination? Let's say that we sell in May and go away. They will sell Bitcoin into your liquidity and they'll drag the price even more down to actually buy at the end of May or beginning of June. So they are gonna sell into the sell side liquidity. Actually, your longing and my longing position, let's say, you know, they are gonna sell into our liquidity, our retail liquidity, and they are still gonna be in profits because they are gonna start shorting Bitcoin like never seen before. At least this is my scenario I'm playing with.
If there's more shorts than longs, wouldn't that make the price go up?
No, because it's a pressure exercised by the sellers.
I get it. It can be. It's calculus.
In the buy side
The
liquidity, you
calculus,
exercise pressure, you know, and that's why you open so many short positions.
Well, yeah, people open shorts because some people might know it's coming down, but too many shorts, then that liquidity can get hunted. But yeah, it must be a calculus. That's what I'm trying to understand.
Yeah. Currently, now we've tested the buy side liquidity. What's above 89, 90K. But we haven't tested the sell side liquidity. What's below 75K. And I think it's gonna happen. At least this is my bias for a midterm, let's say, scenario. I don't know, for the next 2 months, I expect a downside game. So everybody's gonna be caught out of surprise, you know. When you're gonna see, I don't know, 74 again, you're gonna start buying, but they are still gonna sell into your longing positions and my longing positions, and they're gonna drag the price even more down because they are interested to buy Bitcoin around 69, 70K. That might coincide with that, 1,100 liquidation Ethereum foundation on the Ethereum price, because there are a lot of interested buyers to actually buy again Ethereum at 1,100.
It's not impossible. It's definitely not impossible.
Yeah, I'm not excluding this scenario, you know. And if they are interested to actually liquidate the foundation at 1,100 USDT on Ethereum, think that extrapolate a bit the scenario that they might be interested, the smart money will be interested to actually buy at 980, maybe 1,000 Ethereum in long position.
When you say liquidate the Ethereum foundation, do you literally mean they'll be liquidated? They'll disappear?
Yeah, over 100 million. There's a position of over 100 million liquidation.
Ethereum foundation's leveraged?
Yeah.
Oh, there you go.
You can actually Google it. You can find it on Binance. Ethereum Foundation will be liquidated $100 million if Ethereum price goes to 1,100.
Yeah, right. Yeah, I didn't question you. I just didn't know that fact.
It's posted on 12th of March, 2025 on Binance. Although, if they are interested to actually sell into that buy side liquidity, they're going to drive the price even more down to actually enter in longing position, because now they have the positions, the capital, and they actually have your money and my money from 1,100, and they are going to start building up positions from 980, maybe 1,000. So there's an edge to each position, you know?
Oh, yeah. Well, one thing I know, anything's possible, because the market cap, as big as it is, there's always a bigger player out there, and they can play games. I know that for a fact. What's most probable is a different story, though, but anything's possible with this market. I mean, not anything. There'll be a floor on Bitcoin, pretty difficult floor at some point.
It depends on the game that smart money will play. Either they will create high volatility, or they are going to create a downside structure on Bitcoin and Ethereum and all the crypto assets. And from the market cap point of view, you'll see a contraction. USDT dominance will go up, Bitcoin dominance will go up, and after that it will go down, because all the money are moving into USDT stable coins. And this is the only scenario you can drag down the Bitcoin dominance. When everybody will be scared to see Bitcoin dropping down massively, alongside with all the crypto assets around Bitcoin, all the money are going into stable coins, USDT and USDC. When USDT and USDC dominance spikes up, Bitcoin dominance goes down. It's the only scenario.
I'll be happy, not scared, but it's because I've been trading for a while. The question at this point is, will we see 77 again? Like, will we see 7 in front of Bitcoin again?
You know, never say never.
Oh no, I won't. I've been done by these big boys before. Something I thought that was impossible with the ETFs, but you know, they drained it.
And smart money knows that we overlap the global money supply liquidity over our charts, Bitcoin and all the crypto assets. That's why they are going to play this downside move.
I got suspicious when every news provider started saying we're going to hit $120,000 Bitcoin. So, uh-oh. Like they were saying that it's going to happen in May, June. So that's what, not, I mean, eventually it will, but that short-term target by all the news corporations is suspicious.
I do expect a 2-step down move in a zigzag, you know, high volatility market structure from the Bitcoin price action point of view to actually happen in the next, I don't know, 2 weeks, maybe 4 weeks. The only thing I can actually do is actually be patient and wait.
We've had 2 major pushes from the 76 range, if you look at it that way. So there could still be a third up, and that could cascade down 3.
But you know, smart money are actually betting on this scenario to happen from our side, to actually hope Bitcoin is going to do another leg up. But I don't think it's going to happen.
Well, that's the euphoria stage, the third leg up. You know, that's when people don't want to get out. I mean, I don't know if it's technically euphoria based on definition, but it's the stage where people start to commit to things long term. They're like, oh, look at it, it's doing so well, I'll hold it forever now.
Yeah, everybody's gonna think that we are going for the moon, but we're actually gonna revisit the grave, you know?
If we see 7 in front of here again, it's very healthy in my opinion, but
yeah,
if we see it before September, it'd be nice. But whether we see 7 there or not, that's probably the biggest question at the moment. 8's definitely doable within the next few hours, even if they wanted. As long as you're prepared for what can happen, you're not going to get emotional about it. It's just going to be logical thinking at that point.
Yes. Good morning.
Big red.
Yo.
Think we're gonna keep dropping?
Yeah, most probably. A lot of bad news came from the United States. GDP below forecast. Also, um, some news in regards to jobs that are worse than expected. And we are still waiting for the PCE, which is in about 1 hour, I think, and most probably that will be bad as well. So Nasdaq is falling down. Basically, everything is falling down in the stock market. Gold is going up. DXY index is tanking.
Awesome. Let it bleed.
Yeah, most probably today will be a very red day.
Look at that.
I just woke up. What's the news for the night? Did some news come out?
Yeah, basically everything in America is blowing up. GDP is down. Forecast for GDP is negative. PC is expected to be worse. And also the new job creations index came worse than expected at 62K. So that's about a 50% loss in jobs. That's why the market is reacting like this.
MU dominance.